Argentina has once again warned Britain that it is ready to go to war over the Falklands and that the issue of sovereignty is not negotiable.
The British government today refused to elaborate in any way on whether or not a Royal Naval force was on its way to defend the Falkland Islands.
I do assure you that if Great Britain needs to call on the Royal Navy at any time, the Royal Navy will be there and ready.
The British people!
They should be held!
Argentinian scum!
Have you heard from the governor at all this afternoon, sir?
Our cause is just. It is the cause of freedom and the rule of law. It is the cause of support for the weak against aggression by the strong.
What matters is we recover those islands. What matters is that the fleet is on its way. It has a lot of people on board.
One of the problems during our journey south is going to be keeping the men occupied and fully prepared for whatever they may be facing.
Ready! Fire!
One of our accompanying ships has reported the sighting of a submarine periscope.
The attack on the General Belgrano was said to be fully in accordance with the rules of engagement issued to British forces in the South Atlantic.
Good evening. The British destroyer HMS Sheffield has been hit by an Argentine missile and destroyed off the Falklands.
50 men died when Argentine planes bombed the landing ships Sir Galahad and Sir Tristram last Tuesday.
So the right to invade the island would be included under self-defence, in your view?
Most certainly, most certainly.
We're here for peace. We're here to save further lives being lost, and there are millions of people in Britain who agree with what we're saying.
You make it sound as if we invaded the Falklands to start with.
You did that on the 2nd of January 1833, sir.
And you did it on the 2nd of April 1982. We must leave it there, Mr. Herreras Vegas.
All the time, helicopters coming in, dropping in troops. See, come on.
Cheers.
Get out.
It's a week since the Argentinians arrived here on the island of South Georgia, the most southerly of the Falklands. Ostensibly, the 60 men who landed were all scrap merchants, here to salvage what's left of 3 whaling stations that haven't been used for years. The fear of the islanders is that their presence on this desolate, uninhabited outpost heralds a takeover by the Argentinians of the islands they've long since claimed. At the mouth of the harbour in South Georgia stands an ageing Vickers gun from the Second World War. Now, as the Argentinians send in Navy vessels, 5 we're told so far, the British are moving in reinforcements too. First to arrive, HMS Endurance, seen here making a routine call to the Falklands last year. Tonight it's anchored offshore close to those Argentinian ships. On board Endurance, a dozen Royal Marines. And on board the John Biscoe, the Antarctic survey ship which got in last night, there are another 42 Marines. The Foreign Office says they're simply taking over from the same number of troops already on the island. But there's little doubt this British presence is designed to warn the Argentinians to keep off. Meanwhile, the island's defence force of 30 men is at the ready. The local volunteers, armed with standard British Army rifles, have never fired a shot in anger. But at a public meeting in the church hall last week, they were calling for recruits. What's at stake, you might ask? Well, beyond their sheep farms, the Falklanders haven't had much to protect since their British forebears settled here 150 years ago. But there are reports of an oil field promising prosperity where there's only ever been hardship. and the islanders, more British than the British, they say, aren't going to give that away, or the British nationality they cherish.
We just feel British. We are British. And there's no way we would change our nationality. No way at all.
A feeling reinforced by the British governor, Rex Hunt, who with his wife Mavis tours his domain in a London taxicab. Tonight, Governor Hunt, speaking to us from his home in Port Stanley on the main island, stressed how the people now look to the British government to intervene.
They have always been worried that this sort of thing might happen. They are waiting to see what the British government are going to do about it. And they are determined that this place should stay British. That's the way they want to keep it.
In its game of diplomatic bluff with Argentina, the British government today refused to elaborate in any way on whether or not a Royal Naval force was on its way to defend the Falkland Islands. The Defence Secretary, Mr. John Nott, was visiting an aircraft factory in the north of England today when he parried reporters' questions.
The Royal Navy, as I say, is the most highly trained navy in the world. And I do assure you that if Great Britain needs to call on the Royal Navy at any time, the Royal Navy will be there and ready. And I'm saying no more than that.
With the Royal Navy refusing to comment on the movements of its ships at the moment, sources close to the government let it be known yesterday that 2 nuclear-powered submarines were on their way to the South Atlantic. It's believed that one of them is HMS Superb, which was moored next to this diesel submarine in Gibraltar last week, waiting to go on manoeuvres, when it was unexpectedly sent off on operations. It would take HMS Superb about 10 days to reach the South Atlantic from Gibraltar, and there is further speculation that the destroyer HMS Exeter, patrolling in the Caribbean, has also been dispatched south. She too could get to South Georgia this weekend. In the Mediterranean at this moment are 18 British frigates and destroyers taking part in exercises. If the government were planning to send a stronger naval force, there are plenty of ships available off Gibraltar this week. South Georgia is a dependency of the British-controlled Falkland Islands, to which Argentina lays claim. The landing here by 12 scrap metal dealers to dismantle an old whaling station was done without any attempt to seek British permission. And when the British Antarctic vessel Endurance arrived here to protect the island, Argentina sent 6 ships, including her only aircraft carrier, and 2 British-built Type 42 destroyers, similar to the most modern Royal Naval ships currently exercising in the Mediterranean. Argentina's claims to the Falkland Islands and their dependencies have been a continual source of irritation to the British residents of the islands, but have always fallen short of outright confrontation with Britain. But why has the dispute surfaced again now? Well, there are suggestions that Britain's recent naval cutbacks, including the plan to scrap HMS Endurance, the only British ship on patrol in the area, encouraged Argentina to think Britain could no longer afford to defend the Falklands. But there's another reason too. Argentina has acute economic problems, with 140% inflation, a wage freeze and rising unemployment. Police used tear gas yesterday against trades union supporters protesting against the military government's economic austerity plan. Over 2,000 people are reported to have been arrested in the demos. It's thought that the military government could be trying to distract the Argentines from their internal problems by stirring up an external conflict with Britain over the Falklands. So what is Britain doing? According to the Foreign Secretary, the intention is to solve the dispute diplomatically. But the uncertain presence of a British submarine lurking in the area could provide valuable diplomatic pressure for Britain. And if more warships are needed, there are 18 of them exercising in the Mediterranean at the moment. And although sending some of them south would be expensive and heavy on resources, it could well suit the purposes of the Defence Secretary John Nott, who may be keen to show that in spite of his recent defence cuts, the Royal Navy still has a long arm when it's needed.
Have you heard from the governor at all this afternoon, sir?
Well, I don't know whether you've been fooled by them, but I think that the only way to try and stop what was happening was to do it by diplomatic means, which we've been trying to do. You see, because supposing that the day before the first man landed on South Georgia, the Defense Secretary had organized a large task force to go down there in case something happened. I mean, leaving aside whether or not it would be provocative, it still wouldn't be there now. And so a military option in a time when you have distances of this kind is extremely difficult.
But should you not have guarded against the possibility that while they were talking, they were also perhaps been preparing to invade?
Well, I think I'll leave that question, if I may, to the Defense Secretary.
Well, I said at the press conference that we have had a number of ships at sea for some time, but I also made it clear that if we'd deployed or prepared a substantial surface fleet of the kind that we are now doing, then this would have made diplomatic negotiations quite impossible. It would have precipitated the very action that all our efforts were involved in preventing, so that the use of the surface fleet prematurely would have been disastrous.
But, Foreign Secretary, if I could bring that point back to you, has not, in fact, the course of action that you've taken failed to prevent this military action? In other words, the diplomatic path has not achieved what you wanted it to do.
Neither of them would have, is the point. The only one that had a chance of success was the diplomatic one, because the military one, because of the timescale and the distances, couldn't conceivably have worked in the timescale.
Mr. Knott, has not your naval intelligence been remiss in only deciding last night, I think you said it was, that this was in fact an invasion? There was an exercise, a so-called exercise, going on for several days. Would that not have allowed you, for example, to send aircraft with paratroopers, for example, to that area?
I think it's not possible, even if you have the most brilliant intelligence system in the world, to read the minds of the other side. All I can tell you is that at the beginning of this week there was a naval exercise going on in this area. We had no clear evidence at all that it was going to be directed against the Falkland Islands, and at that time the Foreign Secretary was contemplating moves in the United Nations and among our friends, so that it would have been wrong to dispatch a large task force before we were absolutely certain, which we became last night, that an invasion was imminent.
Sorry, I can't say no. That's the right question.
If we're Argentinian,
where are the rest of the British people?
They should be here.
Come on! Argentinian scum! I'm against Argentina!
One does not have to be under the influence of drink to pretend.
What I am concerned about is to see that the Conservative Party and the country is behind the Secretary of State for Defence. And subsequent to that debate, it became very clear to me that's the reality of the position.
There was a lot of talk, nevertheless, that he would have to resign because of the massive misgivings in the party about him.
I should be very angry, speaking as chairman of the Conservative Party, if the Secretary of State did think he ought to resign. What we want to do is make sure that we've got a diplomatic initiative going now to get our sovereignty, our lawful, legal sovereignty restored.
I believe that I don't think we should call for resignation now, because I believe it is for the government to retrieve the situation and re-establish those rights and safety and security of the Falkland Islanders. If they fail, I think there should be, certainly resignations by the Foreign Secretary and the Secretary of State of Defence. If they succeed, I still think we will wish to have the inquest that ought to take place into what was a massive misjudgment and large-scale blunder by ministers in this government.
The statement committing the United States to support Britain was drafted last night, but President Reagan held up its publication till after the British blockade began to give the Argentines every possible chance to pull back. Then at a White House meeting this morning, the President decided to make the commitment public through Mr. Haig.
The South Atlantic crisis is about to enter a new and dangerous phase in which large-scale military action is likely. The United States has thus far refrained from adopting measures in response to the seizure of the islands that could have interfered with our ability to work with both sides in search for peace. The British government has shown complete understanding for this position. Now, however, in light of Argentina's failure to accept a compromise, we must take concrete steps to underscore that the United States cannot and will not condone the use of unlawful force to resolve disputes.
He then outlined a list of sanctions against Argentina, including a suspension of military exports and of import and export guarantees. And for Britain,
the President has also directed that the United States will respond positively to requests for materiel support for British forces. There will, of course, be no direct U.S. military involvement. American policy will continue to be guided by our concerns for the rule of law and our desire to facilitate an early and fair settlement. The United States remains ready to assist the parties in finding that settlement. A strictly military outcome cannot endure over time. In the end, there will have to be a negotiated outcome acceptable to the interested parties. Otherwise, we will all face unending hostility and insecurity in the South Atlantic.
and so when Mr. Pym comes here tomorrow to see Mr. Haig, the atmosphere will be very different to their meeting of a week ago. No longer Mr. Pym trying to persuade the Americans to declare for Britain, no longer Mr. Haig trying to persuade the British to make concessions. Instead, both sides working together to decide what to do about Argentina. John Suchet, News at 10 in Washington.
At precisely 10:15 this morning, HMS Invincible, flagship of this extraordinary fleet, slipped her moorings and eased gently into the calm waters of Portsmouth Harbour. The operation and Britain's commitment to this task force had begun. She looked sharp and trim, as a flagship should, as her tugs helped her towards the narrow entrance of the harbour, wearing her 19,000 tons, carrying her 1,000 men and her deadly hardware with an easy pride. In the naval base, they'd worked all night to get her ready, loading ammunition by floodlight, securing the extra complement of Harrier jump jets. Portsmouth, Pompey of tradition, had turned out in force the loved ones of these men. Others had another form of comment. Now 8,000 miles of sea stretched before her, the perils of winter in the South Atlantic, the roaring 40s, and perhaps war. At last she was clear away, into the haze of the Solent. Half an hour later it was the turn of Hermes, the older generation of carrier, but perhaps looking more menacing, with her hardware displayed for all to see. Hermes, not to put too fine a point on it, was overloaded. She had twice her normal complement of Harriers, 12 instead of 6. These and the Sea King helicopters covered every inch of deck space. Once at sea, these will be stored below decks. But this morning, a not inconsiderable part of this departure was designed knowing these pictures would be shown on Argentine television tonight. It was astonishing to think that up to last night she was covered in scaffolding and had a wonky engine. But it was a case of the priorities of war. So she'd had no lick of paint, and it looked a bit as if she'd come back from a long voyage rather than just starting one. It's going to seem a long, long journey on Hermes for everyone on board, with heavy overcrowding and few creature comforts. The people said goodbye, a small boy saluted. Then she was away. Godspeed, they shouted. And then, more softly, come back safely. Anthony Carthew, News at 10, in Portsmouth.
An armed guard surrounds the British Embassy in Buenos Aires, which remains the prime target for Argentine anger over Britain's response to their invasion of the Falkland Islands. Outside, a notice proclaims the building's new status. It's now part of the Swiss Embassy, representing British interests. The Swiss flag flies outside the residence of the British ambassador, while inside, a portrait of the Queen will be among the last of the embassy belongings to be packed away as staff here prepare to take their leave. Meanwhile, the Argentine government is busy soliciting support for its actions from its Latin American neighbors. Today, a high-powered delegation from Chile, itself in dispute with Argentina over the sovereignty of the Beagle Islands, was treated to a display from the San Martin National Honor Guard when they were welcomed to Buenos Aires by a group of Argentine generals. Chile, as a member of the Organization of American States, is one of the few countries from which Argentina can hope to gain sympathy for its occupation of the Falklands. Norman Rees, News at 10 in Buenos Aires.
I'm very sorry to say that the British government, the present British government, has failed to discharge its responsibilities to the people of the Falkland Islands. They should have learnt what we did as a Labour government. It is not so easy to repair, but we must do everything in our power to repair it. Because if in fact dictators in the Argentine or many other parts of South America, or other places too, were to get it into their heads that whenever they wanted to go and grab somebody else's territory, that they could do it with impunity, that would make our world a good deal more dangerous still. I am an international democratic socialist, and I believe in protecting democracy all over the world, not only in our own country.
The United States is seen by both Britain and Argentina as the one possible mediator in the dispute over the Falkland Islands. And this afternoon, President Reagan called a small number of reporters into the Oval Office, where I asked him about America's role.
British television news. Have you spoken to Prime Minister Thatcher this morning?
No, but I received a message from her with regard to the appointment of the new minister, or foreign minister. Well, she appreciated very much our efforts and my attempt to...
Is America prepared to offer military assistance if the British ask for it?
Again, as I said, we're friends of both sides in this, and we're going to strive for, and I think that they will be willing to meet in the idea of a peaceful resolution. It's a very difficult situation for the United States because we're friends with both of the countries engaged in this dispute. And we stand ready to do anything we can to help them, and what we hope for and would like to help in doing is have a peaceful resolution of this with no forceful action or no bloodshed. And to that extent, we support the resolution that's already in the United Nations, that there be a withdrawal of forces, and we resolve this at the UN.
Mr. President, have you accepted the role of honest broker between Argentina and Britain over this dispute?
If we can be of help in doing that, yes. Anything that would bring a peaceful solution to what seems to be an unnecessary disagreement.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you. President Reagan may want to play the honest broker, but he is truly in a dilemma. On the one hand, he's wooing the Argentinians because he wants all the support he can get for his policies in El Salvador.
On the other hand, he has no truer friend in the world than Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, and a change of government in Britain is the last thing President Reagan wants. In the meantime, it is here in Washington that the real diplomatic pressure is going on. For instance, Argentina's foreign minister, having addressed the United Nations in New York at the weekend, arrived in Washington to put Argentina's case to the Organization of American States. Minister, good morning, sir. British television news.
Faith in diplomatic negotiation.
Sir, will your troops withdraw from the Falklands, sir? What he said offered a ray of hope. I've always faith in diplomatic channels. But he told the OAS, through an interpreter, what he had told the Security Council, that Argentina had ended British colonial rule in the islands, that Argentina would negotiate about anything other than the sovereignty of the islands. But again, no word of Argentina's invasion by force or the expressed wish of the islanders to remain British. And he called on all members of the OAS to support Argentina. Diplomacy too at the British Embassy in Washington. Everyone, I was told this morning, from the ambassador down, is maintaining close contacts at all levels with President Reagan and his administration to try to solve the dispute by diplomatic means. John Suchet, News at 10 in Washington.
Prime Minister, could I begin by asking you about the resignations announced today, in particular the resignation of Lord Carrington? Why did you accept that resignation?
Because I had no alternative. I spent a lot of time on Saturday and on Sunday trying to persuade him not to put in his resignation. He felt that he'd been head of the department responsible for the policy. The policy had failed, and therefore it was a matter of honour that he should go. If a person says to me, it's a matter of honour, and I feel I should go, that's the one ground which I'm not at liberty to refuse, because it would make it difficult for him. It was with great regret. He's been a marvellous Foreign Secretary. I've been with him on so many occasions. He's a sturdy and bonny fighter for Britain, a very gallant officer, and we shall miss him.
Do you accept, nevertheless, that there was a major error of judgment in assessing the intentions of the Argentine regime?
I don't know that I could say that there was a major error of judgment. You see, we've heard similar sounds from many Argentine regimes, many times in the last year. Many, many times. And I suppose you could say we ought somehow to have known this one was different. We'd heard a lot of it before. But the fact is that the Argentines this time invaded. We were in charge when they invaded. And that's why Lord Carrington felt so strongly. Indeed, I think we all feel deeply about it. But Lord Carrington felt that he was in charge of the Foreign Office at the time, and there's not much point in going back and seeing whether we could have perceived that this was different from all the previous occasions. It turned out to be different, and there's no point in refuting that fact. And we now have to stand by the Falkland Islanders and try to secure, indeed to secure that island back.
Are there any more who feel it's a matter of honour to resign? Mr. Knott, for instance?
Mr. Knott came to me. He was concerned, but his was not the lead department in policy. It's the Foreign Office that decides the policy on these matters. And as I pointed out to him, his was not the lead department on policy also. As we have assembled a major fleet to go and to redeem the Falkland Islands, it really was no time for a Secretary of State to resign. And he agreed to stay at his post, and that's where he should be.
Mrs. Thatcher, the crisis to many people seems a little unreal because it's come upon us so quickly. Are we really going to fight a war with Argentina?
Our objective is to recover the Falkland Islands. We have to do what is necessary to that. I wouldn't talk in terms of war. Declaration of war is something different. Let's not get into the technicalities. We must recover the Falkland Islands for Britain and for the people who live there, who are of British stock. Let's not say, is it war, is it not? The declaration of war is technically different in our technicalities. Don't rest on the technicalities. We know what we have to do, and there are many different ways of achieving that objective. Let's hope that it is not the worst one.
there are no technicalities about people losing their lives.
That's exactly. I entirely agree. I entirely agree. Therefore, don't say, is it declaration of war or not? What matters is we recover those islands. What matters is that the fleet is on its way. It has a lot of people on board. And we shall have to adjudge the precise situation when they are very much nearer than they are now.
Mr. Nott said yesterday that Britain was prepared to sink Argentine ships, prepared to storm the islands if necessary. Do you agree with that?
We have to recover those islands. We have to recover them, for the people on them are British, of British stock, and they still owe allegiance to the Crown and want to be British. We have to do what is necessary to recover those islands.
But the people themselves may suffer from a British invasion. There are already reports that they're terrified about the prospect of a British invasion.
When you stop a dictator, there are always risks. But there are great risks in not stopping a dictator. My generation learned that a long time ago.
Is there any chance of averting the confrontation? Is there any chance at all that diplomatic moves may succeed in the meantime?
We've been trying for many, many years. The fact is that the Argentines revived their claim of sovereignty, I think it was about 66 or 67. Diplomatic moves have been made until now. They have succeeded until now. All of a sudden now they have not succeeded. No one's been more active diplomatically than we have in the last 3 years. After all, there was a very, very successful conference in New York about it at the end of February. In the communique it was described as cordial and friendly. There were positive proposals put forward. We always negotiated with members of the Islands Council with us. What I'm saying to you is those diplomatic moves have failed. And so, of course, we went to the Security Council and did very well to get a straightforward condemnation by the Security Council of Argentina and a demand for the withdrawal. No one can have been more active diplomatically than we have. It failed. We shall go on diplomatically. But it's difficult to see how it could succeed now when it failed before.
Indeed, when it comes to the crunch, can you rely on the support of the United States when it comes to battle with Argentina?
We have to try to recover what is our sovereign territory. We have to recover what is our sovereign territory. That is our problem. In all the diplomatic moves, the United States was magnificent. They went in on our behalf diplomatically. Al Haig was marvelous, and so was President Reagan. And he had a very long telephone conversation with the president of the Argentine, 50 minutes. And even his pleas fell on deaf ears. They have been marvelous diplomatically. To recover British sovereign territory is a British problem, and we will tackle it ourselves. We hope diplomatically to have the support of everyone else. And so many other people have openly condemned aggression. And this is why I say to you, it is important that aggression does not succeed. We've seen enough of it already. If this one succeeds, there'll be other examples of it elsewhere. Therefore, we have a duty to our territory, to our people, but also a duty to see that these aggressive moves do not succeed.
Mrs. Thatcher, you've stated your objective very clearly. You've staked your colours to the mast. You're determined to free the Falklands. If you fail, would you feel obliged to resign?
I am not talking about failure. I am talking about my supreme confidence in the British fleet, superlative ships, excellent equipment, the most highly trained professional group of men, the most honourable and brave members of Her Majesty's services. Failure? Do you remember what Queen Victoria once said? Failure? The possibilities do not exist. That is the way we must look at it. Use all our professionalism, all our flair, every single bit of native cunning, every single bit of professionalism, and all our equipment. And we must go out calmly, quietly, to succeed.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Britain's ambassador in Washington, Sir Nicholas Henderson, has been involved in intensive consultations. Yesterday he saw Vice President Bush and Defence Secretary Weinberger. Today he went to the State Department to see Alexander Haig. He told Mr. Haig it was as much in America's interests as Britain's that an act of aggression on the American continent should be resisted. And he asked Mr. Haig to make public America's opposition to Argentina's occupation of the islands. But he's had one problem. Americans have misunderstood why British ministers have resigned.
Has more of an onus been put on you here in the light of the fact that Lord Carrington has resigned?
Yes, I do think so, because I think people don't quite understand resignation, and I think people felt it was a sign of some weakness, some division of opinion. I felt many people thought there must be some conflict and difference on policy, that there was a sort of soft and a hawkish wings of the government, and I explained to them, which is a fact, that this is nothing to do with it at all. And that the whole country, not just the Conservative Party, but the whole country, the whole House of Commons, wants to take a very resolute stand on this issue.
Thank you, Ambassador.
The resignations in London have certainly made Sir Nicholas's job here that much more difficult. But there's one thing that all sides, the Americans, the British, even the Argentinians, are agreed upon. There's still plenty of time for negotiation. John Suchet, News at 10 in Washington.
Despite the Falkland Islands crisis, English and Argentine students still work happily together, studying for British O-level examinations. The school staff believe that the Argentine government will protect British subjects here, whatever the actions of the Royal Navy, and so far only 3 students are planning to return to England. The British headmaster has strong views on the position taken by Britain.
I consider it, frankly, childish. One would have thought that a country which is so demonstrably superior in military might to Argentina would have had the good sense to... Frankly, I regard it very much like one of my sixth form boys overreacting to a smaller boy doing something childish. I would expect Britain to react rather like I expect one of my prefects to react, and I don't think they're doing that at the moment.
In the center of Buenos Aires, chimes similar to Big Ben ring out each hour over the city from a clock donated by the British 70 years ago, and Argentines shop at their version of Harrods. Britain has 18,000 expatriates here, the biggest British community in Latin America. So far, there's little anti-British feeling here, and the Argentines remain elated over their occupation of the Falkland Islands. But the mood could quickly change if, as most people here now expect, the arrival of the Royal Navy leads to a bloody conflict. Norman Rees, News at 10 in Buenos Aires.
At dawn, the Canberra came back to Southampton under new management. On board over 1,000, mainly elderly passengers who were asked to disembark as quickly as possible after their Mediterranean cruise so that their cabins could be converted into billets for up to 5,000 soldiers. The 45,000-ton liner was already under government orders that were insisting on a quick turnaround. Waiting on the dockside even before Canberra tied up, Royal Marines and paratroopers anxious to get on with the changeover from cruise liner to troopship. Convoys of lorries, some carrying small arms ammunition, lined up behind the customs shed as Canberra came in. Southampton had suddenly started to look like a naval dockyard. And these anti-tank guns looked very much as though they were adding to the effect. The heavy steel girders that will reinforce Canberra's foredeck so that helicopters can land on it were ready and waiting to be swung aboard. The helicopters will ferry troops from Canberra to warships nearer the scene of any activity. For the passengers aboard, it was a strange ending to their holiday. And how did Canberra's captain feel when told he might be sailing to war?
I think I can sum that up by saying that I haven't yet had time to find out what my reaction is.
How many people are volunteering to go, sir?
Apart from the Asian crew, which we employ, which is roughly half the normal complement, almost 100%.
Are they being paid as members of the merchant fleet, sir, or are they coming out of government funds?
The ship is sailing entirely as a merchant ship.
Captain Scott Masson had told the passengers 3 days ago that Canberra had been requisitioned.
Well, the general reaction was rather apathetic. You know, we're on the boat, what time's dinner?
And the bingo went on as usual.
I think we were quite expecting that people at home were going to get the wrong end of the stick, because we heard an overseas news bulletin say Canberra has been taken over by the Royal Navy and the Canberra will go to the Falklands, you see. And I said, oh, God, I said, can you imagine everybody at home saying, they're all going to the Falklands, you know. Why aren't they coming home?
Canberra is now expected to be ready to sail for Ascension Island tomorrow. Jeremy Hands, News at 10, Southampton.
America, once a British colony herself, has learned something this week. Britain still has an empire. Or has she?
Let's not get steamed up, Margaret, just because our Argentinian friend seized a bit of your empire.
The newspapers are calling it the last 19th century war, an operetta looking for a Gilbert and Sullivan. Television is incredulous too.
It all seems like something out of the 18th century, but the British, and for that matter, the Americans, are not amused.
What began as a comic opera incident in a far-off colony has become a major international confrontation.
The editorials are in no doubt, says the Washington Post. The United States has a large and strong interest in seeing British administration of the Falklands restored. Perhaps the most difficult thing for Americans to understand is how a minister can resign on a point of honor. In America, you only resign if you're soundly defeated or you're a crook.
I think the idea of resigning because you've made a mistake or miscalculated is not something that is readily understandable outside Britain. So I've had quite a business explaining what that amounts to.
John Suchet, News at 10 in Washington.
I think the situation is very tense and very difficult, as it has been.
Are you hopeful of a
Do you have a peace package to present to Mrs. Thatcher?
No, I don't have any American-approved solutions in my kit bag. I'm here to conduct discussions freely and openly and see what we can do.
How hopeful are you of a diplomatic solution?
It's too early to say.
Thank you. Think that
Hello, Al. How are you? Jolly good to see you. Long time since I have. But I think
Now, one moment.
How do we do that? Could you close in just a bit, Prime Minister? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, that dinner is still going on, but very few details about it are forthcoming. The official British line is this, that Mr. Haig is being left in no doubt whatsoever of our hardline position, that there is no question of the ownership of the Falkland Islands being discussed at all, and that there can be no question of negotiations until the Argentine troops leave the Falkland Islands. And Mrs. Thatcher has told Mr. Haig that the feelings not only of the islanders, but of the British Parliament and people are of great importance. The clear hope is that Mr. Haig will now go to Buenos Aires and will leave the Argentines in no doubt about our hardline position when he meets them. But in actual fact, it is clear that much else has been discussed here this evening as well. Mr. Haig will have been seeing what the various British options could be if negotiations could be got underway. But in line with the current British hardline attitude, we are being given no details about those discussions or those various options at all. Michael Brunson, News at 10 in Downing Street.
Commuters arrive at Buenos Aires railway terminal for their last day of work before the long Easter holiday. They're suffering the country's worst recession in half a century, and last year saw prices of consumer goods more than double. But while these people might criticize their military government for its economic record, the country is united behind the decision to invade the Falklands.
Well, I agree with the action of the Argentine government, but I think we have many troubles in Argentina, and this is one more. But we will fight for the Malvinas Islands.
I think that Falklands Islands or Malvinas Islands are Argentina's.
The Malvinas are our, I think.
The only other issue that can rival the Falkland Island crisis for public attention here is soccer and the preparation of the Argentine team for their defence of the World Cup. Osvaldo Ordiles, the Tottenham Hotspur player who returned from England at the weekend, has joined his teammates at their training camp on the outskirts of Buenos Aires. And despite the damage that it might inflict on his popularity in Britain, Ordiles says he's proud that Argentinia's flag is flying over the Falklands.
I feel that there are hours, and for me as well, I am very happy that there are hours right now, and well, and I hope that all this problem can be arranged in the peaceful way.
While the Argentine government says it is anxious to negotiate a peaceful solution to the crisis, public opinion here appears to be against ending the occupation of the Falkland Islands. Norman Rees, News at 1 in Buenos Aires.
The NAFI's central distribution depot has been directing a constant stream of goods to places as far apart as Rosyth and Devonport. It's a major operation that's being masterminded by this computer. The naval dockyard at Portsmouth has been getting hundreds of tons of food every day for the past week. Other ports are receiving more. Cigarettes have gone aboard the task force and enough scotch to keep the soldiers and sailors in high spirits. In the officers' mess on HMS Hermes, you might still find some Argentinian wine, but corned beef from the Argentine has now been taken off the shelves of NAFI shops all over the world. Royal Fleet auxiliary ships are sort of floating warehouses, and at least half a dozen of them are being sent to the Falklands. The job of stocking them up is now almost complete, and when it's over, the NAFI will start flying goods out to the Ascension Islands. That's because partially empty Royal Fleet auxiliaries have been diverted there from Gibraltar. John Underwood, News at 10 at the NAFI Distribution Centre.
It's been a race against time. Only the tide now holds back Canberra and her 2,000-strong fighting force. Tugs have started moving away the cranes in readiness for the expected departure in about 2 hours. They face anxious weeks ahead, but the troops aren't showing it. Some Marines sent to Britain after fighting the Argentines during the invasion are on board and itching to get back there. The delays allow precious moments for some. A mother and her baby went on board after being given special permission, while on the quayside, a final cuddle for a paratrooper and his wife. In the bowels of the 45,000-ton liner, welders have been kept busy making minor alterations. One of the helicopter decks continued to give trouble today. Royal Naval helicopters have been keeping a close watch around the security area, and as Canberra prepares to leave, crowds are expected to build up tonight to give her a memorable send-off. Among the last to embark was the band, instruments at the ready. Even at times like this, military music goes along too. No one here would argue with this final message to the troops as they start the voyage south. Brent Sadler, ITN, Southampton.
Could you tell us a little bit about your talk?
We've had very lengthy and detailed discussions on the problem. I leave here impressed by the firm determination of the British government. With respect to this issue, I will proceed to Buenos Aires tomorrow, where I will conduct discussions with the government of Argentina as we continue to seek to be of assistance.
With England barely out of sight, the 2,000 men soon found out this was to be no cruise. The Royal Marines and paratroopers are proud of their fitness, and during the next few weeks they're not going to be allowed to lose it.
All right, two there.
The promenade deck of Canberra had never seen passengers take their exercise like this before. Weapons drill too is a regular activity. These men are going through their paces with a self-loading rifle, the infantryman's standard weapon.
And carry on firing.
Some of the many other types of guns were brought on deck and given an airing. This is fairly basic training, but one of the problems during our journey south is going to be keeping the men occupied and fully prepared for whatever they may be facing. These paratroopers are brushing up with anti-tank rocket launchers. Keeping close company with Canberra is the Elk, another P&O vessel, with her armoured vehicles on board, there to be used by other units with us on board Canberra. The Fleet Auxiliary Plumleaf is with us too, and Canberra has become the first ever British cruise liner able to take on fuel at sea. The helicopter support ship Engadine has been marking our progress from a distance. And so routine aboard Canberra has been established as hectic but useful. And morale among the men is, if anything, higher now than it was when we were cheered out of Southampton. Jeremy Hands, British Television News, aboard Canberra.
As for the task force itself, well, the Ministry of Defence says it's now on course and on time. There have been some mechanical difficulties, particularly with the aircraft carrier HMS Invincible, but a Ministry of Defence spokesman says they are now being overcome. According to naval intelligence, practically every ship in the Argentine Navy is now in port. The lone aircraft carrier, 7 out of 8 of the destroyers, 2 of the 3 frigates, and all the Argentine submarines are now in their naval bases, leaving just 2 of their ships in the South Atlantic. All of which seems to suggest that the Argentines may be anxious to avoid hostilities and continue the search for a diplomatic solution. As for the Defence Secretary, well, Mr. Knott will be keeping in very close touch with events as the crisis deadline approaches, either through the command headquarters at Northwood or through the Ministry of Defence itself. John Underwood, ITN, in Whitehall. At the Ministry of Defence, the operations room was fully manned as the early morning deadline approached. Behind the statue of Field Marshal Montgomery, lights had burned throughout the night. In the naval headquarters at Northwood in Middlesex, Admiral Sir John Fieldhouse was monitoring the position of Britain's hunter-killer submarines. At least 2 of them are thought to be on station around the Falkland Islands. "5 a.m. The Falklands are now blockaded, and theoretically at least, Britain is closer to war than at any time since the Suez Crisis in 1956. But US Secretary of State Alexander Haig was still trying to persuade both sides to avoid hostilities. Just before dawn this morning, he flew into Heathrow Airport on the latest leg of his diplomatic mission.
We're bringing here to the British government for discussion today with Mrs. Thatcher and her ministers some ideas which have been developed on the basis of UN Security Council Resolution 502.
After breakfast at a London hotel, it was off to Downing Street for another round of talks. General Haig looked absolutely exhausted, but perhaps that's not very surprising considering that he's travelled nearly 20,000 miles over the last 5 days. So far this morning, he spent almost 4 hours talking to the Prime Minister and her senior cabinet colleagues.
Prime Minister. Prime Minister.
First, ladies and gentlemen, you'll recall that this morning, I think it was this morning, you'll recall that this morning, and I think it was this morning, upon arrival, I said I was bringing some ideas that we had developed in Buenos Aires. Today we've had an opportunity to discuss these ideas in considerable detail with the Prime Minister and with her senior cabinet. We made some progress in these discussions, but a number of substantial difficulties remain. So we will be returning this evening to Buenos Aires as time is slipping away from us on this subject. Thank you.
Can you say what the main sticking point is, sir?
No, I'm not going to discuss any of the details of the negotiation. It only complicates the process.
You talk of time slipping away. What sort of scale are you talking about? How long have you got?
I've got 2 of you at me, and I can only hear you.
You talk about time slipping away. What sort of scale are you discussing? When do you want to get these negotiations completed?
Well, I think you're as able to assess that as am I. No. There is no truce or no hesitation or pause in any of the military preparations, as I understand them, that are underway.
Talking to Buenos Aires this afternoon, what do they have to say?
Not at all. Not at all.
You're not more.
Thank you.
Yes, we have explored very carefully the ideas that Mr. Hague brought here. There is no doubt that difficulties do still remain. We are both very anxious to resolve this problem by peaceful means, and I think we are very grateful to Mr. Hague for the trouble he has taken and the time he has taken to aid us and the whole world in this endeavor. And he is now going back to Buenos Aires, and naturally we all hope that his mission will prove successful. Thank you very much.
Foreign Secretary, is there any hope is there any chance of the task force being turned back?
Argentine's cabinet meeting this morning was timed to coincide with the peace talks in London. There was tight security, and foreign journalists were forbidden even to be on the same side of the street. Last to arrive was Foreign Minister Costa Mendes, who'd worked most of the night at his ministry. The cabinet remained in session while they waited for communication from London. Argentine sailors relaxed and enjoyed the Easter sunshine as they waited for politicians to decide whether they will have to challenge the British blockade. But while Argentina has taken its navy out of the 200-mile limit, government sources here stress that her planes are still flying overhead and that up to 10,000 soldiers are dug in on the Falklands. The mood here in the country's capital remains relaxed. The only soldiers to be seen, the Grenadiers, President Galtieri's honor guard. They performed the daily ceremony of paying homage at the tomb of San Martin, the liberator of South America, before changing the guard at the presidential palace. Norman Rees, ITN, Buenos Aires.
Hey, come out. We can't sit. Hey, come out. Thatcher.
Hey, before you go to the...
Sorry.
Miss Pym.
Can you tell us anything, Foreign Secretary? I've been having a final talk with Mr. Hague before he departs. He is shortly going to depart, and he will make the statement he said he would give you at the airport. And I've got nothing further to say in the meantime, but we've had a useful talk.
Your points come up.
We have now received some new ideas, and while the parties are considering these ideas, it'll provide an opportunity for me to return to Washington to report to President Reagan prior to proceeding on to Buenos Aires shortly.
Mr. Secretary, how do you define the area of difficulty in your discussions in Buenos Aires and in London, and are you disappointed at the outcome?
Well, I don't describe myself as disappointed or anything else. As I say, we are considering some new ideas.
Could you give us any guidance on what they are, sir?
Not at all.
Mr. Hague, may I ask you one more question? There are reports that Chile has closed its border with Argentina and the Chilean fleet is moving south. Do you feel that this represents a potentially explosive situation in that area?
I think the whole situation in the region is dangerous, and increasingly so, and therefore there's a great urgency in finding a political solution in conformance with UN Resolution 502. I thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
As it's likely that Canberra will be spending long periods at sea, it was essential to prove that she could be replenished by the fleet auxiliaries which are accompanying her. And so one of them, Plumleaf, came close alongside to take a line fired across from Canberra. For this exercise, in which Royal Navy and civilian seamen worked alongside each other, only a communications line was connected between the two ships. But it proved the system could work, and later Canberra will be able to take fuel and stores from her support ships. All this was watched from astern by the small Russian spy ship, which has been following us since soon after we left Southampton. Plumleaf also successfully proved that Elk, with her armoured vehicles on board, can be refuelled by picking up a pipeline trailed between the two ships. A Sea King helicopter brought out some of the more urgent supplies we'd sailed without. The big Sea King didn't attempt a landing, as the dockyard engineers have yet to complete the strengthening of the two helicopter pads fitted to Canberra's decks. And then the Sea King left us as we sailed on towards the equator. Jeremy Hands, British Television News, aboard Canberra.
Every morning for the last 4 years, someone has put a sprig in the hand of Britain's great war hero outside the British Embassy. The embassy staff expect it now. What they didn't expect was a deluge of letters about the Falklands.
In the past, we've had all sorts of problems here. I've been here for nearly 3 years now. We've had a mixed mail, mixed telephone calls, some abusive and some favourable. This time it's been quite extraordinary. We have a mail we can hardly cope with and telephone calls that are almost unmanageable. And it's of 96% wholly favourable, using a brief, not to say barrack room language in support of us.
One here from Florida says, "As a loyal American and lover of world peace, I urge Her Majesty's government to reduce the Argentine Navy to an artificial reef." Well, one of the strongest I have seen was, "Wipe the bastards out, take no patsy advice from Reagan." That was a mailgram from Tucson, Arizona. Here we have, "I can assure you we'd kick the living shit out of the stupid-ass nation that did it. In the grocery and on the street, the prayers, love, and hearts of us are with you," which is pretty unequivocal.
So far, more than 250 letters, and each one will be answered with a diplomatic thank you. One senator, usually outspoken in his criticism of the British government, has no doubts either.
There is no question of our being neutral as between an aggressor and the party resisting aggression.
A view echoed in the streets.
Of course, I would like to see it settled amicably, but I think the British are doing the right thing.
I think that that perhaps the British should go in there and get their islands back.
I think the British are looking for a good fight for that good fleet they have.
John Suchet, News at 10 in Washington.
That's the smiles. Me focus.
Okay, the weapon has fired. You now ditch it. For the sake of this, knock it down again and close it back up for another practice. Cock the weapon. Ginge, cock the weapon. And... Okay, where were you aiming then?
We're actually talking about 3 commando units, plus the 3rd Battalion of the Parachute Regiment. That's 4 combat battalions to land. That's still quite a sizable force. We're talking about 2,000 bayonets there, let alone our artillery, our engineers, our logistics support, our air support. It goes on and on.
You don't sound as if you lack confidence.
None at all. None at all.
Chief's messman. Not much more difficult jobs than that, is there? Beauty now needs a 1 to finish. Must get the exact number. And it's red tornado moving up 2. Next horse to round out.
And the month's middle watches! And the month's middle watches.
The Marines and the scientists had been held for 10 days in Argentina amid growing fears they might become prisoners of war. Finally, 2 military planes brought them into Montevideo to be handed over to the Uruguayan military regime, now getting rather accustomed to taking in those fleeing the Falklands. These new arrivals, though, hadn't left the islands of their own free will. In particular, the 22 Marines on South Georgia had put up some fierce resistance, much more so than at first reported. British sources here say these men inflicted much heavier losses on the Argentines than the 3 dead admitted, bringing down a helicopter, crippling a small frigate. The Argentine military had also brought 7 other Marines, one of them injured with an arm in plaster. These were the men who'd hidden out on the main island in a cave for 3 days. And then the 13 members of the Antarctic survey team. They'd left behind them on South Georgia 2 girls filming wildlife, assured they would be safe. First off the bus at the hotel, Lieutenant Keith Mills, who had personally led the resistance on South Georgia, because he told me those were his orders. Everyone was exhausted but well, he said. Their only problem had been the waiting, not knowing if and when they would be freed. David Smith, ITN, Montevideo.
If the task force sails all the way to the South Atlantic, it will have accumulated a major advantage over the Argentine fleet. After some 3 weeks at sea, the Royal Navy crews will have honed their maritime and fighting skills to a degree of alertness and anticipation seldom experienced before. The British task force is an all-volunteer force, men who joined the services because they wanted to and who recognised that one day they might have to fight for their lives. In contrast, the Argentine Navy is staffed to half its strength by conscripts, young men doing a year in the forces simply because they have to. With their deeply held belief that the Falkland Islands are theirs, doubtless the Argentines will be determined and courageous, but they will not have the degree of skill of the Royal Navy. If the task force has to go to war, one of the first major tests will be of the Harrier aircraft. This naval version of the jump jet was designed primarily to defend Royal Naval ships from air attack, and against the Argentine Air Force that role will be vital. The Sea Harrier has a sophisticated radar in the nose, which enables it to search out enemy aircraft independent of control from the carrier. But its heat-seeking Sidewinder missiles are a close-range weapon, needing to be fired from within a few miles of the target. And the Argentine aircraft the Harrier would come up against, French and Israeli-built Mirage jets, have a similar radar and missiles. So, to win the Battle of the Skies, the Royal Navy Harriers will rely heavily on their superior manoeuvrability, using their swivelling jet nozzles to change course more rapidly than a conventional jet. There are 5 different types of frigates and destroyers in the force escorting the carriers. The oldest ship in the British task force is HMS Yarmouth. She was built 22 years ago, but is still only half the age of many of the ships in the Argentine Navy. HMS Antelope and HMS Alacrity are 2 of the more modern frigates. Built in the mid-70s, they carry anti-ship and anti-aircraft missiles and a radar-controlled gun, which can hit both air and sea targets with great accuracy at considerable range. One of the most modern ships in the fleet is HMS Broadsword, the first of a new type of frigate now costing £125 million each. She carries anti-ship missiles and torpedoes, and the remarkable Seawolf air defence missile that can shoot down enemy missiles in mid-flight and even shells from their guns. If war in the South Atlantic were to start and to remain in the Atlantic, the Royal Naval Task Force should give a good account of itself. But if the decision were taken to try to recapture the Falklands, then Britain's biggest problems would begin. The 2,000 or so Marines in the force are training hard, firing their weapons at targets in the sea, but they have no illusions about the difficulties they would face trying to dislodge the Argentine invaders. As the possibility of going to war gets daily closer, how are the naval ratings on board adapting to the idea?
It's like grind you up inside a bit still, you know, when you think about it, but we've been working up and getting ready for it, so we really haven't sat down and thought about it yet. You know, when we actually get a bit closer and we start closing up and sort of doing it for real, then it's all sinking, I think.
What worries us? The thought of going to war with the Argentinians. Worry anybody, wouldn't it?
But if the thought of war worries the trained professionals in the British task force, it must be worrying the raw conscripts in the Argentine forces much more.
After 7 days at sea, the sight of Freetown in Sierra Leone provided a welcome relief for everyone aboard the Canberra. This steamy city is home for 1,000 Britons, but due to the secrecy of our position right up to the moment of our arrival, only one family had time to bring out the Union Jacks. For the 2,000 troops aboard, the bad news was that there was to be no shore leave. Totally unsuitable conditions was the reason that came down from the bridge. So that meant that the few girls on the quayside had some quite impossible invitations shouted to them from the men on the rail.
You don't fancy read going out in the Falklands, do you?
It was all in good humour, although the confinement was rather frustrating for the troops. And the locals who came alongside in their dugout boats had to go away empty-handed, as the men were not allowed to trade with them because of the risk of bringing infection on board. Indeed, everyone in Canberra has now had to take malaria tablets for our time in the tropics. But Canberra's main purpose for stopping in West Africa has been to refuel and to replenish. And true to her recent reputation, she was only given 16 hours to complete the task. From Freetown, our voyage really does begin in earnest. From now on, we'll be sailing south through potentially hostile waters, so it'll be a sense of great relief for everybody on board when we meet up with the rest of the British Naval Task Force waiting for us somewhere over the horizon. Jeremy Hands, British Television News, aboard the Canberra in Sierra Leone.
We are now well into the second leg of our journey south. Even so, the Falklands are still thousands of miles away. Our protective escort of frigates and destroyers steam alongside us, and everyone seems well pleased with our progress so far.
We have just gone into action stations, and this time it's a real alert. One of our accompanying ships has reported the sighting of a submarine periscope. Our anti-submarine helicopters have just taken off, and we have changed course. Now, it could well be a Russian submarine who's surfaced for its own intelligence purposes.
For the last 2 days, there's been non-stop air traffic between the Hermes and other ships around us, some of the ships joining us only for resupply. We've offloaded the hundreds of tons of ammunition we had hurriedly taken aboard at Portsmouth in the hours before our departure. The Sea King helicopters of the Royal Marines, painted khaki, they call them junglers, are the workhorses of this fleet, and from the moment the sun came up until it went down, they shuttled back and forth, carrying the tons of ammunition boxes in slings underneath them. The contingent of Royal Marines who've travelled with us from Portsmouth have now transferred to Fearless. It's their mothership proper. For 2 weeks and more, we have watched their training and their patience in coping with their cramped, confined quarters below deck. We've seen how difficult it's been for them to maintain training, snatching time on the flight deck between the Harrier jets' takeoffs and landings. It has been an uneasy arrangement, and they are happy to be moving to their own ship. Michael Nicholson, News at 10, with the British Task Force aboard HMS Hermes.
Whatever happens on the diplomatic front, Canberra will, until told otherwise, be preparing for action.
Fires! Checking! Input! Gun!
The 2,000 troops aboard are now fully keyed up, fitter than ever, and indeed very anxious to be better trained than ever. From the stern, they've had the chance to practice with their platoon weapons, firing at rubbish bags dropped overboard for them to aim at. And the men with the short-range but very accurate Sterling submachine guns have had the opportunity to clear their weapons too. But it's the self-loading rifle, the standard weapon for every British infantryman, that will really hold the balance if it comes to close-quarters battle. Below decks, the Royal Marines and paratroopers are being fully briefed on the countryside and strategic points on the Falklands.
This stretches all the way down the harbour to Navy Point and Engineer Point, the entrance into Stanley Harbour.
They know where the Argentine forces are likely to be, and they are learning fast how to get them out of their positions and into a situation where they can be beaten.
On the far side of the hill there.
The Canberra is also receiving the latest intelligence information on the weaponry currently being shipped to the Falklands by the Argentines, and daily lectures inform our troops in how to best deal with them. It's known that the anti-tank weapons could well be called upon. So in the tropical heat of Canberra's sun deck, paratroopers are brushing up their drill on the Wombat 120mm anti-tank gun, which can land a high explosive round with pinpoint accuracy at 1,000 meters range.
Hello!
If any anti-tank training is going to be really effective, you've of course got to have a tank to fire at, and they're in rather short supply in the middle of the South Atlantic. So what they've done is brought along a model Russian T-34 tank, stuck an Argentine flag on it, and it does serve a very useful purpose. The paratroopers say it's coincidental that the model is of a Russian tank, but it gives them a chance to line up their sights on a scale model moving at a scale speed.
What to spot? Good.
The weapon they're using is the Milan, which is guided by wire to its target, and understandably a model and simulator are used whenever possible, as each rocket costs well over £11,000 to fire. The simple truth is that the men in Canberra are now ready to deal with every eventuality they think might lie ahead of them.
Stand by! Get away from slowly! Hello! 120 clear!
Jeremy Hands, British Television News, aboard Canberra.
Jump road! Clear!
Though it's well known that the Prime Minister rises at 6, her official day started at 9:30 today, with that crucial meeting of the inner cabinet to work out a set of proposals to take to Washington by tomorrow. At 11:30, Mrs. Thatcher emerged from Downing Street to join a guard of honour assembled to greet the President of the Cameroons, a clear demonstration that Falkland Islands crisis notwithstanding, it's business as usual. Today, talks with the President. Yesterday, a reception for business entrepreneurs. Tomorrow, a dinner with the Civic Trust. In fact, her aides say few appointments have been cancelled. Since the crisis began, the Prime Minister has let it be known that she's ready to receive information and act on news from the Falkland Islands 24 hours a day. There have been 2 sessions with the American Secretary of State, the last one lasting 11 hours, running into dinner, and followed by 3 hours of telephone conversations between the Prime Minister and senior colleagues and the embassy in Washington. This morning she looked tired. The strain is beginning to show, an observation that she would stoutly deny, and those who work with her, who always express astonishment at the Prime Minister's stamina, say there's no sign that her work pattern is slowing down. As one of them said today, this Prime Minister thrives on crises. Sue Lloyd-Roberts, News at 1, Whitehall.
Argentina has once again warned Britain that it is ready to go to war over the Falklands and that the issue of sovereignty is not negotiable. A statement issued by the ruling military junta, apparently intended to clarify their position, says that all their negotiations with Mr. Haig were conducted on the basis of Argentina's absolute right to the islands. The junta say they're still hoping to negotiate what they call an honourable settlement that might involve some treaties and certain unspecified guarantees. But at the end of it all, we have to have the islands. The junta conclude by saying, we want to make it clear that the Argentine authorities and the people are ready to fight to defend our sovereignty. Meanwhile, 2 members of the junta, the commanders-in-chief of the Navy and the Air Force, have been on the Falklands touring troop emplacements. Up to 10,000 soldiers are now in position there, and military sources claim that a massive airlift of weapons and ammunition to fortify the island is now virtually complete. Argentine's Foreign Minister Costa Mendes goes to Washington on Saturday for a meeting of the Organization of American States and for further talks with Mr. Haig. But the mood in the capital today is deeply pessimistic. Norman Rees, News at 10 in Buenos Aires.
The grim reality of why Canberra is sailing south was never brought home to the 2,000 men aboard more clearly than when they saw the hospital facilities being prepared. 20 tons of medical stores are in this ship and being busily unpacked and made ready. Bandages for flesh wounds, equipment for the surgeons and the operating theatres are all being prepared. And as stretchers are converted into 4 operating tables, carpenters work on preparing the wards. And there's instruction for the men who will have to deal with any casualties.
And that's where they'll be looked after. And the anaesthetic technique we hope to provide will be geared to a rapid recovery. Okay? And then they go down from the recovery, down through and into the ward. And that, gents, is a setup.
The conversion of the cruise liner games room into an operating theatre is underway in the most cramped conditions, with the below-deck strengthening of one of the impromptu helicopter flight decks, making that conversion even harder. The cabaret lounge is being turned into an aftercare ward with 50 beds lying on the carpets, where not so long ago passengers were applauding top singers and comedians. And while the work continues to transform part of the ship into what is being quaintly termed an emergency medical facility, at least one of the medical officers aboard has set himself the extra task of learning Spanish. As he said, just in case. Jeremy Hands, British Television News, aboard the Canberra.
If part of the task force has peeled off to take South Georgia here, does that make sense to you?
Well, it wouldn't make a great deal of military sense. It would make a lot of political sense, because look at it, it's extremely rugged, there's very little there. Perhaps the only accommodation is the remains of the old whaling station and whatever accommodation the occupying Argentine forces have put there. But there would be no difficulty, I don't think, in the Marines taking that over and hoisting the Union Jack. And that in itself, I think, would be a good incentive for the Argentines to start thinking about what's going to happen in the Falkland Islands if diplomacy fails.
Mainly of psychological impact.
Great psychological impact.
Let's move 1,000 miles to the west. What are the priorities for the main task force when it arrives?
Well, as it nears the Falkland Islands, the Admiral has obviously got to make sure that his anti-submarine capability is well and truly established, because they could come under attack from Argentine submarines. How good they would be is debatable. He's also got to prevent the Argentines using any air support or any air resupply to that one and only airfield at Port Stanley, and he can do that in one of two ways. He can either establish an air blockade and shoot down any aeroplane that tries to use that airfield, or he can destroy the airfield, and the Harriers would be quite capable of doing that. So he could, in fact, isolate the whole of the Argentine forces on the island to live with what they've got without reinforcement and without resupply.
Whether or not negotiations have failed, how important is it to get the troops off the ships and ashore?
Well, this is always a very difficult problem, because when troops have been at sea for weeks on end on ships, they're not exactly in full fighting order, and the longer you keep them on board the ship, perhaps the less their efficiency will be when the time comes. So it would seem to me that if diplomacy is obviously going to fail this weekend, and there is no chance of the Argentines changing their minds and leaving the Falkland Islands, then that task force, as it approaches this area, must be given instructions either to move in and land on the Falkland Islands and begin operations to get the Argentines out, or it must stand off outside the range of Argentine aircraft and prepare for a landing as and when the politicians decide it's appropriate to do so.
So briefly, it's in the Argentine interest to keep our men at sea while they go on talking, because they lose their edge.
Oh, absolutely. I think it would be extremely uncomfortable for them to go on being at sea with no chance of landing, and then expect them to be 100% efficient when the time comes to land.
With Mr. Pym's arrival here, a new and more hopeful phase in the peace effort begins. But Mr. Pym immediately made it clear that negotiations would not be easy.
We will do everything we can to try and find a peaceful settlement to this dispute. But I have not disguised from the British people, and I will not disguise from you, that there are real difficulties and real obstacles. But I look forward now to talking again with Mr. Haig, and we will do everything we can to try and find a peaceful settlement. Thank you very much.
Despite those real difficulties and real obstacles, there is considerable optimism here at the State Department. The fact that the British sent their proposals on ahead means that today, for the first time, the Americans have got written proposals from both Argentina and Britain on the table at the same time. As one State Department official said this morning, now we're at the beginning of real negotiations.
The Foreign Secretary spent much of his time on the flight on Concorde doing some last-minute work on the detailed British proposals, including the new ideas he's been talking about. The talks are expected to last 2 days, though depending on progress, that could change. Mr. Pym went straight to the State Department to talk to Mr. Haig. To begin with, they're talking alone, then there's a working lunch, then more talks. After that, Mr. Pym goes to Congress to talk to congressmen about the British position. Mr. Pym is insisting at the outset that all Argentine forces must be withdrawn from the Falkland Islands. Unless there's agreement on that, there can be no progress on any interim arrangement and no progress towards a final long-term settlement. Mr. Pym knows only too well how critical this mission is. Glenn Mathias, ITN, Washington. Significantly, Mr. Pym's first meeting today was with William Clark, the President's National Security Advisor and close colleague of Mr. Reagan's. Then it was into the second day of talks with Mr. Haig at the State Department. A number of ideas are still being explored to bridge the gap between the two sets of peace proposals. That gap is still wide, but Britain on no account wants to be the party that breaks off the talks.
All I just want to say at this point is that we have been at work together this morning, We have a break now, and we are continuing that work this afternoon. And there is nothing further that I can say at this stage. Thank you.
It was then Mr. Haig's turn to go to the British Embassy to continue work over lunch. During a break in the discussions, Mr. Pym insisted he was still trying to achieve British objectives by diplomatic means.
What we're trying to do is to find ways of ensuring that Resolution 502, requiring the Argentinians to withdraw, is upheld. And then we're trying to find ways ahead in the island so that a long-term solution can be found in accordance with the wishes of the people. That's what all the work is all about. And we aren't thinking about anything else at the moment, but everybody knows, and the Argentine knows, that if there is a failure here, which we're working so hard to try and avoid, then you cannot exclude the use of force. Indeed, it might have to come to that, but if there is another way, it would be infinitely better. And that's why we're spending so long trying to find that way.
But you did talk to senators in Congress yesterday.
Yes, I did.
Do you get the feeling that the United States will impose economic sanctions against Argentina if it comes to it?
Well, that's a matter for the administration, and I haven't discussed that with them. I have thought that it would be very helpful if they could impose, if they were able to come to that point of view, but that is a matter for them. I certainly felt yesterday when I went to the Foreign Relations Committee that they were very much in support of Britain. I think we all realize that America supports parliamentary democracy very strongly indeed, and is certainly on our side in this discussion, but in this argument, in this dispute. Of course that is true, everybody knows that. But on the other hand, while they are doing everything they can to negotiate a settlement, then clearly it's inappropriate for them to come down on one side or the other. But I have said and explained, and I think they realize this, that from the point of view of Britain, the British people certainly expect and hope for the moment when they do take that plunge. But remember, that rather envisages the end of the Hague mission, and the best solution for everybody, including Britain, would be the success of that mission.
There was considerable confusion during the day over whether President Reagan would be meeting Mr. Pym. But he had other engagements, like signing legislation, and the White House was saying no decision had been made about whether such a meeting would take place. Mr. Pym, Mr. Haig and their officials are holding more talks here at the British Embassy in Washington this afternoon. Any results from those talks are likely to be put by Mr. Haig to the Argentine Foreign Minister, Mr. Costa Mendes, in the next few days. But the outlook is not promising. Those in touch with the talks say they're not hopeful that any compromise can be agreed before the dispute erupts into military conflict. Glenn Mathias, News at 10, Washington.
Mr. Pym arrived back in London at 9:30 this morning after 2 days of talks in Washington, but with Britain and the Argentine apparently as far apart as ever. The Foreign Secretary brought with him a new set of suggestions from the Americans, which attempt to bridge the massive gap. Mr. Pym took them straight to number 10, where he had a 2-hour meeting with Mrs. Thatcher.
Yes, I've been reporting to the Prime Minister the discussions I had with Mr. Haig in Washington during the last 2 days. We discussed very thoroughly the ideas which he had produced, and we also discussed the British ideas which I took over.
Early this evening, the War Cabinet assembled again. Present for the first time, Sir Michael Havers, the Attorney General, to advise on unspecified legal problems. The Tory party chairman, Mr. Cecil Parkinson, had warned earlier, "We're approaching a decisive phase in the crisis." He reported the party's mood. Mr. John Nott walked across Whitehall from the Ministry of Defence for this evening's meeting, while Mr. Pym came back to Downing Street with the Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Whitelaw, for perhaps the most difficult meeting of the inner cabinet since the crisis started. Accompanied by the Defence Secretary, Mr. Nott.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Secretary of State for Defence has just come over to give me some very good news, and I think you'd like to have it at once.
The message we've got is that British troops landed on South Georgia this afternoon, shortly after 4 p.m. London time. They have now successfully taken control of Grytviken. At about 6 p.m. London time, the white flag was hoisted in Grytviken beside the Argentine flag, and shortly afterwards the Argentine forces there surrendered to British forces. The Argentine forces offered only limited resistance to the British troops. our forces were landed by helicopter and were supported by a number of warships, together with a Royal Fleet auxiliary. During the first phase of this operation, our own helicopters engaged the Argentine submarine Santa Fe off South Georgia. This submarine was detected at first light and was engaged because it posed a threat to our men and to the British warships launching the landing. So far, no British casualties have been reported. At present, we have no information on the Argentine casualty position. The commander of the operation has sent the following message. Be pleased to inform Her Majesty that the White Ensign flies alongside the Union Jack in South Georgia. God save the Queen.
What happens next, Mr. Nott?
Thank you very much.
What's your reaction,
Rejoice at that news and congratulate our forces and the Marines.
Are we going
Good
to
night,
declare war on Argentina, Mrs. Thatcher?
Rejoice.
That was the Prime Minister with some tough words and saying rejoice.
Yeah, sounded great.
The Argentine Foreign Minister, Mr. Costa Mendes, appeared surprised the British had attacked South Georgia while negotiations were still underway, and he postponed a meeting with the American Secretary of State.
For us means no negotiation with Britain for the time being.
Mr. Minister, is it possible to prevent an all-out conflict between Britain and Argentina?
I think that we can prevent the conflict yet.
Argentina has summoned a meeting today of the OAS, invoking the Rio Treaty, the inter-American treaty which calls on the signatories to aid each other against aggression. Some of the foreign ministers arriving were talking about the need to impose sanctions against Britain because of their military action. The Americans, however, are strongly opposed to any strong action being taken. Mr. Hague wants to resume his attempts at achieving a diplomatic solution. Any move against Britain would require a two-thirds majority of the 21 signatories. Mr. Basil Ince is Foreign Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, the only Commonwealth country with a vote.
I am here to assist with other foreign ministers of the region to maintain the peace of the region and of the hemisphere. And any position which contributes to that, to the maintenance of peace, I'll be on that side.
Do you fear that you will be in very small minority when it comes to voting on issues like this?
Well, I don't, it's not a question of being the minority. If the Trinidad and Tobago is to take a principled stand, that's a stand that we are prepared to take.
The diplomatic battle here at the OAS is a critical one for Argentina. The kind of support they get from other South American countries may well help determine their next move, whether to resume peace negotiations through Mr. Hague or put a formal end to them. Glyn Mathias, ITN, at the OAS in Washington.
They'd all asked to go back to the Falklands, and as quickly as they could be turned round, they were going back. The 36 Royal Marines were flown to join the Canberra, to be back with their colleagues, and to have the chance, if the chance arises, to be the first ashore and reclaim what was taken from them. In new kit and with new weapons, they joined the rest of the Marines in high spirits. And with the newcomers, a very special memento from Port Stanley. This flag used to fly over the governor's residence and was taken down long before the Argentines arrived. These men have just one aim, to put it back where it came from. I spoke to some of the men soon after they arrived in Canberra.
It's important for any bloke who's in the forces. If he suffers defeat, the first thing he wants to do is get back and show them, that it wasn't his fault that they were defeated.
You see the civilians looking through the windows, they looked so worried. And you felt if though you'd let them down in some way. But like I say, that's the reason why I wanted to go back, and I think that's what the reason why most of the blokes want to go back.
Now the 36 Marines will slip back into their units and pick up their training with the 2,000 other men on board. And their first-hand knowledge of Argentine soldiers is already proving invaluable. Jeremy Hands, British Television News, aboard the Canberra in the South Atlantic.
Although the Organization of American States meets again today to discuss Argentina's call for unified action against the British, it is here at the Argentine Foreign Minister's hotel in Washington that the real negotiation, if it can be called such, is taking place. During the night, Argentine's foreign minister spent long hours on the phone to his masters in Buenos Aires, and he is now certain that a British attack on the Falkland Islands is imminent. The impression from London is that time is fast running out and that the British will soon make an assault on the islands.
Yes, I would agree. I would tend to agree with that impression. And that is why we are making our best efforts in order to save peace, which is the main aim of every diplomat.
So the British have said they will continue negotiations. The Argentines have not said that. Are you about to change your position?
We haven't changed our position yet, but if there is an offer that could be discussed after the OAS meeting is finished, we can pay attention to that.
So could I suggest that whatever happens at the OAS, it will not alter the British resolve?
Well, this is a very respectable opinion. I respect your opinion, but it's an opinion.
Do you think that it will come to more armed conflict, or do you think that negotiation...
I think my own view is this, that is so unreasonable, so absurd to send 26 warships to the South Atlantic in order to settle a dispute that could be peacefully settled if all the rights and the sovereignty rights are attended, that the general international opinion will certainly change and see this British attitude as an irrational attitude. Excuse me if you are British, I do not intend to hurt the British, I'm just giving my own opinion.
Is that the opinion of your leaders in Buenos Aires?
That is the opinion of our leaders in Buenos Aires and has been expressed not only by the government, but by every political party and by the people which gathered in the Plaza de Mayo twice in order to express their opinion.
HMS Antelope is one of the several ships in the role of guard ship, providing a screen against anything that attacks by air or from on or below the surface. She's modern, sleek, and like all the Type 21 frigates, powerful. On her decks are 6 torpedo tubes capable of launching a highly sophisticated warhead. But her main armament is her helicopter, known affectionately on board as Norman. The Lynx contains equipment to deal with the submarine threat, and she also carries a Sea Skewer air-to-surface missile. On the foredeck, a 4.5-inch gun. It's operated and fired automatically as information on the target is fed into the computers from the bridge.
Portland Point, Wooded to 183, Sphere. Call for fire. Shot. Over this. Shot.
The Defence Ministry has never talked openly about where the British task force is or what it's doing. But today the official spokesmen have been particularly reticent, fueling speculation that some action on the Falklands is imminent. The carriers in the task force will probably keep some distance from the Falklands to keep out of range of Argentine planes and to stretch the abilities of the Argentine submarines. This could be the position tonight. With Argentine fighters able to operate some 700 miles out at sea, the British task force could be some 500 to 1,000 miles northeast of the Falklands. And with the Argentine Navy still thought to be within 200 miles of the Argentine coast, there seems no imminent likelihood of a sea battle. With thousands of Argentine troops defending the Falkland Islands, a full-scale frontal attack by British forces must still be seen as a last resort. But it is highly likely that small groups of special troops have already gone ashore. They could scout round the numerous inlets on the Falklands coast in the search for a landing ground not defended by Argentine troops. Another tempting target for Britain would be the airfield where those Argentine troops and their supplies are flown in. The airfield is away from the town and the civilian population, and if it could be put out of action, the Argentine garrison could be cut off. The Royal Air Force has already shown pictures of their Vulcan bombers converted from the nuclear bombing role to that of conventional bomber, and it's been speculated that they might be used in the South Atlantic. The RAF now refuse to say where the planes are. To reach the Falklands, they would have to fly the bombers from Ascension Island, refuelling them in mid-air. They could probably reach the target of Port Stanley Airport undetected and before Argentine fighters from the mainland could scramble to intercept them. Returning to Ascension Island, they would need to refuel in the air again. The Sea Harrier aircraft from the task force could fly in to bomb Port Stanley Runway 2, but that would mean the carriers themselves coming inside the range of the Argentine jets and risking a major battle with the Argentine forces. Although the British government is hinting at further use of force, it must also be trying to keep the loss of blood and equipment to a minimum until all hope of a diplomatic settlement is given up. There's been speculation, too, that Marines could storm ashore on an isolated part of the Falklands and erect a Union Jack. It could be attractive politically, but by putting British forces on the ground so close to the Argentine defenders, it must seriously increase the risk of bloodshed. But Mrs. Thatcher and her inner cabinet may now feel that nothing short of starting a real conflict will be enough to budge the Argentines from their determination to retain the sovereignty of the Falklands.
With Britain's air exclusion zone about to be enforced and open conflict now an imminent possibility, Argentina is trying to take some preventive diplomatic action to stop Britain from tightening this screw even a little further. But that might not be very easy now. Britain is likely to argue at the Security Council that there is already a resolution dealing with the Falklands crisis on the table. Resolution 502, which calls for the withdrawal of Argentine forces from the islands and which has been studiously ignored by Argentina. And it's very difficult to avoid the impression here tonight that having failed to get any meaningful support from the Organization of American States and isolated by much of world sympathy, Argentina is playing for world sympathy now and trying to play for time. Trevor MacDonald, News at 10 at the United Nations in New York.
The new zone is designed to totally exclude all Argentine ships and planes from the area around the Falklands. In other words, to try to make the Argentine forces loosen their hold because of a shortage of supplies. Whether or not Britain is planning some sort of invasion of the Falklands at the same time is not clear. The first of Britain's declared zones was set up on April the 12th, the 200-mile ring round the Falklands patrolled by unseen British submarines. The threat of attack has been reasonably effective, except for 2 small Argentine auxiliaries thought to have got through. The second defensive zone was announced last Sunday, an air and sea zone round the British task force itself as it made its way through the South Atlantic. Threats to attack Argentine spy planes kept them away, and the Argentines may now have lost track of the fleet's position. And now as the fleet nears the Falklands waters, the zones are combined. Where the British ships will place themselves round the Falklands is not known, but at least one of the carriers might have to be to the west of the islands, between them and Argentina, to give its Harrier jump jets a forward platform for attacking any planes that try to break the blockade. The Harrier fighters are nimble aircraft with the extra ability of using their vertical jet thrust in mid-air to shake off their pursuers. The Argentine Mirage fighters are formidable aircraft though, with a similar radar to the Harriers and similar missiles. The mid-air lineup looks daunting for Britain. Argentina has some 60 Mirage-type aircraft compared to only 20 Sea Harriers in the British fleet. An apparent 3-to-1 Argentine advantage, but it may not be that bad. Availability of aircraft because of technical problems will be a major factor. At least half of the Argentine planes are likely to be unusable, but only a quarter of the Harriers might be out. That cuts the odds to 2-to-1, and in a recent exercise when the Sea Harriers were flying against a similar plane to the Mirage, the Harriers had twice the kill rate of the other plane, so in effect Britain's Harriers should have an even chance. Argentina has some 80 Skyhawk bombers too, but they are designed for operations over land, and particularly with the bad weather around the Falklands, they might not be usable against the British ships. And if they do go into action, some of the British ships are fitted with a Sea Dart missile, which can shoot down aircraft or even other missiles at a range of some 20 miles. While this blockade operation is what Britain has declared it will carry out, it is quite possible that a landing on the Falklands is planned too. The landing ship Fearless, believed to be with the task force, could well make for a beach on the main island. It's widely believed that Britain has already put special forces ashore in small groups to scout out landing sites not mined by the Argentines. And as long as such sites can be found, the big assault boats from HMS Fearless could put a large force of Royal Marines ashore. And against an Argentine force, cut off from its source of supply, the British force could have some chance of success.
Sir Percival's main task is to provide the troops with some heavyweight backup. On her foredeck are 6 105mm guns, a commando battery in fact. Sir Percival will be able to land the guns right behind the infantrymen going ashore, and in a way that can only be described as effective, help clear a path for them. The ship will also be the battery's floating headquarters, the nerve centre for the 350 Marines and soldiers who go with the big guns and see that they can do their job properly. On Sir Percival's flight deck, 3 Gazelle helicopters. They will scout ahead for the battery, and if anything unwanted appears, the Gazelles have pods mounted to their sides to fire 3-inch rockets. Below deck, Sir Percival is hardly spacious. The Knights are small ships, their space valuable. These cramped living quarters are normally not so full when the ships are going about their more normal duties of servicing the British Army in Germany and NATO's northern flank. But a quirk of history has worked in favour of the catering aboard, said to be the best in the fleet. Sir Percival's 56 seamen are all Hong Kong Chinese, a relic of an old agreement with the colony. They work the ship, feed the men either English or Chinese food, and preserve their own community life on board. And despite the obvious communications problems, the ship's officers wouldn't have it any other way. Sir Percival and her 5 colleagues might not be the most glamorous ships in the task force, but without them, any assault landing would be almost impossible. Jeremy Hand's British Television News aboard Sir Percival in the South Atlantic.
Stand up for freedom. Stand up for democracy. That's what it's all about. The people over in the Argentine of Buenos Aires, they aren't elected by the people. They haven't got a parliament to go and answer to. I've got a parliament to answer to. We all have. And all the countries who are supporting us have parliaments elected by the people. And this is what this whole argument is all about. And if we do not re-establish international order, if we do not see that a wrong is righted, then there is a weakness in international order, and that is an interest that every country has, in every continent, all around the world.
May the 1st, Saturday, this war at sea began for us at dawn on May Day. The ships of the task force had already crossed the perimeter of the total exclusion zone, that cordon sanitaire that both sides claim as their own. Our carriers, Hermes and Invincible, are at the center of the battle group, surrounded by their escorts of destroyers and frigates and the Royal Fleet Auxiliaries, supply ships and tankers. By first light, May Day morning, we had already drawn first blood. Even as our Sea Harriers were being loaded with bombs for their first war sortie, we were told an RAF Vulcan bomber had flown the 8 hours from Ascension Island over 3,000 miles away and had bombed the airstrip close to Port Stanley. Below the flight deck, the Sea Harrier pilots from 800 Squadron with a sprinkling from the Royal Air Force were being given their individual combat tasks. 9 aircraft to Stanley, 3 to the airstrip at Darwin, 60 miles east. Their orders: to inflict maximum damage to military installations, radar, fuel dumps, vehicles, personnel, and, in the words of their operations officer, other soft-skin targets. One by one, they waited in turn for the launch spot. Carefully, their ground crews, called grubbers, tucked them in, tightening this strap, easing that, a last-minute check on the ejection seat, another reminder of some irritating minor technical fault. 10 minutes to midday British time, but only just dawn here, and they took off. A familiar sound and a familiar sight this past month in make-believe operational training exercises, but this was for real. Now they faced war in the air. 12 aircraft, 3 bombs apiece, 36,000 pounds of high explosive for 2 tiny Falkland airstrips. It was 25 minutes flying there, 25 back. And for the first time since we'd left Portsmouth, our flight deck was silent and empty. Our destroyer escort, HMS Broadsword, weaved about us. It's our goalkeeper, our protection, armed with Seawolf, the most advanced sea-to-air missile system in the world. Men and boys, some only 16 and 17 years old, scanned the sea and the sky from their ice-cold lookout turrets. The Royal Marines had set up makeshift machine gun positions, port and starboard, for anti-aircraft fire. We all pray never to hear them used. Then there was suddenly a cheer, a formation overhead, a victory roll, a count of the shapes in the sky, and all our aircraft had returned. The grins on the faces inside the cockpits and the thumbs up after the canopies had slid open confirmed their success. One Harrier had been slightly damaged, hit in the tail by a 20mm anti-aircraft shell. But within hours, it was repaired and the aircraft was back flying again.
As we crested over the ridge to run into the airfield, there was a complete blanket of exploding AAA shells at a couple of 100 feet, and a lot of visually laid AAA actually firing at us on the run-in.
How did you feel going into that? Did it give you pause for thought, or were you not able to think when you're moving fast?
Well, for about 2 seconds it scared me farthest, and then after that you just had to concentrate on the job in hand, because we all knew what we had to do, we knew which routes we were taking, and it was just a question of getting as low as you could, weaving around what flank you could, and putting your weapons on the target.
What were you putting down and where?
I took 3 CBUs, and my brief was to run in from the northern end of the airfield across the runway and spread them across the runway into the domestic side, into the aircraft pan.
And could you get any idea whether how well you'd succeeded?
Yes, I think my first bomb probably took out an aircraft which is on the northern side of the airfield, a little light aircraft, and then the remaining 2 rolled across the airfield into the pan, which was actually full of smoke and flames already at this stage.
What did it look like?
The airfield itself was just the airport buildings were just a very large area of fire and smoke and dust. You couldn't actually pick out very little detail in there because there's so much.
Could you see people on the ground?
No, you couldn't see any people. I think they were pretty well down foxholes, but you could see a lot of guns firing.
The reconnaissance photographs showed that Stanley Airport had been damaged, but not as severely as we'd first thought. Only one of the Vulcan bombs had hit the strip, and the mounds of earth showed where the Harrier bombs had landed. Further attacks would obviously be necessary. Later, it was confirmed that while our frigates had been bombarding Argentinian positions close to the airport, they'd been attacked by Argentinian fighter bombers. In the dogfight, pilots from Hermes and Invincible had shot down 3 Mirage fighters and a Canberra bomber. They said that one Mirage had been shot down by the Argentinians' own shore batteries.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. One statement which, if I may read to you. As you know, yesterday before dawn, Vulcan aircraft attacked Port Stanley airfield. Subsequently, there was a follow-up attack by a substantial number of Sea Harriers. The result was a severely damaged runway at Port Stanley airfield and considerable damage to surrounding military installations and stores. Goose Green was also attacked by a number of Sea Harriers. This local airstrip was damaged together with a number of Argentinian military aircraft parked in its vicinity. All our aircraft and crews returned safely. There was only minor damage to one aircraft, which did not affect its capability and which has now, in any case, been repaired. There were no task force casualties. In the late afternoon of the same day, elements of the task force situated within the total exclusion zone bombarded Port Stanley airfield, to reinforce the effects of the bombing and to deter repair work. I should make very clear they bombarded Port Stanley airfield. While this bombardment was taking place, Argentinian fighter and bomber aircraft attacked the ships. They were engaged by Sea Harriers, which shot down one Mirage aircraft. Another of the Argentinian Mirage aircraft is believed to have been shot down by Argentinian gunfire from around the airport. During the evening, the Argentinians mounted a bombing raid on our task force. One of their Canberras was shot down by a Sea Harrier, another was severely damaged. The raid was ineffective. Only one ship was damaged, and that was only superficial splinter damage. The frigate is continuing to perform its operational task. The only casualty was able seaman Ian Britnell from Teignmouth, Devon, who sustained a splinter wound. He is only slightly wounded and able to walk. We have no further reports of further engagements to date. Perhaps I might just make doubly clear, in the last 24 hours, we have lost no aircraft, fixed wing or helicopter. Thank you very much. That is the end of my statement. And I wonder now if the television cameras and recording machines could be switched off.
President Reagan has not been out of the White House today, not even for his Wednesday afternoon horseback ride. Instead, he is being briefed throughout the day on the Falklands crisis, and his administration is working round the clock to stay in touch with the interested parties. And the man who still bears the brunt of that is Secretary of State Alexander Haig, who met the Spanish Foreign Minister today to discuss yet another peace plan. Washington today has seen an intense bout of diplomatic activity with Mr. Haig at the center of it.
I think this is a very sensitive period in the crisis, and it serves no purpose for me to engage in public speculation about the situation other than to underline once again the support of President Reagan for a political solution to this crisis, and as early as possible.
Are you actively engaged in the process right now, Mr. Secretary?
I've never been disengaged.
One man who knows that is Britain's ambassador, Sir Nicholas Henderson, who came to see Mr. Haig once again today to deliver to him the British government's response to the Peruvian peace plan. Mr. Haig expressed his concern at the loss of life, but the United States is not trying to persuade Britain to stop fighting.
Argentina says Britain has sunk its cruiser. The Defense Secretary says Britain's got a right to invade the Falklands. Good evening. The Argentine Chiefs of Staff have reported on television in Buenos Aires tonight that their cruiser, General Belgrano, is presumed sunk after a British torpedo attack. They gave no word about her crew of 1,200 men. The weather there is bad and said to be freezing. The General Belgrano was Argentina's only cruiser, an elderly ship that some British naval experts are surprised was on a mission at all. She was attacked by a nuclear-powered submarine just outside the maritime exclusion zone off the South Falklands. The Minister of Defence in London says the cruiser and her escorts were a threat to British forces and had been dodging in and out of the zone. It's possible she may have been trying to see if a British assault force was on its way. From Buenos Aires, a report by Norman Rees.
News of the probable loss of the General Belgrano was read to international journalists by a somber-faced Argentine government official. Sources here say that 5 Argentine ships have been searching for the badly damaged cruiser since it was hit by British torpedoes sometime yesterday. Reports of the sinking of the 13,000-ton vessel, the second biggest ship in Argentine's navy, has just been broadcast to the nation by Argentine television. The cruiser, built in the United States and a survivor of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, had a crew of more than 1,000. There is no news of whether there are any survivors. The cruiser was hit while patrolling south of Estado Island off the southern tip of Argentina in some of the world's most inhospitable seas. It's the first loss of a naval ship the Argentines have admitted. And the question Argentines are asking tonight is why the British fleet attacked the cruiser when it was outside the total exclusion zone and was not defying the British blockade. Norman Rees, ITN in Buenos Aires.
The Defence Secretary, Mr John Nott, has said tonight that Britain has the right to invade the Falklands. He said it to our political editor, Glyn Mathias, at his news conference. He said military pressure was not an end in itself, but it would go on unless Argentina withdrew its forces.
So it is our solemn purpose to achieve the military objectives to which reluctantly we have been compelled, using the minimum of force and with the least loss of life on both sides, commensurate, of course, with our overriding duty to defend our own ships, aircraft and men. I do not pretend that our forces face an easy task. Early success is certainly encouraging. We are confident that our mission will be successful, but we will never be overconfident, nor will we boast of our successes. In conclusion, perhaps I can quote the most famous of all our naval heroes, Admiral Nelson, who said before Trafalgar, I believe, that magnanimity in victory will be the main aim of the British fleet.
Does the right to self-defence include the right to invade the island if necessary?
We have always, from the very outset, said that we would operate in self-defence under Article 51 of the Charter. These islands are British. British people are on these islands, and certainly we have the right under Article 51 to recover them.
So the right to invade the island would be included under self-defence, in your view?
Most certainly, most certainly.
Brazil says it will sell to Argentina an unspecified number of modern anti-submarine and naval reconnaissance planes. This morning, Latin America heard that Argentina's cruiser had been torpedoed. Soon afterwards, an Argentine patrol boat was sunk and another warship, possibly a corvette, was damaged by missiles from British helicopters. John Underwood has the details.
The attack on the General Belgrano was said to be fully in accordance with the rules of engagement issued to British forces in the South Atlantic. We now know those rules of engagement are wide-ranging and allow the task force to attack any ships or aircraft that come close to the fleet. What happened yesterday was that Belgrano, along with its 2 escort vessels, came close to the edge of the 200-mile total exclusion zone. The pre-Second World War cruiser, which once survived the attack on Pearl Harbor, was not destined to have quite so much luck off the Falkland Islands. The Conqueror, a nuclear-powered hunter-killer submarine, which may have been tracking the Belgrano for several days, loosed off 2 torpedoes. They may have been guided Tigerfish torpedoes, but they may also have been standard Mark 8 weapons, which could have been fired in quick succession, hitting the elderly ship between the waterline and the keel. The ship was badly damaged, and it seems it may now have sunk. In the second incident, an Argentine naval auxiliary patrol boat opened fire on a Sea King helicopter. The Sea King radioed its position and made off, but 2 Lynx helicopters armed with Sea-Skua missiles flew to the scene from HMS Hermes and attacked the Argentine patrol boat. It sank almost immediately. The helicopter dropped life-saving equipment, but was reported as giving up the search for survivors when its fuel supply ran low. Soon afterwards, another larger Argentine vessel came under attack from the same helicopters. Submarines are one of the main fears facing the task force, and when the Argentine patrol boats attacked the Sea King helicopter, it was almost certainly scanning the seas around Hermes with sonar, searching for Argentine submarines. But after 3 days of hostilities, where do we go from here? One view from retired Admiral Weems.
I think we're moving in very well constituted steps with meticulous planning before each, remembering all the time that we are not there to kill people. We are there to get the Argentinians out of the Falklands.
But will it be possible to get the Argentines out of the Falklands without killing people?
I believe so personally, and I also believe we are moving in this step-by-step manner with that aim.
Tonight, government sources are trying to play down the possibility of an imminent invasion of the Falklands, but speculation continues that with little sign of a diplomatic solution, the chances of a landing remain strong.
The Argentine patrol boats, which came under attack, had been spotted by a Sea King anti-submarine helicopter on a surface search operation. They fired at the helicopter. The pilot of another Sea King describes what happened when the Lynx attack helicopter was alerted.
The Lynx helicopter then closed the hostile contact and attacked with two Sea Skua missiles. Shortly afterwards, he reported 2 missiles hit. He then went inbound to investigate the damage he'd caused. He then reported that the contact had sunk. A second Lynx helicopter was tasked to look for survivors. Whilst he was looking, he was fired upon by another contact. He was given permission to attack that contact and did. He was then asked to look for survivors, but being short of fuel, he then returned to his ship.
The Foreign Secretary, Mr. Pym, told a news conference at the United Nations in New York that diplomatic efforts for a peaceful solution would go on. "We'll keep in touch," he said. But he flew back to London tonight without committing Britain to any specific peace plan. Our diplomatic correspondent Trevor MacDonald reports from New York.
The Foreign Secretary, Mr. Pym, was at the UN to see the President of the Security Council. After his meeting, I asked the Foreign Secretary whether he felt that escalating military action was going to force the Argentines to the negotiating table.
They are occupying that land unlawfully, and they ought to go. That's the way to bring peace back, and I think that the military action, which we hoped to avoid because we hoped that sense would prevail in Buenos Aires, that action, I hope, will cause them to change their minds. And all I can say is that in the case of the cruiser yesterday, that posed a serious threat to our forces, and so they took action. We had a helicopter that was attacked by 2 ships, and they received the appropriate response. So I hope that as a start, at any rate, the Argentines will respect that total exclusion zone, respect it, and we're there to protect what is British territory. And the choice is really theirs. We don't want to make any further attack on them or anything at the moment. We want them to withdraw.
My comment would be that that is a clear case of gunboat diplomacy that was widely practiced during the 19th century, mainly by the great imperial powers. And that is clearly intended to attain diplomatic victory through military force.
A UN spokesman said this afternoon that the Secretary-General had postponed a trip to Africa and that all Security Council members were being briefed today about ideas for a settlement put to Britain and Argentina within the last 48 hours. Those ideas, Mr. Pym has said, he'll take back to London for consideration. But any progress on them in the near future is rather doubtful, because before leaving here, the Foreign Secretary said that he did not see an active negotiating role for the United Nations in the near future. Trevor MacDonald, ITN, at the United Nations in New York.
Mrs. Thatcher has decisions to make tonight and tomorrow. She's now back in Downing Street after a weekend at Chequers. Our political editor says she'll see her inner cabinet first thing tomorrow, then a full cabinet, then to the Commons for questions and a statement, probably by Mr. Pym. She needs to decide the next diplomatic and military moves over the Falklands and whether or not to brief the Liberals and Social Democrats, now that Mr. Foote has turned down all party talks.
May the 4th, Tuesday. Sudden change in the weather. The sea is calm, visibility to the horizon. Action stations at 10 minutes past 1. There's a red alert. At 20 minutes past 2, we can just make out smoke 10, possibly 15 miles away. HMS Sheffield, one of our pickets, on the edge of the battle group, has taken a direct missile hit. She is on fire. Helicopters with medical teams and extra firefighting equipment are sent to the blazing ship, but as each one returns, the pilots confirm that the fire is winning. The order is to abandon ship. Smoke pouring from the hole in the starboard side, just above water level. Casualties are medevaced back aboard Hermes and other ships around us. They tell us the Exocet missile hit amidships, blasting upwards into the operations room and forwards into the galley. The missile's unspent rocket fuel turned the center of the ship into a fireball. Men are horribly burnt, made worse by the nylon and polyester overalls and trousers they were wearing. They say the ship was filled with smoke in 20 seconds. They couldn't see or breathe the smoke. And without electrical power, the fire hoses didn't work. Survivors dozed where they could find space, crouched where they could in the darkness below deck. Many were shocked and disbelieving. They said we had no warning. Others saw the missile coming, but they had no time even to shout the alarm. The ship, they said, seemed to explode, and there was suddenly fire everywhere.
I can tell you that we're talking about seconds to react rather than minutes. And I'm sure you will appreciate that a missile which comes in less than 12 feet off the deck at very high speed, many hundreds of miles an hour, gives us a very short time of response. And we saw it at a stage at which there was really no time to do anything other than for those who were in the immediate vicinity of the small number of people who saw this missile appearing, only had time to say take cover. And we're talking about 3 or 4 seconds later, the missile striking HMS Sheffield.
How much effect did it have?
Devastating. It hit the center of the ship, which is the center of all operation, both mechanical and detection and weapon system-wise, about 6 feet above the water level, damaged 2 large compartments, and when inside the ship, exploded, and exploded outwards and upwards. And we're actually talking about 15 to 20 seconds, I know it sounds incredible, but 15 to 20 seconds before the whole of the working area of the ship, and I'm talking about 1/3 of the ship, the center portion, was filled by black, acrid, pungent smoke.
Could you describe, in your own words, what happened the moment after, how the men reacted, how you reacted, what
The men were quite incredible. I think we were extremely fortunate that Sheffield has been at sea since, away from the UK, since the 17th of November. Which may sound a long time. We were actually due to go back at the beginning of April, but we were diverted for this emergency. And there are some positive sides to that. Really, that the ship's company get to know each other. We knock off all our round corners, square corners. Morale was really at an incredibly high level, and teamwork was really excellent. My overriding impression throughout the 5 hours that we tried to fight this damage.
5 hours?
5 hours, through which we tried to fight this damage, was of immense calm, common sense, and careful thinking by really every member of the ship's company.
How were you able to go about fighting the damage? You had your power knocked out, you had your command signalling system knocked out. How were you able to do that?
We weren't. Initially, our biggest problem was the smoke, the type of smoke which you cannot possibly breathe in, and the fact that our firefighting water system was completely cut off. We had no fire pressure, no fire main pressure with which to fight the fire, and we could not get below decks anywhere near the scene of damage, which was fairly extensive within 2 minutes of hitting.
And you knew there were men down there?
Yes, but we didn't know how many. And this, I think, is where we were fortunate in having been together as a team for so long. And I have no doubt that the ship's company really saved themselves largely by their own sensible efforts. They were quite remarkable.
What was it that finally made you decide to give up that fight, to abandon the ship?
I think we started thinking that we were on a losing wicket when we realized the fire was spreading. The decks were hot on the upper deck. You could feel the heat of the deck through your feet with shoes on. The superstructure was steaming. Paint on the ship's side was coming off. The area around the initial area where the missile penetrated the hull was glowing red. It was white hot and red hot. The flames we could see coming out of the hole. The extent of damage was such that we knew that there is no way in that class of submarine, that class of ship, that you can possibly fight that ship again with that amount of damage.
It would have been useless if you'd saved it.
Even if we saved it and went back on board, there is no way that that ship could positively contribute to this group.
You went back later by helicopter to see it. Even then, you were certain you'd made the right decision to abandon.
I have no doubt at all, I'm afraid. We went back by helicopter about 7 hours after the explosion, and the whole of the center section was a roaring mass of flame. That is the whole of the working area of the ship.
It was your decision to abandon the ship?
Yes, it was.
How did you feel when you gave that order?
Awful.
You'd known the ship some time?
Yes. Not as long as the rest of the ship's company, because I only joined it abroad in January. But the rest of that ship's company had been together for a long time. It's a very good ship. I'm sure every captain would say that their ship's company is the best afloat. But I certainly believe that mine was.
Captain,
I'd just like to finish, if I could, and say that the other part of the decision to abandon was the fact that we were taking part, or taking the attention of other ships and units in the area at a time when we were subject to attack. We had no hope of retrieving the fighting capability of that ship. The fire had extended to an extent that was dangerous with regard to our own ammunition magazines and missile magazines. And the ship's company, all of them, were on the upper deck and had been on the upper deck in very cold conditions for 5 hours. We were not winning that fire, beating it. We were losing.
Late afternoon Tuesday, and a second blow to the task force. In a further attack on Stanley Airfield, a Harrier from Hermes has been hit by ack-ack fire. Flight Lieutenant Nick Taylor is missing, presumed dead. Pilots later confirmed that his plane exploded on the bombing run-in.
HMS Sheffield hit by Argentine missile, some casualties feared. Crew abandoned burning ship, all those picked up. One Sea Harrier shot down, the pilot is killed. Mrs. Thatcher tells of worry I live with hourly. Argentina says 680 rescued from the General Belgrano. Good evening. The British destroyer HMS Sheffield has been hit by an Argentine missile and destroyed off the Falklands. All the crew who abandoned ship were picked up, but the Ministry of Defence says it's feared that there were some casualties. And in new bombing raids over the Falklands, a British Sea Harrier jet from the task force was shot down today. The pilot was killed. Next of kin are being informed. Special telephone numbers for relatives of men aboard the Sheffield have been issued, and we'll be giving them in a few minutes. The Sheffield, a Type 42 destroyer, was apparently hit by an Exocet missile fired by an Argentine plane from a range of more than 20 miles. The ship caught fire and is now reported to have sunk. This is how the Ministry of Defence announced the loss of the Sheffield a short time ago. Here's the spokesman.
In the course of its duties within the total exclusion zone around the Falkland Islands, HMS Sheffield, a Type 42 destroyer, was attacked and hit late this afternoon by an Argentine missile. The ship caught fire, which spread out of control. When there was no longer any hope of saving the ship's company abandoned ship. All who abandoned her were picked up. It is feared that there have been a number of casualties, but we have no details of them yet. Next of kin will be informed first as soon as details are received. Further air operations were also conducted over the Falkland Islands today. The Vulcan attack on Port Stanley Airfield carried out this morning was successful, and the aircraft involved returned safely. In the course of Sea Harrier attacks, one of our aircraft was shot down. The pilot has been killed. His name will be announced after we have confirmation that his next of kin have been informed. All the other Sea Harriers returned safely. The task force is continuing with its operations as planned. A statement will be made in the House of Commons tomorrow when further details are known.
HMS Sheffield was carrying 270 men when she was attacked and sunk by the Argentine Air Force. Hit by a missile, she caught fire and it spread rapidly. Built by Vickers at Barrow, HMS Sheffield was commissioned in 1975. She carried one Lynx helicopter armed with Sea Skua missiles, and the ship herself was armed with Sea Dart missiles. The Sea Darts are very sophisticated, but in order to combat Argentine Exocet missiles, the Sheffield would have needed the short-range Sea Wolf system. It's understood tonight the plane which attacked the Sheffield fired 2 Exocet missiles from more than 20 miles away. One missed. One is thought to have scored a direct hit on the ship's operations room. It's also known that a Sea Harrier jump jet has been shot down and the pilot has been killed. Throughout the day, Vulcan bombers and Sea Harriers carried out further sorties against airfields on the Falkland Islands. According to the Ministry of Defence, the airfield at Port Stanley is now out of action. The captain of HMS Sheffield was Captain James Salt. Born in 1940, he took command of the ship just 4 months ago. He's married and lives at Petersfield in Hampshire. The man who conducted the first sea trials on the Exocet missile was Admiral Martin Weems. Martin, how sophisticated is the Exocet missile system?
It is a small missile. It is very effective and very reliable. I am familiar with the surface version, but I have every reason to suppose that the air-launched version is the same sort.
Now, if there has been a direct hit on the operations room, how many men do you think would have stood a good chance of getting off the ship?
I find that almost impossible to answer, but the operations room is in the center of the ship, which would be the target for this missile.
Are many of the crew actually located in that area when the ship is at full operational strength?
Indeed, sir.
Do you think there would have been a battle as this happened, or would it have all been over very quickly?
The Exocet is a sea-skimming missile. It goes the height of a room above the surface of the sea, very fast. Once launched, it's extremely difficult to stop.
How, in fact, would you stop an Exocet missile?
Close-range weapons and luck.
What sort of close-range weapons would you be thinking in terms of?
Guns. There's nothing else that can get down that low. It's a very nasty little weapon.
Now, do you think that the sinking of HMS Sheffield will lead to any change in the rules of engagement in the South Atlantic? Do you think the battle will now be stepped up?
No, I do not. I truly do not. We have our purpose firmly in mind, which is to persuade the Argentinians to leave the Falklands.
Very briefly, Admiral Weems, your thoughts this evening on the loss of the Sheffield?
These people are friends of mine. I'm very sad.
Admiral Weems, thank you very much indeed for joining us this evening.
Now these are the special phone numbers for relatives of men from HMS Sheffield to ring for news. In London, 218-3253 or 4. The code from outside London is 01. In the Rosyth area, Inverkeithing 412191, the code is 0383. In the Faslane area, Helensburgh 71125, the code is 0436. In Plymouth, 666666, the code is 0752. Portsmouth 827671, the code is 0705. Chatham 812771, the code is 0634. We'll give those numbers again at the end of the programme. The opposition leader, Mr. Foote, described tonight's news as grave and tragic. There's expected to be a common statement either later tonight or tomorrow. Earlier today in the Commons, Mrs. Thatcher strongly defended the attack on the Argentine cruiser the Belgrano. She said everyone regretted the loss of life, but Britain's first duty was to protect its own forces.
There'll be a statement to Parliament tomorrow about the latest developments, including the loss of the Sheffield. The Commons this afternoon showed it was already concerned about the way the fighting in the South Atlantic was developing with the sinking of the Argentine cruiser, the General Belgrano. Mrs. Thatcher justified that action by saying the government's first duty was to protect the lives of British servicemen. There was clear evidence, she said, of aggressive intent by the Argentines. The Belgrano and the two escorting destroyers posed an obvious threat to our forces. Had we left it any later, it would have been too late. But the Labour leader, Mr. Foote, wanted a much fuller explanation. What political control had there been over this development? Mrs. Thatcher replied, the task force is clearly and was clearly under political control. The Defence Secretary, Mr. Knott, also found himself defending the government against opposition accusations about the sinking of the Belgrano. The task force commander could have ignored the threat from the cruiser only at his peril, he said. Tackled by Mr. Dennis Healy for Labour, Mr. Knott confirmed the 3 Argentine ships had been 30 to 35 miles outside the total exclusion zone, only hours steaming time away from the task force. He refused to be more precise than that because he said that would reveal the position of the task force.
London awoke to the latest news of the Sheffield and her casualties. Commuters pouring through Waterloo Station busily studied the headlines and the overnight details. Some were still unaware it had happened. Others were horrified by the full facts. In the Thames sat the old sea dog HMS Belfast looking sombre. Nearby, the office workers crossed London Bridge. Their reaction was mixed.
Well, complete shock, and certainly the need for a political solution to be found. I was sad, disappointed that it's happened.
Did you think it was inevitable?
I think it would have been nice if there'd been some diplomatic moves first. So I don't think it was inevitable, really.
And I rather expected it would happen at some stage. I think it was inevitable when you have missiles like the Exocet. There's absolutely no escape from them. I think it was predictable. Obviously, we're very sad.
Can we just ask you how you felt when you heard about HMS Sheffield?
I thought it was a real waste. Silly, I mean, there's no need to fight a war.
You don't think so?
No, it's stupid, because either way there's going to be a diplomatic solution. So there's no need to fight a war in the first place. They should sit down and talk about it.
One of anger.
Why was that?
Because we should have taken more precipitate action.
Do you not believe we have done already?
I don't think we've done enough. I think we ought to go in a bit more strongly. And with the possibility of destroying the areas from which the other planes are operating.
While France are allowed to sell missiles like that to fascist countries, well, you can expect it. Pity the United Nations don't do something about it.
It's just the lives, actually. That's the bit, you know, for a piece of land so far away. Seems very, very disappointing.
Very sad. Greatly concerned.
Did you think it was inevitable that something like that would happen?
Yes, yes, definitely.
In Trafalgar Square, the attack was the main topic of conversation in a multitude of languages, and above the tourists towered Britain's greatest naval hero, Lord Nelson. Terry Lloyd, News at 1, Central London.
The calls from distressed families for news about their men went on all night. The Nelson land base in the city is coordinating the operation for next of kin. But in the large naval estates around Portsmouth, where many of Sheffield's crew come from, the grief is being shared by all the wives. Karen Murfin's only source of information was on news bulletins.
Many of the officers I spoke to are amazed that a missile from an aircraft could do such apparent damage. News bulletins are awaited keenly for further details.
She last saw her husband in November. Since then, Kevin, who's a stoker, and his shipmates were in the Mediterranean before going to the Falklands. Chief Petty Officer Stephen Ball is one of the lucky ones. His wife can't believe he's coming home.
I know what my feelings are going to be. I should burst into tears. You know, I've been fairly controlled up to now, but I think when he comes home I am going to break down.
Have you any message at all for the wives of those unfortunate sailors who have perished?
I think we all feel extremely sorry for them. I only hope that the loss of their lives will achieve something.
The full list of casualties from the destroyer still isn't known.
Well, it's come as a shock to everyone. I mean, it didn't really sink in what's happened, but everyone wants to get in there now and get our own back.
Do you know many of the people on board?
I know everyone on board.
Every single one. What sort of ship was she and ship's company?
She was great. That's why she was called the Shiny Chef. The elite of the fleet. It was great.
Even though the people are no strangers to famous sea battles, the shock of losing their destroyer and as many as 30 men has left an emptiness not witnessed here since the last war. But for the women and children, life goes on. And for Karen Murfin, the long wait for information ended suddenly.
You've just heard of what the latest news is. What have you been told?
He was picked up and they didn't know if there was any injuries yet.
While the city pays its respects by flying the Guildhall flag at half-mast, the Navy's Welfare Department has taken on the grim task of making contact with all the families who've suffered losses. Brent Sadler, News at 10, Portsmouth.
HMS Sheffield was apparently on the outer perimeter of the task force, 70 miles from the Falklands, when she was hit. The Royal Naval ships worked together as a group, using their different weapons for the benefit of the whole force. At the centre of the group are the carriers Invincible and Hermes, the most valuable ships on the force. Some of their Harrier aircraft are airborne continually, searching for enemy planes approaching the fleet. The Harriers provide the long-range air protection for the fleet, but yesterday they were unable to stop the attacking Argentine planes. Inside the Harrier screen are the air defence destroyers, of which HMS Sheffield was one. There are 5 destroyers with the fleet, fitted with anti-aircraft missiles of over 20 miles range. If enemy planes get through the Harrier screen, these ships should be able to use their missiles to stop the planes. But yesterday the anti-aircraft defences failed. 3 Super Étendard bombers, like these French Navy jets, but with the Argentine planes probably flying from mainland bases, attacked the fleet. Argentina ordered 14 of these new French planes, but only 6 are thought to have been delivered. The planes were apparently spotted on task force radar 60 miles from the fleet, but the Sea Harriers couldn't stop the planes, which could have fired their missiles 40 miles from their target. Sheffield's Sea Dart defensive missiles didn't have the range to hit the planes that far away. The Exocet missile is radar-guided and has the reputation for being impossible to stop once launched. Flying at some 600 miles an hour, it has a colossal punch, and as these slow-motion pictures of a test firing show, the missile punctures the side of a ship and explodes inside. This photograph was taken after a test firing of the Exocet and shows the devastating damage it inflicts. The missile aims for a ship's operations room packed with radars, computers and automatic sensors that control the weapons. With the operations room hit, a ship is dead. HMS Sheffield was completed in 1974. It's come as something of a shock to the Royal Navy that such a modern ship, costing over £100 million each to build today, can be destroyed by a single missile. Sheffield tonight appears still to be afloat, which may mean the missile hit the superstructure, which is made of aluminium and apparently burned fiercely. Sheffield's defences against missiles were few. Her sea darts are ineffective against Exocet, and her electronics probably inadequate to jam the missile's radar. With adequate warning of the missile attack, she could have fired chaff into the air, clouds of aluminium foil, which to the missile looks like the target. One missile missed Sheffield yesterday, so chaff may have been used. One weapon that might have saved Sheffield is the new Seawolf anti-missile missile. Even it, though, is not proof against Exocet, and it's so new only 2 ships in the task force carry it. Both Argentine and Royal Naval ships in the Falklands zone carry the Exocet ship-launched missile, so the 2 navies are matched at that level. But the Argentine air-launched missiles are still clearly a threat, as are the 2 Argentine submarines said to be still shadowing the task force.
There's no mistaking the feeling of desolation here. 10 of the dead came from the Portsmouth area, most from this naval married quarters at Gosport.
Reverend Webb, you've had the job this morning of telling the women that their husbands are missing. What sort of a morning have you had?
Very fruitful one in many ways. It's not a very nice task when you have to go out and tell somebody some bad news, but it's been marvellous to see the amount of support that these families have had from their own families, from neighbours, from friends, and really the strength of some of these ladies is really remarkable. The resilience is superb.
One sees them, I think, accepting what they have to accept and being supported in a time that's obviously very difficult for them, and one we won't know the full effect of for some months yet, because obviously initially there is so much shock at what has happened.
For the naval chaplain and the parish priest, it has been a long 24 hours informing relatives and counselling. Already several support groups have been set up. Many know their men are safe, but everyone shares in the sense of loss for those whose men are missing.
We feel so sorry for them. It could have so easily been us. You know, I can't really begin to describe how I feel for them.
And the anxious waiting goes on, with the fear that tomorrow might bring news of more deaths, more injuries. The war that seemed so far away is real enough now. Joan Thurkettle, News at 10, Gosport in Hampshire.
7th of May, Friday. Action stations again. We live half our lives now in these asbestos anti-flash, anti-burn masks, but after Sheffield's casualties, we don't complain. The weather has turned around again. We are in fog. The Met Officer says the Falklands has 5 days of fog a year, and this is the 6th. Visibility is less than 400 yards. Our Harriers cannot fly. Air activity has been reported over the Falklands, but if our aircraft take off in this weather, they'll probably not get back. Our standby Harriers wait on the flight deck, their engines running. The pilots praying they'll not be given the order to fly. We are on red alert again. Argentinian aircraft are approaching us 60 miles away, just beyond our envelope of fog. They are thought to be carrying the Exocet missile. An hour later, we are told that 2 Sea Harriers from HMS Invincible collided in the fog after takeoff. Both pilots are missing, presumed dead. The 8th of May, Saturday, the fog has lifted and we are allowed to overfly Sheffield. It's 4 days now since she was abandoned, but she refuses to sink despite the gaping hole in her side. Somewhere below, she's still burning. Smoke curls out of one of the hatches, distorted by the heat. afloat and drifting with the currents, silent and gutted, a tomb for those who died inside. We have completed our first week of war, and we are about to begin our 6th week at sea. And we seem constantly now in bad weather as we approach the Antarctic winter. The men of the task force have been told to prepare themselves for a long, cold winter of attrition. Michael Nicholson, ITN, with the British task force off the Falkland Islands.
Waiting to speak to me in New York now is one of the Argentine team at the UN, Mr. Jorge Herreras Vegas. Mr. Vegas, what has happened to generate this general mood of progress?
What happens is that the good offices of Secretary General Pérez de Cuellar are starting to have some positive results, in the sense that he is finding some common ground between the position of the parties. We, the Argentinians, have a firm hope that a negotiated solution can be achieved.
Are you now willing to negotiate about sovereignty unconditionally?
We are adopting a very flexible position in order to accommodate British positions. And one of them had been the very clear statement of Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Costa Mendes, last Sunday, in the sense that sovereignty is not a precondition for Argentina to talk.
Can we be clear? Is sovereignty, or is it not, something there can be unconditional negotiations about?
In accordance to the declaration of Minister Costa Mendes, we can negotiate without preconditions.
You're willing to sit down and talk about sovereignty without any guarantee that at the end of the negotiations you will be given it?
Well, you are putting too precise words. You know that the possibilities of accommodation sometimes are not to try to make Pythagorean theorems of diplomacy.
But you've said in the past, spokesmen have said in Buenos Aires, that the Malvinas, as you call them, are yours and will stay yours. Have you shifted from that position?
The Argentine people is not going to shift from that position, but one thing is a position, and another thing is a determination to negotiate. We have expressed a week ago, in response to the Secretary General's ideas that were addressed to us, that Argentina is prepared to negotiate. And to negotiate means exactly what it means, to negotiate.
Negotiate without any guarantee that at the end of the road they'll be given to you?
We hope that at the end of the road the negotiations are going to conduct for sovereignty given to Argentina. But that is our position, and nobody can expect to us not to have that position.
What would a British landing on the Falklands do to these negotiations?
Well, the British landing on the Falklands, as you call them, or the Malvinas as we call them, would make negotiations impossible.
If there are negotiations, Mr. Herreras Vegas, might not a democratically elected government in Argentina have a bit more credibility at the negotiating table than the present one?
That is a matter I'm not going to comment on. The regimes that countries give to themselves are internal questions, and I don't think it is for foreign countries to have value judgments on those. Each country has the government it gives itself.
And do you believe we are going to get a peaceful settlement?
I think we are going to get a peaceful settlement because what is at stake is of much greater value than the Malvinas Islands themselves. Britain should consider seriously its relations with entire Latin America and its image in the world, in a world in which colonialism is a thing of the past. I think all these elements will make Britain to understand that it should adopt in its turn a flexible attitude and to make concessions as we Argentinians are making concessions at the negotiating table.
You make it sound as if we invaded the Falklands to start with. You were the aggressors, Mr.
You did
Herreras
that
Vegas.
on the 2nd of January 1833, sir.
And you did it on the 2nd of April 1982. We must leave it there, Mr. Herreras Vegas. Thank you very much for talking to us.
Don't mention it.
Argentines are still being told that a British invasion of the Falklands could come at any moment. The propaganda battle to prepare them for such a war continues unabated. Mrs. Thatcher is pictured as a pirate, one of the more flattering comparisons the magazines are making. This morning, a regular gun class, which normally attracts a handful of enthusiasts, was almost overwhelmed as men and women clamoured for training in the use of rifles. Asked why, one woman said, "It just seems the right thing to do." Children, of course, know nothing of the realities of war, but find the whole idea exciting. They're being encouraged to enter painting competitions with the theme of a British defeat. 101 fundraising efforts are going on. Respectable middle-aged men take to the streets and successfully beg for contributions to the war fund. Bizarre events like an all-night organ marathon draw thousands of spectators. This morning, angered at the authorities' slowness in changing the name of the famous Plaza Britannia, people turned up to tear the sign down and throw it at the door of the British clock tower in the middle. They hear constantly on radio and TV that in just a day or two, Britain must accept a settlement or invade the Falklands. Their government has told them if the British want war, then war it must be. The people have heard the message, and many respond like this. Ken Rees, ITN, Buenos Aires.
The march, which police estimated at some 2,000 strong, started from Tower Hill, went the length of Fleet Street and ended up near the river. Fleet Street was chosen so that letters protesting at what the marchers saw as the jingoistic attitude of the national press could be handed in at newspaper offices, as here at the Daily Express. At the meeting, the press, the government and the City of London were all attacked, with Mr. Reg Race, the Labour member for Haringey, claiming, to loud applause, that the Falkland Islands were not worth the life of a single man.
It seems absurd. It is absurd for anybody to argue that we should fight over something that we are later prepared to concede. That is rationality. That is logic. That's what we should be fighting for.
Another meeting is planned for next weekend. Ray Maloney, ITN, Fleet Street.
Most of the commanders who we know personally and we know would be involved in this kind of action, we saw for 2 days camouflaging their capes, camouflaging their guns and equipment, painting the usual brown stripes over their patches of green, cleaning their guns, cleaning their pistols, the revolvers, all the bits of equipment were spread out on this large piece of deck. We knew there was something on. They wouldn't talk to us about it. We also knew from their helicopter pilots, because they were kind of giving us hints that something was on. And then, of course, we had confirmation ourselves, and we were told to stand by at minute's notice to get ourselves into our own gear, our own equipment. We carry a fair bit of it ourselves, to be transferred to one of the smaller ships that was going to take us and the commanders close inland.
What was the mood on board the destroyer as you approached Pebble Island in the darkness?
Well, it's a lot of these guys, of course, have seen the island before, not quite as close as they saw it yesterday. I mean, we literally were within almost stone-throwing distance. We could actually see the outline of the settlement that is kind of between the high mountain behind and the shore. We could actually see the houses. And, of course, there was a great deal of excitement, a certain amount of apprehension, because we didn't know whether we could be seen ourselves. It was a bright night. The ship, we thought, would be clearly seen in the moonlight. Obviously, it wasn't, and we didn't know, of course, what kind of inshore artillery the Argentinians had. All we knew was that the men were now ashore, that the artillery spotter was in position. He had told us, and we could hear his voice quite clearly in our operations room. We could hear him guiding the commandos in. We could hear him getting our guns into position, giving them coordinates, and quite clearly, minute by minute, as he was talking, his voice was becoming more tense, and it was becoming higher, until when the gun started our first salvo, the man was obviously shouting into his radio transmitter over the noise of the shells landing.
You said it was a very clear night. Why then were the commandos so keen for flares to be sent up?
Well, it was, as I said, it was a clear night, but these men were working in conditions which I can't even begin to describe. It was explained to me by the gunnery officer that one of the reasons for using these shells is not simply to illuminate a target, but often to blind those people who are guarding the target. Now, you see, the commanders were coming in, know exactly what they were after, exactly where these aircraft were placed. But they also knew that these aircraft were prized things by the Argentinians, were being very closely guarded. So they had to somehow distract the attention of the Argentinian guards. One way to do it was a naval bombardment. But of course we were confined there because the civilian houses were so close nearby, we couldn't bombard the actual target itself. So we had to get their attention away from the target. One way was to bombard. The second way was to create the dazzling flares, which according to the commanders later actually did dazzle the guards.
Has there been any indication from the men who took part in the raid of the state of readiness of the Argentine troops they encountered?
Well, they were caught by surprise. That we know. They were caught completely by surprise, which is some token of the kind of efficiency that was going on last night. To have got those troops ashore by helicopters. Obviously, they were landed downwind from the Argentinians, so that the noise of the gale, and there was quite a gale, force 9 last night. So most of the helicopter noise was taken away from the Argentinians by the wind. But to have got them ashore in helicopters and for us to get so close without being detected was some measure of the efficiency of the operation.
How exactly did the men on the destroyer and other ships in the task force hear that the raid had been a success, and what was their reaction when they got the news?
Yes, well, we were still on the destroyer, of course, and it was piped to the men. I mean, the men on deck saw it all, of course, the gunnery crews and the spotters and the the Hurricane ACAC men, they all saw it happening as we did. The men below in the engine rooms and the operations room, it was piped to them, and there was a fair old cheer. I imagine the same kind of cheer went up on all the ships in the task force when it was piped to them. It was quite a morale booster.
The Prime Minister didn't get back to Downing Street till just before 1 this morning. She was in bed about 2 o'clock. She was up again at 6:30 this morning, as she has every morning since the crisis started. With officials, she worked over the long telegram which had arrived overnight from Sir Anthony Parsons, giving the Argentines first response to Britain's proposals. At 9:30, Mrs. Thatcher chaired an hour-long meeting of her inner cabinet. They endorsed her view that the first response from the Argentines didn't offer much hope. 10:40, and the Prime Minister had an early opportunity to give the government's reaction. She had agreed some time ago to be the guest of one of her favourite interviewers. Mrs. Thatcher told Jimmy Young that first indications of the Argentine response were not very encouraging. 11:45, and the Prime Minister arrived back in Downing Street for a briefing on Zimbabwe. 12:45, and the Falklands and the Common Market were put on the back burner while the Prime Minister lunched Mr. Robert Mugabe. Officially, Zimbabwe's problems occupied them for the next 2.5 hours. Also guests at the lunch, Lord and Lady Carrington, the first visit by the former Foreign Secretary to Number 10 since he resigned. 3:15, farewell to the Mugabes, and back to the Commons to hear Mr. Walker's statement on yesterday's Common Market vote. The Prime Minister's furious about it. She also briefed Dr. Owen and Mr. Steele on the Falklands for a second time. 5 o'clock, back to Downing Street for 2 hours of meetings with ministers and civil servants on the Falklands, the Common Market and other pressing issues. A man who's had to keep up with this pace for the past 6 weeks is Mrs. Thatcher's Parliamentary Private Secretary.
She's bearing up fine, absolutely fine, as I think everybody would have expected that she would have borne up.
She's very physically strong, people say.
She's very strong, she's very fit. She's absolutely in the prime of life, and the prime, of course, for many years to come.
A lot of people say she needs less sleep than many of her civil servants and her ministers. Do you find that?
Well, I don't know whether she needs less sleep. She certainly gets less sleep. But I think that's really a triumph of the spirit over the flesh.
7 o'clock, and the Prime Minister had to go back to the Commons to vote. though her thoughts were clearly elsewhere.
Any fresh news, Prime Minister? Any fresh news?
We're waiting for news from New York. No fresh news.
Still hopeful?
I'm always hopeful.
7:55. A second Commonwealth leader demanded her attention. Actually, Mr. Robert Muldoon is a welcome guest, and he apparently supports any tough action she may wish to take against the Argentines. 8 o'clock, and the Duke and Duchess of Kent arrive. Ahead of Mrs. Thatcher, 2 hours for dinner, then 5 hours of work, including a major speech for tomorrow. The Prime Minister, I'm told, won't sleep till 3 tomorrow morning. David Rose, News at 10, Downing Street.
By the time Senor de Cuellar saw Ambassador Parsons and Deputy Foreign Minister Ross last night, he would have realized that his attempt to bridge the gap between the two countries was very likely to end in failure. Argentina's response to Britain's statement of its position was a mixture of requests for clarification on points Britain felt it had already made clear, a restating of well-known Argentine positions, and the introduction of new negotiating elements, which at this late stage must be interpreted as an attempt to spin out the talks. Sir Anthony was given last night only a brief sketch of a more detailed document Argentina has now presented. But British officials here view all this with skepticism. Nothing Argentina has said changes the points of fundamental differences between the two sides. How a ceasefire might be achieved is still disputed by both countries. Britain's aim is to get Argentine troops off the Falklands. Argentina wants the Royal Naval Task Force to turn around and go back to Portsmouth. 2 weeks have been spent abortively, it now seems, in finding an agreeable formula for phasing both withdrawals. Working out an interim administration of the island remains a problem. Britain insists the islanders, through their locally elected council, must have a say in how they're governed. Argentina would like the UN to be the sole interim administrator. And on the question of sovereignty, Britain wants talks to settle this issue without a prejudgment by Argentina on the outcome of those talks. Argentina clings to the idea that sovereignty must be that country's ultimate goal. The UN talks here might not end abruptly with any dramatic walkout or declaration by either side, and some kind of mechanism for keeping diplomatic avenues open between the two countries will undoubtedly be kept in place. But this peace attempt has virtually come to an unsuccessful end. Trevor MacDonald, News at 10 at the United Nations in New York. Senor de Cuellar arrived at the United Nations this morning to consider whether there was anything further he could do to reach a peaceful settlement of the Falklands dispute, knowing that in fact he's been given no more time. I asked him whether he felt there was any room for new UN proposals now.
You know, all along I have been presenting, ideas to the parties. It is not a United Nations proposal, but constantly we were presenting ideas to the parties.
And has there been any response, sir? How much time is left?
A few hours.
A few hours.
I used to say that the patient is in intensive care but still alive.
I asked Sir Anthony Parsons whether he agreed with the United Nations Secretary-General's description.
Well, it's a difficult medical question to answer. As the Prime Minister said in the House of Commons this morning, our final proposals, which we put forward on Monday, were comprehensively rejected by Argentina yesterday. So if there is any hope at all, there must be a really radical change, very radical change indeed, in the Argentine position. Perhaps it's more a question of a return from the dead than whether or not the patient is still alive.
Tonight, a very ugly public row has broken out between the Office of the Secretary-General and the British mission to the United Nations here. The British mission put out a statement earlier today designed to explain, according to them, the background to the breakdown of the talks. The paper was later withdrawn, but not before the Secretary-General let it be known through his spokesman that he was furious at the use of the word breakdown. Apparently, Senor de Cuellar doesn't feel that all his efforts at finding peace are dead yet. This could only seriously complicate any further involvement in the search for peace by the United Nations. Trevor MacDonald, News at 10 at the United Nations in New York.
I have one short statement to make, after which I will not be answering any questions. The task force has landed a number of raiding parties on the Falkland Islands during the night. These raids are still in progress. Early indications are that they are achieving their objectives. Bombardment from ships in the task force continued in the vicinity of Port Stanley and other areas in East Falklands. Harriers from the task force have mounted attacks in the Fox Bay area. All these activities have been directed against Argentine military targets, including fuel and ammunition dumps and military stores. Sadly, in the course of a transfer of personnel between ships, in advance of these operations, a Royal Navy helicopter with 30 men on board met with an accident and ditched. 9 of those on board were rescued. 1 dead body was recovered. 20 are missing, presumed dead. The next of kin have been informed. Thank you.
The final assault force consisted of about half the ships sent to the South Atlantic. 1,400 men were disembarked in landing craft from the troop carriers Intrepid and Fearless, seen here in the background. Men of 4-0, 4-2 and 4-5 Commando, along with the 2nd and 3rd Parachute Regiments, had begun the Falklands landing. When the landing force reached the entrance to Port San Carlos, it split into 2. The frigates and destroyers stayed in Falkland Sound, ready to engage Argentine aircraft. The landing parties moved into the fjord itself. 2,500 men from the Canberra were also used to strengthen the bridgehead. Before the landing, they slept. As dawn broke on the 21st of May, they disembarked, camouflaged, carrying their packs, and in some cases mortars, rifles, machine guns, or anti-tank rockets. Heavy equipment was also brought ashore, including Rapier missile launchers, howitzers, and Scimitar and Scorpion tanks. Jeremy Hands takes up the story.
The biggest fear for us has been from Argentine aircraft. They had, until our own anti-aircraft missiles were installed, a free run at us if they could find us in time. And for that reason, loud and effective diversions have been put into operation by more naval bombardments and by our own artillery as soon as it's been put ashore. The landing took place in total darkness. For 4 hours we were steered through narrow waters with the assault troops, while all the while the Argentine attention was successfully drawn by a series of very heavy naval bombardments. We'd been told to expect an opposed landing. A company of about 100 Argentine soldiers had been seen in this area and were thought to be waiting for us. But in fact, when we waded ashore, there was neither sight nor sound of an enemy. At first light, our frontline supplies started being flown in. The troops had arrived with no more than they could carry. The Sea Kings and Wessex helicopters lost no time in bringing in a lot more. The aim was simple: to establish a firm foothold back on the Falklands before going into the second phase of any British incursion. On the hillsides around the beachhead, troops fortified and prepared for whatever might lie in store. The countryside, as expected, offered little or no cover. Natural contours of the land and sheep station facilities, if they exist. Otherwise, it's just a hostile environment in almost every sense of the word. The troops were fighting a battle that they hadn't expected would be quite so severe. The locals, though, have seen it all before and are seeing it now with a sense of continuing bewilderment. The Argentines have visited them, either can't read English or decided to let things be. But the Falklanders were quick to lend a hand when the British wanted help with shifting their ammunition and other frontline stores. But even as the Union Jack was being raised by the Royal Marines, the battle for the Falklands seemed to be only just beginning. Jeremy Hands, British Television News, on the Falklands.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've got a short statement to make. Following the raids which we announced earlier today, British forces have now established a firm bridgehead on the Falkland Islands. Royal Marine Commandos and the Parachute Regiment are now ashore in substantial numbers with artillery, air defence weapons, and other heavy equipment already disembarked from our ships. These landings were unopposed. A secure land base is being consolidated. During the night, several landings and raids were made by our forces in different parts of the Falkland Islands. Some of these forces have remained ashore. Argentine forces have suffered casualties, and some prisoners have been taken. These operations continue. As we expected, our ships have come under heavy air attack. 5 have been damaged, 2 seriously. There will have been British casualties, but we have no details. Our Harriers and missiles have destroyed 7 Mirage, 5 Skyhawks, and 2 Pucaras. 2 Argentine helicopters, a Chinook and a Puma, have been destroyed on the ground. We have lost 2 of our small helicopters. 7 weeks after the Argentine aggression, British forces are tonight firmly established back on the Falkland Islands. I will make a fuller statement tomorrow and take questions at that time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
D-Day, 21st of May, Friday. By dawn and first light, we could see the ships around us, 21 of them, warships, troop carriers, supply ships, ammunition ships, the civilian seconded ships, the Canberra, nicknamed the Wedding Cake, the ocean-going tugs, the North Sea ferry Norland, the odd collection of ships that made up the British invasion force. With the troops, upwards of 5,000 of them ashore on the main beachheads, the landing craft began ferrying the heavy supplies, fuel, food, artillery pieces, shells, ammunition, and water, especially water. There is very little of it here. And above them, helicopters flew backwards and forwards between the ships and between the ships and the beaches, a field gun slung beneath them, or a Land Rover, or a box of ammunition, or a Rapier air defense system, much respected here. So much was happening so quickly. San Carlos water was suddenly noisy with the business of war. Then suddenly, as we'd all been expecting, the first Argentine aircraft, Pucaras and Skyhawks, and later Mirage fighter bombers, swooped low over the hills to the side of us. They were strafing and firing missiles and throwing, literally throwing from their underbelly 500-pound and 1,000-pound bombs at the first ship they saw as they came in from the mainland at over 500 miles an hour. Bombs dropped into the sea in front of us. 2 fell either side of the Canberra. Such a target she was, brilliant white in the afternoon sun.
Our warships, the destroyers and frigates around us, protecting us, fired off their guns and their missiles, the Sea Cats and Sea Wolves. Through my binoculars, I watched one missile fired from an assault ship chase and then hit a missile fired from a Mirage. We survived that day and pulled out at dusk with a number of other supply ships, including the Canberra. It was too vulnerable, too white, too much of a target. We were to stand off in open sea and wait a day to see if the Royal Navy and Royal Air Force Harrier jets couldn't reduce the risk of a repeat of these air attacks. So we sailed back into San Carlos water. More ships came in with us. We were accompanied by Antelope, the frigate. They'd all come in from the Falklands Sound for the protection of the hills either side of the bay. Canberra, though, did not return. Part of our Sunday was spent delivering the post sent in from Britain via the Ascension Island. It has been said, I know, 1,000 times before, but there really is no tonic like a letter from home. Our mail service was not only to the ship's crews, but also to the troops now ashore. And they ran out from their foxholes, their faces still blackened, but their noses now red with the cold. And cold on the Falklands means very cold. And still, there were more air attacks. How the British task force commanders have underestimated the determination of the Argentine pilots. Pilots who managed to guide their planes past our air combat patrol Harriers, past the guns and missiles in the Falkland Sound to push through their attacks. That Sunday afternoon was our worst. A 1,000-pounder dropped less than 50 yards from us, and the ship shuddered. It also dropped 50 yards from an ammunition ship, still packed with its cargo. And then, so much worse. First, the frigate Ardent was sunk, then Argonaut was hit and crippled, so crippled she couldn't move. Then in front of us, 400 yards away, Antelope, who had escorted us in that morning, took 2 bombs. One went straight through her, the second hit her midships. For some reason we couldn't understand then, seemed to be well. She steamed past us to a new anchorage, and we could see the holes either side of her hull. Then, a little before 10 that evening, British time, she suddenly exploded as men were working on the bomb damage. Flames touched off her weapon systems, her ammunition, and her fuel. Helicopters went in again and again to take the men off. We could just see them, and pilots described later how the crew of Antelope stood calmly in lines on the flight deck, waiting to be lifted off to safety, their ship exploding behind them. And we could see the searchlights and flares as helicopters and landing craft searched the water around Antelope for survivors. And the next morning, 24th of May, burnt out, gutted, a final explosion broke her back. She split in 2, and as the red-hot deck and superstructure touched the water, steam and smoke mixed and billowed up across San Carlos Bay. Antelope was gone. But there are men in this task force who need to be oblivious to the casualties of war, and these men carried on with the enormous and continuing job of unloading supplies from the ships. Food, water, thousands of tons of ammunition, all the guns and all the weapons and all the artillery that needed to be pushed upwards towards Port Stanley. Landing craft ferried backwards and forward from the ships to the beaches from dawn to dusk, only scattering to the protection of the coves and inlets whenever the air alerts sounded. And they did, again and again, day after day. 25th of May, the 5th day of our arrival, and also Argentine's National Independence Day. A bad omen? In a war like this, such anniversaries become suddenly and of course absurdly important, but such is our superstition. Up on the decks now, almost as an afterthought, general-purpose machine guns have been mounted by Royal Marines commandos as additional air defense. Odd, we thought, with so many millions of pounds worth of missiles around us, that such a makeshift weaponry should be necessary. But fired together and in the same direction, and a pilot would have to fly through a wall of lead. The Marines claimed at least one mirage that day. 4 mirages attacked us that afternoon, 3 went down. The pilot ejected in front of us. A landing craft brought him back to the ship that he'd tried a few minutes before to destroy. He was badly injured with cuts and a broken leg. And the Naval Surgeon Commander, Douglas White, said the man had flown jets for the last time.
He ejected from his aircraft, pulled into the ship by one of our landing boats. He has got a complete fore and aft dislocation of his left knee, probably rupturing some of his thigh muscle. He had a dislocated left kneecap patella bone, which I've reduced the dislocation. We've now wrapped him up. He's got a nasty lot of bleeding around the joint. He will probably be in plaster for 2 to 3 months, I think, at the minimum, if they don't operate on him immediately.
What's going to happen to him now?
Well, I believe he'll be very lucky if he's flying jet aircraft again, but of course his skills are such that he may well be able to fly non-jet aircraft. I suspect, you see, that he did that ejecting through the hatchway of the canopy of the aircraft.
Despite the rain, it was the biggest march so far organised by the Falkland Islands Ad Hoc Peace Committee, made up of 17 Labour MPs and some 30 church and peace organisations. A huge police presence flanked the march throughout and intervened when some marchers broke ranks in Hyde Park and to quieten outbursts from the few anti-peace demonstrators who lined the route. But with news of the landings by the task force dominating people's thoughts today, I asked Mr. Ben whether the rally wasn't inopportune.
We're here for peace. We're here to save further lives being lost. And there are millions of people in Britain who agree with what we're saying. And what you're saying really is that in a situation like this, we should wind up our democracy. Well, I don't believe in that. That's what they do in the Argentine. I believe in people speaking their minds.
The committee chairman, Judith Hart, spoke at the rally in Trafalgar Square, calling for the immediate withdrawal of British forces and promising to keep up the momentum of demonstration until they do. Sue Lloyd-Roberts, ITN, Trafalgar Square.
Firstly, Secretary of State, can I ask you to tell us about this bad news?
Well, in the last hour or two, there's been quite a significant, a major attack on our ships. And I'm afraid the bad news is that one of our ships has been badly damaged and she's in difficulty. I can't give any further details at this moment. The news is still coming in about her. But clearly, from what we know at the moment, it is bad news, and I should say that straight away.
Is there any information about casualties, possible casualties?
No, there is no information about casualties at the moment, but as soon as we've got further details, we will naturally give them.
Was this another air attack?
This was an air attack, a mass air attack. We did expect the Argentinians to launch attacks on our ships today. It's their national day, and I think we were anticipating a mass raid of the kind that has clearly materialized in the last few hours.
This is a warship that's been hit and not a transport ship.
I don't want to say anything more at the moment because the news is still coming in.
We've had 3 ships lost so far,
Yes.
and this ship is badly damaged. You said that losses were expected, but did you expect
Yes.
this many?
Well, I don't think any of us made precise estimates, but we knew that this was going to be a hazardous operation, and I've been warning that about the possibility of casualties since the task force set out 6 weeks ago. It's an incredibly difficult operation at enormous distance. We've got more than 100 ships involved and more than 26,000 men and women. So that we were bound to have casualties. Naturally, every single ship that is hit is a great disaster for us. There's no point in hiding that, and human casualties are a tragedy. But we are fighting for freedom and democracy against unprovoked aggression, and we must stick to it. And we have our troops ashore. We've completed the most hazardous part of the landing operation. We have large numbers ashore, and now we're going forward to repossess the island, as I said yesterday.
But does this mean, if we've completed the landing part, does this mean
Yes.
the ships close to the land can now be withdrawn and therefore be safe?
Well, we've still been building up supplies. Supply ships have been going in, landing more supplies, and that process is bound to continue. We will still have to resupply the men on the ground with ammunition and food, but there is plenty there for the next few weeks. But there are other items of equipment still to be brought ashore.
Our reporter with the task force said on News at 10 tonight that Britain may have underestimated the Argentine Air Force resolve, if necessary, to die for their cause. Do you think that's right?
Well, I think that the Argentinian pilots are showing great bravery. It would be foolish of me to suggest anything else. They're showing considerable bravery. They've lost over 50 fixed-wing aircraft. We've shot down another 3 combat aircraft today. And the losses from the Argentine Navy and Air Force are tremendous, and they cannot go on sustaining this level of losses for very much longer. But they're clearly brave pilots, and I think we should recognize that.
But our naval losses are greater than theirs. How long can we go on sustaining this rate of loss?
Well, our naval losses have been greater because we've bottled up their navy in port and it hasn't showed up. As soon as their navy comes out to fight, I would suspect that their naval losses will be very great indeed, but they're lurking around inshore where we can't get at them, and they're not taking any part in the battle.
But can we afford to go on losing ships at the rate that we have been?
Well, clearly, I would not like to lose a single ship. But as I said in the House of Commons yesterday, we've had more ships joining the fleet in the last 48 hours, considerably more ships joining the fleet in the last 40 hours than those that we have lost so far. So we have enough ships, and we've been bringing in replacements, more than compensating for the ships that we've lost so far.
But the fact that our ships seem to be so vulnerable to low-level air attack, does it indicate that they haven't got the right defensive weapons on board?
Well, it's not our ships are vulnerable to low-level air attack. All ships, all surface ships are vulnerable to low-level air attack. The Type 42s, of course, have an area defense weapon, the Sea Dart, and that is what they're intended to do. They were built and designed to form an outer ring. As you know, the Type 22s and others have Seawolf, which is an anti-missile missile. It was not possible or ever considered an option to place Sea Wolf on the Type 42s as well as Sea Dart. But the two ships are intended to perform different functions.
But for future reference,
yes.
Will the design of future ships be changed in order to accommodate more effective self-defensive systems?
Well, obviously, as a result of the lessons we learn, we will look at ship design, and I'm sure that everybody will be very anxious to draw every conceivable lesson from this episode. But I think that the Type 42 is an area defense system. The Type 22 is an anti-submarine warfare ship. And we mustn't confuse the two. You can't get an all-purpose frigate that does everything. And I think people must understand that.
Two of the ships that have been lost have been
Yes.
Type 21 frigates,
Yes.
which apparently have burned vigorously.
Yes.
And this is possibly partly because they have an aluminium superstructure.
Yes.
Is that some warning for the future about ship design?
Well, I'm not a ship designer, and the argument against steel and aluminium has raged for years. The arguments for aluminium are that it makes for a lighter ship, and therefore you can get more stability and more weapons on the ship. And indeed, the Americans have many aluminium framed ships, so that it isn't just a quirk of ours, and there are advantages in building ships with aluminium. But clearly we must look at this and see whether it was the right thing to have done. The Type 21s, as you realise, were a commercial type vessel built by British shipbuilders, and they've been successful. But maybe we should look to see whether a different kind of design would be desirable for the Type 23, which will be our next class of frigates.
The United States Secretary of State, Mr. Hague, has talked today about intense British military activity on the Falklands, and he said that he expects results soon. Do you agree with that?
I expect that now that we're ashore and we have all our equipment and heavy stores ashore, that the level of activity on the ground will build up fairly quickly and fairly soon. Yes, I would expect that to happen.
Does that mean that the British force will soon be confronting Stanley, the main Argentine garrison?
Well, I wouldn't want to comment on that. The options on the ground are something for the commander on the spot, and certainly not something that I think we should announce in advance.
But could the situation arise where the Argentines defend their garrison at Stanley extremely strongly, and for Britain to win, a very high level of loss of life would be necessary, and perhaps that would be unacceptable, and there could be a stalemate? Could you envisage such a situation?
I don't see any purpose in always looking on the worst side of every situation. So far, this operation has gone extremely well. It's been a remarkable achievement to get 100 ships and 25,000 men across the world successfully landed without losing a single person on the actual landing itself. We've taken South Georgia without any loss of life. We've bottled up the Argentine Navy. It has been, I may say it's not due to me, it's due to the great skill of the services. It has been a remarkable achievement, which I think the whole world has admired. Now, you ask me, how will it go from here? I hope it goes as well as it's gone so far. Naturally, I would wish not to lose a single life or a single extra ship or piece of equipment. But I fear that we will have further losses. It's no use pretending in a battle of this sort we won't sustain them.
But you're confident that Britain can recapture Port Stanley?
I'm absolutely confident. With time, we have enormously skilled and professional troops on the ground. 5 Brigade, another 3,000 men are on their way, not many days away. The Harrier has proved itself a superb aircraft against the Mirage and the Skyhawk. Things won't all go our way. I really do make that clear. But I have no doubt at all that within a period of time we will achieve all our objectives and the Union Jack will be flying again in Port Stanley.
Mr. Knott, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have received further reports overnight about the outcome of yesterday's Argentine air attacks on the task force. HMS Coventry, a destroyer, was hit and has been lost. The Atlantic Conveyor, a merchant ship requisitioned to support the fleet, was also hit and has had to be abandoned. The Harrier reinforcements she was carrying for the task force had already been disembarked. Rescue operations to recover the crew of these 2 ships have continued throughout the night. As we get information on casualties, we are informing the next of kin. The Secretary of State for Defence will be making a statement this afternoon in Parliament. Thank you.
By the skill of our pilots, our sailors, and those manning the Rapier missiles on shore, they have inflicted heavy losses on the Argentine Air Force. Over 50 aircraft have been destroyed. There have, of course, been tragic losses. And you will have heard of the further attacks on our task force. HMS Coventry came under repeated air attack yesterday evening and later sank. One of our merchant ships supporting the task force, the Atlantic Conveyor, was also damaged and had to be abandoned. We do not yet know the number of casualties, but our hearts go out to all those families who had men in these ships. But despite these grievous losses, neither our resolve nor our confidence is weakened. We in Britain know the reality of war. We know its hazards and its dangers. We know the task that faces our fighting men. They are now established on the Falkland Islands with all the necessary supplies. And although they still face formidable problems in difficult terrain with a hostile climate, their morale is high. We must expect fresh attacks upon them, and there can be no question of pressing the force commander to move forward prematurely. The judgment about timing must be his and his alone, and we have confidence in his judgment. The Falkland Islands are British. The Falkland Islanders are British. They don't want to be ruled by Argentina, as those pictures of the welcome given to the British Marines and soldiers showed more clearly than 1,000 words. It's been suggested that the size of the Falkland Islands and the comparatively small number of its inhabitants, some 1,800 men, women, and children, should somehow affect our reaction to what has happened to them. To those, not many, who speak lightly of a few islanders beyond the seas and who ask the question, are the few worth fighting for? Let me say this. Right and wrong are not measured by a head count of those to whom that wrong has been done. That would not be principle, but expediency. And the Falklanders, remember, are not strangers. They are our own people. Madam Chairman, our cause is just. It is the cause of freedom and the rule of law. It is the cause of support for the weak against aggression by the strong. Let us then draw together in the name not of jingoism, but of justice. Finally, let our nation, as it has so often in the past, remind itself and the world, naught shall make us rue, if England to herself do rest but true.
At first light, the full extent of the horror of the fighting became apparent. The thick gorse that had hidden Argentine bunkers was still ablaze or smoking after what had been a furious battle. Some of the Argentine wounded huddled together in the burnt-out brush, exhausted, shocked and bemused, beyond caring about pain from their injuries. As the smoke and mist curled around them, it was impossible to feel anything but pity for them. Some died as they waited, the first aid offered quickly by the paratroopers not coming in time. The worst of the wounded were ferried back to the British military hospital as quickly as helicopters could be released to carry them. Men who'd been trying to kill each other less than an hour before now joined together to help the wounded.
¿Cuándo días? ¿Cuándo días? Dos días. 2 days ago. Mortar? Yeah. Yeah, can you just ask if it's just the one? Is it just the one injury?
Solamente este. ¿Tiene más? No. No, no una esquila acá. Aquí solamente este.
The proud boast of the medical team here was that every patient who arrived alive went out alive. And I spoke to the man who'd set up the hospital, Surgeon Commander Rick Jolly. Commander, what's been the major problem in setting up a medical facility like this on shore?
The fact is that normally with hospitals you have lots of clean areas and lots of space and lots of light. All we've had here is a refrigeration plant that's been disused for the last 30 years. But we had to take it, it was dry, and we simply got on with it.
Now, how successful has it been?
Well, we hope always in war that we're never busy at all, but we have been busy, as you know. The casualties have come in large numbers in 3 separate incidents. And I won't give you any figures, but I'm proud to say that thanks to the combined efforts of the naval surgeons and the army surgeons and the Royal Marines that support them, everyone that's come in here alive, despite their horrible wounds, has gone out alive, and they're now in Uganda.
Inevitably, at an occasion like this, there have been many lessons learned because it's never been done quite like this before. What were the major ones for you?
Well, the lessons learned are flexibility and good humour and a willingness to work. And if we had to do this again, I'd like the same team, and I'd like just a few more stores so that we didn't have to worry about running out of stores with casualties still waiting to be treated.
But so far the casualties haven't had to wait too long, have they?
Absolutely. Even the enemy we've operated on during the night when the air attacks have ceased. The other interesting thing is, of course, we've got 2 unexploded bombs in the building, but we've lived with those for so long now we've almost forgotten about them. I've just been to look at one, and well, the less said about that, the better.
For the civilians, their release hadn't come a moment too soon, and they showed it. For 29 days, they'd been kept in a small community hall, all 114 of them, often without hot food or sanitary arrangements. Now they were free to welcome the paras before starting up their lives again, and it was a welcome much appreciated by both sides. And then, much later on, a lonely hillside overlooking San Carlos water was the position for the funeral of the British. It was a sombre, formal and moving event. 18 men laid to rest 8,000 miles from home. Their colleagues mourned and prayed there wouldn't be many more.
Lieutenant Colonel Jones, Captain Wood, Captain Dent, Lieutenant Barry, Corporal Hardman, Corporal Sullivan, Corporal Pryor, Lance Corporal Cork, Lance Corporal Smith, Lance Corporal Bingley, Private Holman Smith, Private Fletcher, Private Illingsworth, Private Meakin, Private Dixon. From 3 Commando Brigade Air Squadron, Lieutenant Nunn. From 5-9 Commando Royal Engineers, Corporal Melia.
The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all evermore. Amen. Amen.
The ships of the fleet stood guard in the quiet deep waters of San Carlos water as 5 Brigade came ashore in the cold dawn of Sunday, May the 30th. Among them, the Gurkhas, swarming south to guard the brigade's rear against possible surprise attack. Overhead, pilots ferried artillery pieces and other equipment in a constant shuttle to the forward positions. And as the day wore on, landing craft brought in more men and more supplies. Forklift trucks were unloaded and immediately put to work to unload thousands of boxes of food. Each pack of concentrated food will feed 10 men for a day, and there are some 9,000 men to be fed. For the commander of the British Land Forces, Major General Jeremy Moore in the peaked cap, it's a massive logistical exercise, because apart from feeding the troops, tactics have to be worked out, positions consolidated. And for the men, that means filling sandbags and endless digging. Inevitably, the bad weather, combined with all the paraphernalia of conventional war, turned the country roads into ankle-deep mudslides. This snowcat is heading for the front line and high ground. The Marines too were heading for the marshlands and the mountains. There was little time for rest. Their objective, Teal Inlet, lay 20 miles away and needed to be taken with speed. So they set off on foot, in full battle order, eastwards into the mist. If they were exhausted when they arrived, it said much for their fitness and stamina, for the march was just the beginning. Overhead, Sea King and Wessex helicopters brought in yet more supplies from the bridgehead at San Carlos, from food to artillery. It meant hours of toil and sweat, for each artillery piece had to be dug in and camouflaged. And when that was done, the men had to dig more trenches, defensive positions, for themselves. As they fought back the tiredness and bore the discomforts of rough living, mentally they prepared themselves for yet more miles of marching, more cold, wet nights on the mountain, and for the battle which lay ahead, the battle for Port Stanley.
The casualties of war were quick coming. The trickle of the first few days became a flood. Helicopters shuttled them into the field hospital at Ajax Bay, from first light to last. Treatment, and then quickly on to the hospital ship Uganda standing out at sea. The hospital at Ajax is set up in a derelict meat refrigeration plant, and for the first few days it was ideal, as any emergency field hospital can be in these conditions. On Thursday, 27th of May in the evening, Argentine Skyhawks bombed the base. A 1,000-pound bomb went straight through the field hospital, exploding on an ammunition dump beyond.
Those that had to be operated on straight away were operated on, and the surgeons did their cutting wearing tin hats. And every time an air raid alert sounded, non-essential staff went out, and patients on trestles were lowered to the floor, but the surgeons carried on cutting.
The British are finding it almost as difficult to cope with our prisoners, upwards of 1,600 now. In gloomy procession, they filed in from Darwin and Goose Green, where they'd been kept in a sheep pen in the days following the Second Paris victory, and they came by pontoon, helicopter, landing craft, uniformly cold, miserable, hungry. Goose Green is remembered, in my mind's eye at least, by 1,500 helmets scattered across the airfield, the remains of the surrender by the Argentine garrison 2 days before. Goose Green is to be remembered certainly by its open-air napalm factory. There it was, in the middle of the village, 32 100-gallon drop tanks made in the Argentine and filled with the evil stuff ready to be dropped from bomb carriers of the Pucara aircraft on the airstrip. And at the edge of the airstrip, close to where the Pucaras had been parked, we saw another 57 drop tanks. These were more crudely made, almost as if they'd been welded together in a hurry. And Goose Green will be remembered for other things that ran counter to familiar Argentine propaganda. These people, 114 of them, residents of the village and from the few farms around, were locked in this tiny church hall, not more than 200 yards from where the napalm drop tanks had been filled. And they were locked there for 1 month. And while they were imprisoned in the hall, the Argentine officers moved into their houses, emptying the larders and fridges, ransacking and destroying what couldn't be used, contaminating with urine and excreta wherever they chose.
Que tus enemigos te cercarán con un muro, te sitiarán y te atacarán por todas partes, te arrasarán.
Señor Brigadier General Don Basilio Arturo Ignacio Lamidoso.
Ayer se trataba de aventar de nuestros ríos la presencia del oponente que amenazaba nuestra incipiente libertad como nación.
You don't accept that there's any chance of failure?
Failure? In what way?
Losing the war.
It doesn't mind if we lose the war, but we are winning.
What would happen if you lose the war, say, to the junta? Would it be able to remain in power?
But of course. Of course, I have no doubt of that. Evidently, people will integrate themselves more than before.
What would happen to Galtieri if you lost the Malvinas?
We go on loving him because he is great. Thank you, bye.
Today's dispatches describe the full horror and the reality of war. A makeshift field hospital, British surgeons fighting to save the lives of Argentine casualties, flown in from the battlefield. Some of those young Argentine soldiers, it seems, had been left untended by their own side and had to be treated for wounds 3 days old. Richard Saville of the Press Association visited the hospital, a disused refrigeration plant, and learned that surgical teams had just carried out their 100th major operation since the fighting began. All the casualties that he saw, he said, were Argentine soldiers. All told, 220 men had been treated, and 2 Argentine doctors captured in the fighting were being called in to help. As the teams worked in the dust and in the poor light, Surgeon Commander Rick Jolly paid tribute to his men. Despite the horrors of modern warfare, he said, it is our proud boast here that everyone who has come in alive has gone out alive to the hospital ship Uganda. There are some incredible pieces of surgery. In fact, the teams carried out 12 amputations in those awful conditions, and always it seemed more men in blood-soaked bandages were waiting. One of them was an Argentine pilot. Commander Jolly told Kim Sabido of IRN how he came to be there.
He was attacking the fleet yesterday and got a missile right up his chuff, and he was very lucky indeed. He ejected at extremely low level, realizing his aircraft was breaking up, and was in the air for a very short time before he hit the water. He was injured in the ejection, was recovered from the sea, and taken to one of the ships where he was given some morphine and his leg was splintered, and he was brought ashore here to the surgeons, the surgical facility we have ashore, and was operated on last night. It's almost paradoxical that he should be trying to blat us one day and dependent on our medical facilities the next.
Richard Saville, the Press Association man, also described the misery of the Argentine prisoners. Armed soldiers guarded the square pen, he wrote. The prisoners were together, jumping up and down in the mud to protect themselves from the icy wind. Some smoked cigarettes, an Argentine brand. Other correspondents in pooled reports described the bridgehead at San Carlos, a once-a-year sheep-shearing station which has now lost the last vestiges of its civilian existence to become a garrison town. Farmers ferry troops and munitions around on their tractors, just about the only vehicles which survive the foot-deep mud which clogs the main paths, while womenfolk carry plastic buckets of tea and soup around from one gun emplacement to another. Teenagers on scramble motorcycles run messages between sections, covering the rugged ground much quicker than could a military runner. And the report went on. There is hardly a moment of peace in this beautiful but barren place. Helicopters chatter overhead, tanks and bulldozers roar. There is the continual crump of mortars being bedded in the hillside and the crackle of machine guns aimed at jets flashing overhead. I asked Jeremy Hands, who went into Goose Green with 2 para, if he thought the British had underestimated the Argentine troops.
Yes, I do. I've seen 1,400 Argentine prisoners. We've been told that they were badly supplied, that they were badly clothed, and that they were in very bad heart. In fact, their clothing is every bit as good as the British. They have quilted suits. Their supplies were good. They were modern. Their weapons were good. They had plenty of ammunition, and they knew how to use it. The one thing that I can say, though, is their morale is very, very low now. I've spoken to them. It's very difficult to find a ray of hope in an army that's just been beaten. But the 1,500 men at Goose Green, first of all, obviously believed when they were taken and their surrender was accepted that they were going to be shot. Their officers apparently had been telling them that there's no point in surrendering to the British because they will torture you and kill you. And when they found out that that was not going to be the case, the relief on their faces was incredible to see. A lot of them burst into tears. Many of them fell on their knees and started praying. It was a very, very moving experience. The Argentine prisoners were, as I left Goose Green, some hours after the battle, were quite willingly carrying stores around for the paras. They were also being involved in clearing up their own minefields, which they hadn't marked. And it was a job that they weren't very keen on undertaking because they had put mines around Goose Green and they hadn't marked them, and the paras simply told them to go and clear them up. But the horror of coming through into Goose Green and seeing the effect of white phosphorus grenades, mortar shells on the dead and the wounded was something which I could never ever forget.
Now, with the bridgehead well established, British troops are even getting the odd luxury. A staff sergeant in charge of supplies is quoted as saying, "We are short only of whiskey and women. We've even been able to supply them with sweets and biscuits, extra socks and foot powder." It might not seem like luxury to you, he said, but to a man living in a hole in the ground, it's very welcome.
Progress up the River Plate to a safe port had been closely watched by the Argentines. She couldn't risk straying into their territorial waters. Attention was focused on this arrival, the first hospital ship to come from the battle zone. The Uruguayans arranged for a Red Cross team to board during the night, and the doctors were satisfied that conditions complied with the Geneva Convention. Armed Uruguayan troops ringed the area while final negotiations to release the Argentines and transfer the wounded began. Both sides declined the offer of immediate transfer to local hospitals by ambulance. At least 2 men among the British casualties were able to walk about and limped happily on deck. The 24 prisoners came off first. They were from the fishing vessel Narwhal, which was attacked by British planes as a spy ship 3 weeks ago. The British watched them leave, while officials from 3 countries completed the dockside handover and gave permission for them to be transferred by coach to their own ship just 50 yards away. It was all very carefully planned. And from the Heckler crew, who've been at sea for many weeks, there were some messages we couldn't read, but another plain enough. They carried with them some seriously injured who were casualties from naval engagements.
Well, some of them burnt. Some of them have got things as minor as a broken ankle.
Are there any serious casualties among them?
It's very difficult for me to say, but I'm sure you can assume that there are some who are serious. But they're all stable and are able to be moved.
An RAF VC-10 fitted out as a flying hospital will take them home later tonight. The aircraft brought 6 tons of urgent medical supplies for Hecla and the other hospital ships, but customs men at the airport insisted on opening each box before allowing them through. But it gave time for Hecla's helicopter crew to make use of the calmer waters to maintain their machine. Meanwhile, as the numbers of casualties rise, this port is expected to become a major reception centre for the wounded and captured. Brent Sadler, News at 10, Montevideo.
Just if you would just kindly sit there, and then they can use it, as you know, for 10 seconds just to establish that we were sitting in the same room. It adds importance to the interview.
Okay, right.
Prime Minister, do you expect an early conclusion to the Falklands crisis?
One always hopes for an early conclusion. One's learned throughout this whole Falklands campaign that things tend to take longer than you expect.
Do you think diplomacy has got a part to play now?
I think a decision to withdraw troops on the part of the Argentines may have a part to play. They haven't withdrawn them for the last 7 weeks. I always thought it would be difficult for a dictator to withdraw, but it is always just possible that at the very last minute he might think that they have their backs to the sea and that he would quite like to avoid what could be a prolonged and difficult battle for all our people.
Is there anything you can do to encourage him?
I don't think there's anything more I can do. As you know, we made up our own terms and published them. They were quite clear about how far we were prepared to go to avoid a conflict and avoid loss of life. Everything but everything has been turned down. There is just a possibility now, but I don't rate it very highly.
You've been told to be magnanimous in any victory. What does magnanimous mean to you?
It is not a word I use in connection with the Falklands, in connection with a battle on the Falklands. Sometimes I think people are using it to say, all right, hand something to the Argentines. Under these circumstances, to an invader and an aggressor and a military dictator, that would not be magnanimity. It would be treachery or betrayal of our own people. We couldn't betray our own people.
There is a view that one should not humiliate one's opponent. That merely makes life difficult for everyone.
I'm not trying to humiliate anyone. I'm just trying to repossess islands which are British sovereign territory for people who are British to have British administration, to live their own way of life under a government of their own choice. That's not humiliation. That is liberty, justice, and democracy.
You've said before that the wishes of the islanders should be paramount. Is paramount still the right word?
Self-determination is the right word. We have it here. The United States have it. All democracies have it. Where you have an island that is peopled, has been peopled for a very long time, and after all, the British people didn't displace any indigenous population. They went there, some of them have been there for 7 generations. What we are concerned with there is that they shall be able to continue the way of life which they've had.
The idea of some sort of shared sovereignty with Argentina has been taken up and at least discussed by governments. Is that in the back of your mind now?
No. I don't believe for one moment that after what people have experienced, they would see Argentine government as playing any part in their future. They didn't want it before. They would not even consider a very long lease of, say, 250 years. They said no. We want to stay with our British way of life. Now that they have experienced what it's like to live with the Argentines on the island, I think that their hostility to the Argentine will be even greater.
It would be surprising if there were not divisions of opinion among your own advisers about what happens after the military action is over. How serious are those divisions?
Divisions of opinion, I know. What we are trying to do now, 2 things, well, 3 things really. First, when the islands have been repossessed, and there's still, as you say, a very big, it could be lengthy battle ahead if the Argentines don't withdraw, That has to be completed and the islands repossessed. We are now thinking of the rehabilitation, repair, reconstruction and development that must take place. That will take quite a time. I have asked Lord Shackleton, who did a wonderful report in 1976, which alas we did not fully follow up, to update his proposals in the light of present circumstances so that we will have something to go on to develop the resources of those islands. Thirdly, we'll then have to consider the whole future with the Falkland Islanders, whether we can bring them to full independence or some kind of self-government. And fourthly, we'll have to try to get some arrangements for the security of the Falkland Islands. We will have to stay there for some time, but we will want some other help from other nations. After all, when the United States asked us to go and join them with a multinational force in Sinai, we did it. That's the kind of thing that I'm thinking of. We said yes to them, and I think that they are naturally interested, and I think perhaps they and some other nations would help. It's very important that we get security for the Falkland Islands and for the Falkland Islanders if we're to get the capital to go there, to develop the islands, to give greater opportunities for the people. So we have the immediate problem, the repossession, and all of the other things we are thinking of. Oh, there are variations in view, there are many things that you can do, but not fundamental differences of opinion in any way, only how can we best do it?
Would you consider a part for the United Nations, say, in the future supervision of the security of the islands?
That would be possible, but I think once we have repossessed the islands, I think it may be possible to do it by a multinational force of the kind which I have indicated.
It is suggested that Argentina might not accept a military defeat, would simply go on trying to bomb the islands, and thereby wait and prepare until Britain was caught napping again.
That is exactly why we are spending some considerable amount of time on thinking how best to secure the future of the islands. They would have to be secured against invasion by sea or invasion by air. And I think why it's important to have more than one nation involved in their security.
Would you think of a military base there, which a number of nations might use?
Well, we had a very, very tiny little garrison. Obviously, there has to be far more there than there was in the past. You have to think of the two things, protection against invasion by sea, and of course I believe that we'll have to lengthen the airstrip. As a matter of fact, if we had lengthened the airstrip before and it had not been defended, the invasion would have been even easier. But let me put it this way, we're very much aware of the problem. It mustn't happen again. We shall not be able to get the capital to develop the many resources that we could develop. And we have to consider how to do it first with other nations, a possible United Nations force, but the United Nations is already very heavily involved in various parts of the world. So if we could do it through a multinational force, I think that would be the best thing.
What do you think of the United States' part in this crisis so far? Has America really been a good ally?
The United States is as staunch in the principles of liberty, justice and democracy as the United Kingdom. And in her heart of hearts she knew and always knew that there could never be any neutrality between a military junta and democracy. What she had hoped to do was to try to secure a peaceful settlement, including the withdrawal of Argentine forces without a battle. We're very grateful to her for making that effort. It was not her fault that it did not succeed. It was the fault of the Argentines. She made the effort, we tried too. The Secretary General of the United Nations made the effort, but he could not succeed in getting the Argentines to withdraw in accordance with that resolution. The fault lies not with the United States, nor with the Secretary General. Their efforts were splendid. It lies with an invader who is determined to try to keep the fruits of invasion as a condition of withdrawal. That was and remains totally unacceptable to us.
And do you think our European partners have behaved as true allies should?
They were absolutely splendid right at the beginning when they agreed to put on a ban against Argentine imports, agreed not to export any military equipment. They acted swiftly. It helped tremendously, along with the United Nations resolution, to make it clear to the world that we were right and the Argentine was wrong. It's as clear-cut as that. We are right, they are wrong. We are the victims, they are the aggressors. And I think they have behaved extremely well. Of course we were disappointed that neither Italy nor Ireland cooperated to the full in extending those sanctions. But we're very grateful for the others for remaining staunch and true. And France and Germany led, and Holland were led on this, but they didn't have any difficulty in getting the others to follow.
Have you changed your mind about the media's coverage of the Falklands?
I had one or two rather acid things to say about certain programs. I noticed that other people had acid things to say about those particular programs. May I say that I think since then it is very much better. I think in the early days there was a problem. I think some of your people didn't fully realize that if you were fighting a battle in South Georgia and so on, we hadn't perhaps made provision for getting photographs home. We thought the most important thing was to win the battles, to repossess, and we hadn't put the equipment down there to get photographs home. Undoubtedly in the early days that caused a problem, because we were getting the actual news, but we weren't getting the photographs, and you were getting them from the Argentine, which was much closer. I hope the cooperation is very much better now. It was our decision, you know, to put correspondents on board the ships. I think some of them have been very, very helpful indeed and given very, very vivid accounts and helped us to know what is going on. So I hope all is working well. We all stand for the same things. We all believe in the same things. And you couldn't do without that liberty, which is part of our tradition.
Finally, do you think that the bodies of the British forces should be brought home for burial?
I know that there's quite a lot of strong feeling about this, and I think the other side has been put today that usually these soldiers are buried on the field of battle, that while the battle is on, I think everyone understands that the important thing is to try to win it. And then wherever we've been, we've had the most wonderful Commonwealth cemeteries, which are looked after beautifully. I have visited some, and they're looked after forever. And honor is done to each and every person who has fallen in a separate grave. And of course, one always tries to enable the relatives to go there. The sailors are buried at sea, and the aircraftmen where they fall. If, however, people do feel very strongly, then of course we'd have to take their feelings into account. If most of them feel that the tradition should obtain, it will be honored with great dignity. And if they want to go and see, as of course they would, so would I, we'll manage, with the help of the Treasury and the MOD, to get them there, to reassure them. And of course the Falkland Islanders would give them a wonderful welcome, because they know the sacrifices that have been made for them. And I would just like the relatives to know why their loved ones fell. They fell in the cause of liberty, justice, and democracy.
Thank you very much.
If the original Argentine claims about the narwhal were to be believed, then we were about to witness a remarkable sight. The men about to disembark for a reunion with their families were, according to official communiques, supposed to have been shot out of their lifeboats and abandoned to their fate in the water. Today they looked well enough, clearly proof of British claims that they'd been picked out of the water and taken to safety. At the time, the incident was given much prominence here as an example of British atrocity. Magazines carried graphic impressions of how the defenseless crew had been strafed again and again in their lifeboats by the British Harrier which sunk their boat. The Argentines even produced a last dramatic message from the narwhal's captain saying, "We're all about to die for our country." But today one of the crew confirmed to me that he'd been well treated by the British after the initial attack.
In time.
Y después de todo eso,
After all that,
nos vinieron a buscar en helicóptero,
they
nos
came as
llevaron
refugees in helicopters and they took us, ¿a dónde?
al Invencible.
¿A dónde?
Invencible.
They took us to the Invincible.
¡Carajo!
In the attack, only one man died. The rest arrived safely home today. In the fear and confusion, they may have thought their lifeboats were being fired on, and details like that make good propaganda for a country at war.
As things get tougher for the Argentines, so the propaganda war continues to hot up. Further claims of British atrocities are sure to follow. Indeed, they're already being made. One of the most popular newspapers here couldn't bear to tell its readers that 250 Argentines had died in combat on the islands. Here's their headline this morning: British assassins massacre prisoners. Ken Rees, News at 10, Buenos Aires.
It's been known for some time that Argentina's Latin American neighbours have been supplying her with some spares and equipment, including Mirage aircraft. But this latest news that Argentina might have acquired more sophisticated weaponry will obviously be of some concern to Ministry of Defence officials. It's thought the Argentines might have acquired more air-launched missiles, including possibly the French-built Exocet. But Whitehall sources say there's also reason to be concerned that Argentina may already have been supplied with Israeli Gabriel missiles. Gabriel is an anti-ship missile which is usually launched from another ship, but there's speculation that an air-launched version may have been developed. The fear in London is that with an improved arsenal, Argentina may be tempted to mount hit-and-run raids on British forces if the Argentine garrison at Port Stanley is defeated. And exactly when British forces will move against that Argentine garrison still remains a matter of speculation. In the area of Britain's most advanced positions on Two Sisters Ridge, just 7 miles from the centre of Port Stanley, it's reported to be bitterly cold with fog and sporadic sleet. So far, British forces are still moving heavy equipment up to the front line, but the poor visibility has meant something of a respite from the continuing British bombardment for 8,000 or so Argentine troops now thought to be dug in around the capital. In the most recent dispatches from correspondents with the task force, Leslie Dowd of Reuters writes of a red-roofed farm where Falklanders from up to 30 miles away gather with tractors and Land Rovers to ferry ration kits for British paratroops. And Patrick Bishop of The Observer tells of a group of SAS men, mustachioed and long-haired, like extras from a Sam Peckinpah Western. Every time we get near an RG patrol, they leg it, one of the SAS men was quoted as saying. We ran into one the other night, he went on. Took 2, wounded 2, killed 3.
HMS Hydra has brought out some of the most serious casualties from the sea and ground battles. Out of the 51 wounded men, 16 are stretcher cases. Some of them sailors with serious burns suffered when their ships were hit during Argentine air raids. It's only 5 days steaming from here to the Falklands, and the Argentine capital, Buenos Aires, is just across the River Plate. But to the people of Uruguay, the British ship is from a war they want no part of. Although some people stood and watched as she slipped into port, hundreds of men out for a day's fishing didn't even notice her. The Uruguayan government has agreed that Montevideo should be Britain's main transit centre for the wounded. Each casualty is ferried from the port one by one in a convoy of ambulances. But some of the men may not be fit enough to fly home immediately, and beds have been made available for them at the city's British hospital. But all the walking wounded and most of the stretcher patients can be moved. A chaplain came off the ship today and talked to some of the doctors who examined the men. Hydra is the second hospital ship to arrive in 3 days. Clearly pleased to be in port, although only for a few hours, the crew took time off to do odd jobs and relax on deck before heading back south. Can you tell me how you're all feeling? With these transfers successfully completed, the British government are now talking to the Uruguayans about the possibility of releasing here more than 1,000 Argentine prisoners. Brent Sadler, ITN, Montevideo.
Marine commandos have outflanked the Argentines north of Stanley. Strong British positions have now been established on the mountains and are now only 5 miles from the Argentine garrison, and we can report now that British sea and land forces control and move freely along the northern waters of East Falklands, and large quantities of stores, guns, ammunition and men have been moved up there. Most of the military commanders here admit that one of our biggest problems remains the West Falklands, and over the past few days, Royal Navy frigates and destroyers have continued to shell Argentine garrisons at Fox Bay and Pebble Island. And there have been other operations that one officer described to me as nuisances of every kind. But it is no secret here that our military commanders are concerned that the Argentines should not be allowed to continue to sneak in more troops and supplies onto the island. they are concerned that the West Falklands should not become a bargaining chip against us if we are forced into a ceasefire situation. Hence the additional need, as our militaries here see it, to push onto Stanley as rapidly as possible. But perhaps one of the most welcome bits of news for our troops on the ground is that many more Rapier ground-to-air defense missiles, much respected by Argentine pilots, are now in positions protecting our forward artillery batteries and troops on the ground. The children of Darwin and Goose Green have been kept indoors. Their parents have been told by the local British military commander not to let the children out unless they are accompanied at all times by a British soldier. The reason for the escort is simply that the area is still full of unexploded ammunition, including hand grenades and rockets. Yesterday, in the pouring rain and bitter winds, the 250 Argentine soldiers who were killed in the fighting at Darwin and Goose Green were buried in a mass grave. There are other single graves dug at random across the battlefield. They were marked until yesterday merely by a helmet stuck on a stick. But yesterday's burial served for all those who died. A British Army Roman Catholic chaplain conducted the service. It is our solemn duty, he said, to bury the dead. An Argentine officer stood beside him, repeating his words in Spanish. And there was so much rain during the service that when the Roman Catholic chaplain and the Argentine officer threw earth into the grave, the bodies were already covered in water. Another 1,000 prisoners of war, most of them the Argentine troops who fought and surrendered at Darwin Goose Green, tonight left the Falklands on their way home to the Argentine. They're aboard the North Sea ferry Norland, 4 men sharing the 2-berth cabins, normally occupied in peacetime by passengers going from Hull to Rotterdam. As they came aboard, they were stripped, searched, given a shower and a hot meal. And watching them eat it, almost certainly it was their first proper meal in months. Air Commodore Pedroso, overall military commander of Darwin Goose Green, is among them. He, unlike his men, is full of complaints. He complained, for example, when he was given coffee, that he preferred water. Then, when his 1,000 men were each given milk to drink, he said he preferred coffee, so he was given water. His second-in-command at Goose Green, Lieutenant Colonel Ettolo Piaggi, does not complain. He does not seem the type to. We asked him how the civilians in Port Stanley were being treated. We asked him whether the Argentine commander there, Menendez, would allow the evacuation of civilians, especially women and children, before a British attack. He answered, "We now consider all the civilians our enemies. That is now clear to me. I can say I do not know now whether they would be allowed to leave." And to the question, will the Argentine garrison fight or surrender at Port Stanley, he answered without hesitation, "We will fight." Michael Nicholson, News at 10, with the British landing forces on the Falklands.
Nothing could have been more relaxed that Tuesday afternoon. The 5th were settled in. More supply ships had arrived in the estuary next to us, bringing in more men and more weapons for them to use. Men even took time off to fish for a change of diet. But then came the attack. The Skyhawks came in to attack and were out again with our gunfire chasing them too late. So sudden, so unannounced, we knew nothing until we saw the black smoke billowing out of the landing ship, Sir Galahad, and then the first signs of a fire aboard St. Tristram nearby. The attack happened so fast, there wasn't even time to think of taking cover. And as the ships were hit, many men aboard hadn't even time to pull on their anti-burn masks to save themselves from the heat flash as the bombs exploded. The 2 landing ships, Sir Galahad and Sir Tristram, were bombed within 200 yards of each other as they were unloading supplies of ammunition and of men. They were in a narrow estuary at Fitzroy, leading off from Bluff Cove. The men had come to join the rest of their brigade here at Fitzroy, only 7 miles from Stanley. Sir Galahad had anchored only a few hours before, and the men were waiting for landing craft to come and get them. 1 hour later, and most of the men would have been safely ashore in their trenches. Our air defense missile, which most Argentine pilots respect, had come off the ships in the morning, but were still being set up on the hillside overlooking the estuary. Had the Argentine planes come just that 1 hour later, Rapier would have been ready for them. The bombs hit Sir Galahad aft through the engine room and accommodation sections. I watched from the shore less than 400 yards away and felt the impact on the ground below me as the hold full of ammunition exploded. Many were brought ashore with dreadful burns. Bullets came from their ammunition boxes, exploding in the heat, whistling and whirring past us. I saw hundreds of men rush forward along the decks across the hold, pulling on their life jackets, pulling on their survival suits. Some, the ship's crewmen, just off watch, pulling on their shirts and trousers. Men were trapped on the wrong side of the fire, and not knowing what else to do, they jumped overboard, the flames spreading around them. I saw men swim underwater away from the ship to avoid the burning oil. And as they surfaced, I watched other men who were safely away forward of the flames, risk their own lives, jumping into the water with life jackets to save those men swimming below them. Inflatable rubber life rafts, bright orange, were hurled over the side. Some immediately burst into flames as debris from the explosions hit them. Others landed, but were blown by the wind into the burning oil. Ropes were thrown down the side of the ship, and men clambered down them, and despite the wind, despite the heat of the metal on their feet, despite the movement of the ship swinging them backwards and forwards along the side of the hull, they got down into their life rafts. The strong wind, gusting now, fanned the fires, enormous fires, as the fuel tanks exploded. The ship was half enveloped in black, thick smoke now, but the Royal Navy Sea King and Wessex helicopter pilots and their crews ignored the fires, they ignored the explosions and the ammunition erupting around them, and flew their machines into the smoke to lift the queues of men waiting below them. The helicopters waited in turn, steady in the air, to move in once the one in front of them had moved away, to winch the men off. I watched one pilot steer his machine slowly and deliberately into the black air and hover, completely blinded, enveloped in the smoke. And then we saw his crewman winching down a line to pick a man out of the sea. 3 times that winchman went down, and 3 times he brought men up into the blackness that covered his helicopter. I saw another helicopter almost touch the water. Its rotor blades seemed to be spinning through the flames to pick up a man in a bright orange survival suit who was clinging to the anchor chain. Lifeboats were launched from Sir Tristram, the other ship, whose crew seemed to be containing their fire, and these boats, under power, began taking some of the rubber life craft in tow. Others began drifting, though, taken by the wind sometimes away from the inferno, but then suddenly towards it. Pilots in the helicopters saw this, and immediately 4 of them took their machines to the rear of the ship by the flames, came down low, and using the downdraft of their rotor blades, slowly began to push the rubber dinghies away. And slowly, yard by yard, each helicopter taking care of one dinghy full of men, they pushed them safely onto the beach. There was much heroism at Fitzroy, but this single tribute must be paid to the helicopter pilots and their winchmen who saved so many. The casualties and survivors, many suffering from shock, many who had heard their own friends screaming in the locked dormitories, unable to get out, were picked up from the beach by soldiers who had run from their trenches to help.
This one's got more. Okay, gentlemen, no stood up. Let's get ready for this one.
Dozens of soldiers waded out into the freezing water, up to their chests in it, to pull men to safety.
Bring him in. She's coming, she's coming. Okay, lads, you've got people pulling you in. Pull it! Come on! Jerk the fucking thing! Jerk it straight! Pull it! Come on, pull! Hold it, hold it! Hold it there. Step fast, you won't fucking pull it. Give me some slack, we get out of the way. Okay, grab that, when they've unloaded it, bring it back out here for us, okay? Next time I want to paddle, I'm going to Blackpool. Right on the track, lads, right on the track. Okay, well done. Over there, buddy. Right on that track there, lad. Okay, when they've got can you send this back out for us? Well done, hey. There. Right, go to field. You're in charge of that right. Grab him off. Keep the door that line! Don't worry, you're on the camera.
Top of the hill, mate. I watched soldiers struggling in the water, picking the injured out of the life rafts and carrying them on their shoulders back to the shore, and then go back again for more. Others were helped and carried up the steep slope of the beach to the waiting armoured cars and the light tanks. Some were helped inside. Others were so badly injured, strapped tight to the stretcher, that they had to be lifted on top of the tanks and driven to the field hospital. From Fitzroy, after emergency treatment, they were flown by helicopter to the field hospital at San Carlos Water, and then onto the hospital ship Uganda. The Chinese crew, the cooks, the laundrymen, the stewards on these Royal Fleet auxiliary ships were badly burnt, the bomb exploding in their quarters. They are normally the most cautious of all aboard these ships, the first to put on their anti-flash units, their hoods and their gloves. But no, they said, we knew nothing, we heard nothing. There was no warning, just a blast. And then we saw men with skin dripping from their heads, from their faces. It was a day of tragedy, but I vouch it was a day of extraordinary heroism and selflessness by every man who witnessed it. Michael Nicholson, News at 10 at Fitzroy on the Falkland Islands.
First to arrive at Downing Street this morning were the Foreign Secretary, Francis Pym, and the Defence Secretary, John Nott. The Falklands, as ever, the major preoccupation for both of them. Then came the President himself. His biggest worry today was clearly Lebanon, the first on the list of subjects for talks at number 10. Breakfast had to wait until the cameramen had had their fill of pictures. The two leaders and their foreign ministers were to eat away from their officials in a small dining room before joining up for talks in the cabinet room. When Prime Minister and President emerged, despite talk of differences on the long-term future of the Falklands, Mrs. Thatcher made a point of saying thank you again for American support.
I would like once again to record our thanks to our American friends, to the President and to Mr. Secretary Haig for the staunch support they've given us and continue to give us over the Falkland Islands, and their realization that we must make it seen to the world over that aggression cannot pay.
The President, well protected as always, thanked his hostess warmly.
We leave strengthened with the knowledge that the great friendship, the great alliance that has existed for so long between our two peoples, the United Kingdom and the United States, remains and is, if anything, stronger than it has ever been.
Mr. President. Afterwards, Mr. Reagan was steered away from answering questions. Long-term plans for the Falklands weren't discussed in great detail. But when decisions do have to be made, it's not clear that today's complete harmony between the two countries will be preserved. But today, the President could fly off with his close relationship with Mrs. Thatcher apparently unimpaired.
For us, the battle for Port Stanley and the retaking of the Falklands began on Friday the 11th of June at Fitzroy, a very English-sounding name in very Scottish-looking countryside. Fitzroy was the headquarters of the 5th Infantry Brigade, the second arm of the British pincer movement that finally took the Argentine garrison. Men were busy digging in, but it was hoped they wouldn't have more than an overnight stay. There was an urgency now to be on the move before the Antarctic winter got any worse.
Have you seen them yet?
The guns of the Royal Artillery were dug in and camouflaged 3 miles up from Fitzroy at Bluff Cove, and the last of their ammunition was being flown in. The helicopters, the Sea Kings and Wessex, are the workhorses of this fighting force. The war could not have been fought without them. The gun crews had already set their sights on Argentine troop positions 6 miles away on Mounts Tumbledown, Mounts William, Two Sisters and Mount Sapper, names we were to become very familiar with. At their headquarters, the officers of the 5th Brigade had assembled that Friday afternoon for their briefing, their final O group, before they in turn went out to brief their men. Brigadier Tony Wilson began.
First of all, I want to make absolutely certain that you're right up to date on our own deployment. There have been some minor changes, and we have moved some people around. And therefore, to get a common start point, you must know exactly where everyone is and what their orders are for the next 24 or 48 hours. Having then, as it were, set the scene, we'll look then at Commander Land Forces Falkland Islands intentions, as far ahead as we can see them, and what his directive to the two brigades has been. I'll then tell you what 3 Commando Brigade are going to be doing, and how they intend to set about it, and then I'll turn your attention to this brigade, and tell you what 5 Brigade is going to do, and exactly how we're going to set about that. No doubt at all, we've got off to an extraordinarily good start here, despite some of the incidents that have happened since we arrived in this part of the world. We are in a very good position indeed. I intend to capitalize on it.
Saturday the 12th, the men of the 2nd Parachute Battalion didn't have to wait long at Fitzroy, and they were delighted.
Beautiful. Followed by jam and biscuits. And that Wayne smile. Then I went, that's it.
They were being lifted 5 miles on and up to Wireless Ridge, overlooking the Argentines on Mounts Tumbledown and William. But they were to be held in reserve. They'd done their bit at Darwin and Goose Green, and they were to be held back.
At least that was the theory of the General Staff. But this was the Paras War, and we knew they were bent on getting to Stanley first. We knew because they told us so.
Fighting through. Just keep on going, there's no stop, no turning back, it's just straight through. No one been taught to turn back, everything is just straight through. Just keep on fighting.
It's, in the eyes of most of the blokes here, it's something that has to be done, and it's principle, the fact that land was ours to start with, and then they now try to take it from us, and nobody will stand for that, really.
So you haven't changed your mind at all?
No.
How about you?
No, I haven't, certainly not. Certainly not, no, I agree with everything he says.
I mean, when we left Blighty over 2 months ago, there was waving flags and everything else, lots of enthusiasm. And, you know, we felt the same way. Are you still feeling as strong about it, even though you've suffered?
Well, we've got to do, haven't we? You know, we can't just jack halfway. We've got to carry on.
No doubts at all?
No, not at all.
And how about you?
Well, it's like he says, if you've got to do something, you've got to carry it out all the way through. No, he's jacking halfway through. We've got to take Stanley. It's no stopping us now, I don't reckon.
Well, it started off as British soil, Argies barged in, and we're here to kick them out.
And you're the people to do it?
Well, us and the rest of them.
Throughout that day, the airlift of men and supplies out of Fitzroy to our front line, the line of final confrontation continued. There were to be no long route marches, no slow, cumbersome convoys of guns and vehicles. This was the war of the leapfrog, jumping from one attack to the next by courtesy of the Royal Navy's helicopters.
Many of the prisoners that came down from Mount Harriet were still armed, although in no state to use their weapons, and worried about what the British would do to them after they'd given up. Among them were a couple of officers, including a lieutenant colonel, who seemed to be carrying more cigarettes than vital information. And there was this young Argentine soldier being brought in on a stretcher, suffering from the effects of the artillery bombardment. In general, the Argentines seemed again to be relieved that for them the fighting was over, and they could stop living what must have been a nightmare existence of trying to survive the shell fire, knowing that, as indeed happened, it would be followed by an infantry assault. The Royal Marines, perhaps equally naturally, were in high spirits as they saw the prisoners coming in. But all the while, the guns of 29 Battery were being trained and fired on the new objectives ever closer to Stanley.
Sunday the 13th, first light and the first casualties of the first night offensive were flown into the field hospital at Fitzroy. The wounds were almost entirely from artillery shrapnel. The Argentines were hiding behind a constant barrage from their guns set up inside Stanley itself. Guns that, according to reports, were firing from civilian areas and which, if British guns had fired back, would have certainly guaranteed civilian casualties. So, for a while, British guns did not fire back and our front line suffered. It was something the British soldiers would not forgive the Argentines for. Argentine casualties came too, medevaced in by British helicopter pilots who were risking their own lives under fire. An enemy who now shared the same hospital, an enemy given the same chance to live.
The first few hours of the battle for Stanley, and already we're getting little bits of information back from the people who are returning from the battlefield. We hear that the 3rd Marine Commandos and the 3rd Paras have taken their objectives after a 7-hour battle. They've taken Mount Longdon and they've taken Two Sisters. They have also taken many casualties. We hear that something like 90 prisoners, Argentine prisoners, are on their way back, being marched back through the snow across the mountains. Among them, we're told, is an artillery major carrying a map showing the positions of some of their major artillery batteries. We've also heard, though we can't be sure yet because this is just hearsay coming back from the lines, that HMS Glamorgan, a destroyer, has been hit by a land-based missile while she was, this is during the night, while she was on bombardment, naval bombardment of Argentine positions on shore. But we hear that she's managing to steam safely out of the area back to the fleet.
Those prisoners began to arrive at Fitzroy. In that first hour, over 150 were flown in to be put into the sheep pens under guard. And they told the same story. The battle for Stanley was being fought on the mountains surrounding it. And we now had 3 of them, Mount's 2 sisters, Harriet and Longdon. British armour began moving to them along the track that is the high road to Stanley, the Scorpions and Scimitars of the Blues and Royals. Six miles to town now, and 3 more mountains to go. We could just see Stanley in the distance, mostly hidden by tumbledown and sapper, and we could see smoke coming from buildings along the waterfront. And we heard that the British commanders, unwilling to sustain further casualties from the Argentine guns hidden between the houses, had ordered them to be destroyed.
Just seen a bomb drop.
We were with the Gurkha Rifles, the men whose legend as hard fighters travels with them wherever they go. Their second in command was Major Bill Dawson, and on the top of 2 sisters, he briefed us.
We are trying to take advantage of that, the fact that the enemy have broken, and we're trying to double up in double quick time and take out Mount William and bring out some more troops around the side to cut off as many of the enemy as we can before going up into Stanley itself. The details of that are being worked out now. There's a certain amount of confusion as to who does what and how the resources are going to be made available to make certain that this operation can go on. But that is at the moment all I can tell you. That's all I know.
This was not the front line. The front line was just ahead and below us. The attacks had all been planned to take place at night. There was too much open ground between the mountains, land without cover for British troops to risk daylight offensives. The night attacks were to be the key factor to our success. We stayed with the Gurkha Signals Company on 2 sisters as Argentine shells came in around us. We are on 2 sisters. We were helicoptered in with the Gurkhas this morning. Our job is to wait here with the tactical part of the 1st and the 7th Gurkhas and wait for the Scots to move ahead of us. They are now in the valley, moving up the side of the hill towards Tumbledown, and our job is to wait here and move in after them. Unfortunately, people have been seen on this skyline by the Argentine artillery spotters in Stanley. That's the reason they're shelling here, thinking that we are the main force. And behind us, shelling over our heads, are the British 105s. And all the time, helicopters coming in, dropping in troops. Here comes That's another one of their guns. All the time, helicopters, Royal Naval and Royal Air Force helicopters are coming in, dropping troops off, even while this artillery is going on.
Nine killed in attack on HMS Glamorgan, and the death toll at Bluff Cove was 50. Defence Secretary says the outcome is not in doubt. We have an eyewitness account of the big push towards Port Stanley. Good evening. The Defence Secretary, Mr. Knott, has said 9 British sailors were killed and 17 injured in an Argentine attack on the destroyer HMS Glamorgan. He also announced that 50 men died when Argentine planes bombed the landing ships Sir Galahad and Sir Tristram last Tuesday. All relatives have been informed. Mr. Knott said the casualty figures had been kept secret to confuse the Argentines about the strength of the task force. In a separate statement, the Ministry of Defence admitted some Falkland Islanders may have been killed and injured in the latest fighting. Mr. Knott began by giving details of yesterday's attack on Argentine positions west of Port Stanley.
We now firmly hold Mount Longdon, Two Sisters and Mount Harriet, all of which dominate the ground to the west of Stanley. Some 400 prisoners were captured, together with considerable quantities of equipment, including mortars and anti-tank weapons. It was important for the success of the land operation that the Argentinians were not able to assess exactly when, how, or in what strength we would attack. It is clear that the Argentinians greatly overestimated the extent of the casualties and damage resulting from their air attack on Sir Tristram and Sir Galahad on Tuesday. We wished them to remain uncertain about our strength on the ground and our capability to mount an early attack. None of this, of course, delayed the notification of next of kin, all of whom have been informed. Surprise was achieved in our operations, and the progress made by British forces in their advance towards Port Stanley means that I can now give the official details of casualties from last Tuesday's attack. The landing ships were carrying large numbers of troops from the Welsh Guards and supporting units. 43 men died in the attack or are missing, presumed dead. 46 men were wounded, and a number sustained minor injuries. There were also casualties among the crews of the landing ships. On Sir Galahad, 3 officers and 2 members of the crew were killed, and 2 officers and 9 crew were injured. On the landing ship Sir Tristram, 2 members of the crew were killed. All the remainder of the crew are safe. The wounded are receiving treatment on board British hospital ships. The land operations were supported by Harrier attacks and naval gunfire from ships of the task force. There was also a successful Vulcan attack on Port Stanley Airport. These attacks made a major contribution to the success of our troops. However, in the course of the bombardment, the destroyer HMS Glamorgan was hit by enemy fire, and 9 members of the ship's company were killed and 17 injured. Next of kin have been informed. HMS Glamorgan sustained some damage, but she remains operational and is continuing her activities in the task force. In further operations today, an Argentine patrol craft was detected, attacked, and disabled by Sea Harriers from HMS Invincible. Our successes on the ground over the weekend mark another significant step to securing the complete and final withdrawal of Argentine forces from the Falkland Islands. There is some way still to go, but the outcome is not in doubt.
Military sources in Buenos Aires say there's been more heavy fighting today in the Port Stanley area. The military high command say Argentine jets attacked the new British positions captured yesterday, concentrating on Two Sisters Hill. The high command has conceded its troops were driven back 2 miles by the attack. This report on the fighting from Jeremy Hands, which arrived yesterday, has just been cleared by the Ministry of Defence.
It was a classic commando assault. At midnight, the so-called starting line was crossed simultaneously in 3 places as the British troops attacked the 3 key positions held by the enemy around Port Stanley. All night I monitored the battle with senior officers in a forward commando headquarters. The reports coming in from the units were crisp, clear, and very encouraging. Each British attack was opposed by well-dug-in and well-supplied Argentine troops. We could see and hear the continual barrage of shells, some aimed with deadly accuracy at the enemy's strongholds, some, thankfully, less accurate, coming towards us. The infantry battle raged throughout the night. In some cases, the British advances were held up by mortar fire, in others by machine guns and snipers, but the forward momentum was never lost. One Argentine heavy machine gun on the Two Sisters was captured with ammunition, and along with much more of their equipment, will now be used against them. A battalion drew special praise from the commanders for their efforts in capturing the heavily defended Mount Longdon. But afterwards, General Jeremy Moore was delighted with everyone's performance. We now have our lead positions exactly where the Argentine lead positions were until last night, he said, adding, there was some extremely good fighting by our young men, with excellent support from the Royal Naval Bombardment and our artillery ashore. Before daylight, each of the 3 objectives was secured. British casualties had been remarkably light, but as yet it's been impossible to assess the Argentine losses, although initial reports are that they were heavy. There was no doubt, however, about the number of prisoners taken. By mid-afternoon, 340 Argentines had turned up, some of them considered to be most important. Others had surrendered from positions that weren't even being attacked. I saw some prisoners being brought in, blindfolded, arms tied behind their backs and dejected. And as I moved forward in the fresh, frosty sun of a midwinter morning, the extent of the British success and its importance became even clearer. Our troops, already in control of the important high ground around Port Stanley, now have secured positions from where they can control virtually all comings and goings from the island's capital. The 3 objectives were hard to take indeed, but the rewards are great. Stanley can no longer be regarded as a stronghold for the Argentines, merely a last refuge, which now lies at the mercy of the British guns and encircled by British troops. And as the grip on Stanley tightens, the more Argentine prisoners are seen woefully trudging back to the prisoner-of-war ships, the mood gets ever more buoyant. They've now not only seen action, but tasted victory in battle too. And while they know firsthand that the Argentine foe is not the pushover he'd been made out to be in some quarters, the British go into the next phase of the operation knowing that he can be beaten. The large white vapor trail, V for victory sign in the sky, provided by 2 Harriers before last night's battle, was an extra encouragement that looks like being quite unnecessary. Jeremy Hands, British Television News, with the Royal Marines near Port Stanley.
The Ministry of Defence have admitted Falkland Islanders may have been killed and injured in the latest fighting outside Port Stanley. They say there is evidence to support Argentine claims that 2 women were killed and 4 other islanders injured, 2 of them seriously. The Argentines have named the dead women as Mrs. Susan Whitley and Mrs. Doreen Bonner. Both lived on the west side of Port Stanley, beyond Government House. The Argentines claim they were killed by British naval bombardment. John Doyle asked a Falklands councillor, Mr. John Cheek, whether he believed the Argentine claim.
We're treating it as probably being true until it's definitely confirmed, but yes, we believe it is probably true.
Now, you've heard of this source from other than from the government sources, haven't you?
Other than the Argentine sources, yes. We got from an amateur radio operator in the Falklands, more or less confirmed the details.
Have you been able to discover exactly what happened?
The Argentinians are saying that it was British naval gunfire. I have my doubts because the houses are, although in the same area, we're talking about 50, 60, 70 yards difference. We know there was an Argentine ammunition dump in that area, very close to these houses. My own guess is it went off. How it went off, we don't know.
Now, you know these islanders very well.
One knows practically everyone in Stanley reasonably well. Of those that killed, both of them married, one reasonably young. Husband, in fact, was the veterinary officer, and the other one, the husband worked for the Public Works Department as a surveyor.
The latest British casualties from the Falklands have arrived in Montevideo on their way home to Britain. A hospital ship brought in 60 men, many badly injured. Earlier in Montevideo, 1,000 Argentine prisoners captured at Goose Green were handed over.
At daybreak, another British hospital vessel entered harbour. HMS Herald brought 60 British casualties. They were from the battles in San Carlos Water and Port Darwin. With each wave of men to disembark from the Red Cross-protected ships that have come here, it's evident that the wounded want to put on as brave a face they can in the circumstances. But never before has it been seen with such determination. Some who were in obvious pain hobbled onto the quayside, but still managed to wave and smile to the crew. Others were carried off as best they could and handed to Uruguayan medical teams who ferried them to the airport for the flight home. And with mounting casualties from the fighting, 2 more hospital ships will arrive here next week. 1,000 prisoners came in at dusk aboard the North Sea ferry Norland. They were offloaded during the night at the insistence of the Argentines, no doubt anxious that the world should not see the face of defeat in her men as they filed off the ship in pairs. British officials said the dejected troops were mostly teenagers, the majority barely 16 years old. Brent Sadler, ITN, Montevideo.
Good evening. British forces have broken through to within 2.5 miles of Port Stanley. Attacking on 3 fronts, they've secured vital positions in the foothills overlooking the Falklands capital: Tumbledown Mountain, Wireless Ridge and Mount William. Argentine forces are now said to be in full retreat after fierce fighting overnight. The Defence Secretary, Mr. John Nott, gave the news a short time ago.
We have just received the following information from the Commander British Land Forces, Falkland Islands. Last night, British forces pressed forward from their positions on high ground surrounding Port Stanley. By this morning, our forces had secured the key positions of Tumbledown Mountain and Mount William to the southwest and Wireless Ridge to the northwest of Port Stanley. From their new positions, our forces can see large numbers of Argentine soldiers retreating and streaming back into Port Stanley. Our forces are moving forward to exploit their success.
Radio messages from Port Stanley to the Argentine mainland have revealed that conditions behind the Argentine lines are deteriorating and that Argentine troops are suffering greatly. But the radio broadcasts have now broken down after what seems to be a total loss of power.
ITN has been monitoring the 2 open shortwave radio links from Port Stanley to the Argentine mainland. Over the weekend, as usual, sons, husbands and fathers serving with the Argentine forces in Stanley, talking to their families in Buenos Aires. A sad insight into the human tragedy of the war and the revelation that the troops suffered greatly on Friday night in particular. Yesterday, the open lines completely broke down. Before they did so, an Argentine commander spoke openly of their desperate need for an item codenamed 1701 and warned that conditions were now so bad that it could not now be delivered. His last words were, "My power is failing." Since then, the line has been dead. Today, only the teletyped, coded transmissions are getting through from the Argentine army, 5-letter combinations which are unscrambled by computer and which can be transmitted on battery-run portable radios. With an apparent total loss of mains and generated power, verbal contact between Argentina and the Falklands appears to have been out for more than 24 hours. John Snow, ITN, Punta Arenas.
At Mount Harriet, British troops have found thousands of rounds of deadly dum-dum bullets in captured Argentine ammunition boxes. The hollow-nosed bullets, which spread on impact, are banned under the Geneva Convention. A safe zone has been set up by the Red Cross in Port Stanley, where civilians can shelter during the final battle for the town. As many as 600 people are still thought to be trapped there between the Argentine forces and advancing British troops. The quarter-mile square zone around the town's stone cathedral would provide the shelter.
The Red Cross neutralized zone lies on the waterfront at Port Stanley, in the middle. The main Argentine gun emplacements are to either side of the built-up area. It's about 100 meters by 120 and makes up about 1/20th of the whole town area. As Red Cross officials said today, it'll be adequate but cramped. The block will be marked out by Red Cross flags and more will be painted on rooftops. There are about 20 houses in all, and all of them, except 2 or 3, are wooden. But the area does include, and we assume this is why it's been chosen, the island's largest stone building, the Cathedral.
One of the British successes in the battle for the Falklands has been the Harrier jump jet. They've shot down large numbers of Argentine planes. Ray Maloney asked a Harrier pilot, who's just back from the Falklands, whether the dogfights compared with those in the Second World War.
The majority, no. The majority have been close engagements of the Harrier being directed onto an escaping or indeed an attack coming into the AOA with no hard turning fight, just a quick acquisition with the missiles, let the missiles go, they destroy the aircraft, and then we clear.
A lot of people back here are amazed, even frightened by the lethal nature of the weapons that are being used in war, particularly in the war in the Falklands. What do you feel about them?
Well, I think that there are a number of missiles that are coming out head and shoulders above the overall level of fighting. The Sidewinder missile we're using, the Seawolf missile that the Navy's employing on the Type 22, and indeed the Sea Dart battery, and also from the Argentinians' side, the Exocet missile are proving very, very lethal indeed.
Now the fighting in the Falklands again. We've just received an eyewitness report of Saturday's British offensive to capture the mountains from which today's attacks were launched. Independent radio news reporter Kim Sabida went forward with a company which led the offensive.
As we progressed painfully up the hill, long-range artillery from around Stanley became more accurate. It's no exaggeration or boast that in the 3 hours we spent on that slope, every one of us came within feet of incineration from high explosive shells. The diabolic scream of the missile through the air, followed by the heat of the explosion, and then, a few seconds later, the Catherine wheel-like buzz of twisted red-hot metal fragments sounding a second alarm, all sounds and images we shall never forget. One lump fell by my feet. I picked it up. Red hot, I dropped it again quickly. When it was cool, I picked it up and examined its jagged edges. Some of the men around me weren't so lucky. They bear the injuries such devices are meant to inflict. But amongst our 3-company attack, more than 300 men in all, only one man died, a corporal. How the others escaped, I don't know. I have to put it down to the skill, determination and courage of the men themselves. Edging nearer, the lead units fired off their anti-tank weapons, Milan 66 and 84mm rockets, streaks of white light flashing upwards to explode among the rocks and stones. But as one gun was silenced and we moved out from behind our cover, others would open up. The progress was, as I've said, painfully slow, but it was over as quickly as it had begun. Gaining the high ground to their flank, the troops were in a position to infiltrate the enemy positions in strength. Before long, prisoners were taken and the firing died down. The experience of the previous 3 hours had been so intense it had left some of us drained and inarticulate. As one officer told me later, "What do you say when someone asks you weeks afterwards how you felt? You can't answer them. For a long time afterwards, your feelings just don't seem to exist."
Monday the 14th, after a night of constant artillery exchanges, with the fires in Stanley still burning and in 12 degrees of frost, British troops patrolled back to us. The Scots Guards, they said, had taken Tumbledown and the Gurkhas were advancing on Mount William. Royal Marine Lieutenant David Stewart told us of his part in the fighting.
And then last night, we came up as a company, take this position here. They'd removed themselves from where we initially had the contact.
Was that machine gun?
That was a machine gun, yes. They weren't there. The first troop took that, and as we came up about 200 metres, we came under fire from up here and also further down as well. And then we simply came up as a company. 2 troop came up here and took the SF positions, the machine gun positions, which were up here. We reckon there was about a company, but as we came up to them, they ran out, they bugged out.
What kind of weapons did they have? Is it just machine guns?
GPMGs, the same machine guns that we use.
Yeah.
And FNs.
You were under fire on the way up, were you?
Oh yes. Yes. Yeah.
What kind of fight did they put up?
Initially, heavy fire. And then it appeared that as we put down our fire, and we were using the 66 anti-tank weapon, they began to move back from there. It appeared that they left sort of die-hard chaps up here, and as we got closer to them, they also ran away. So in fact, we found no one up here at all. By the time we got here, they'd all gone.
Then, just after 2 o'clock that Monday afternoon, the shelling stopped. We could hear only the occasional small arms fire, and that less and less frequently. The mountains and the valleys between them became silent. And then we thought of a possibility, a rather marvelous possibility. Was there a ceasefire? Could it be a surrender? At 5 minutes to 4, Major Bill Dawson came out of his tent.
From there, Mike. Gentlemen, I've just heard that the white flag is flying over Stanley. 8-2, Roger, out.
Can you tell us what he said, Major?
What he has said is that negotiations will start tonight. Although there appears to be a ceasefire at the moment and the Argentinian forces in the Falklands have appeared to have surrendered, this does not necessarily mean that the forces in the mainland Argentine will necessarily stop fighting. Therefore, we will have normal CAP, that is air cover, combat air patrols, and we should take the normal precautions against being caught by surprise or whatever. Okay?
Yeah, is there a white flag flying?
There is a white flag flying over Stanley. Very marvellous.
Well, that's how we heard the news at 5 to 4 on Monday, June the 14th, from an officer of the Gurkha Rifles after what he'd heard over his radio from his own men overlooking Stanley. They're telling him that a white flag is flying over that town. Is this, then, the end to the war?
Taro Tahaja sponsor, Hawkeye. Kura testesa, Yaonsa, Dui Jana, Groupma, Lerano Patsa, Pat Jamaganapore, and Isabale, Wanko objective Majansa Bore Rati Kolagi. Six us up? Pura pack up Bandabas Melanopore.
Bloody marvellous, he said, and that summed it up for us perfectly. The Paras had made it. They were the first into Stanley, just as they said they would, just as everybody, possibly even the General Staff, knew they would. They'd come off Wireless Ridge, quickly across the open valley, and up to the racecourse at the edge of town before anyone could stop them. As long as people talk of the Falklands campaign, they'll talk of the Second Paras.
From the Two Sisters, the Royal Marines threaded their way carefully down the pass, but the route was blocked by minefields, and every few minutes the column dragged to a halt as the way was carefully cleared. A technical officer came back with some of the anti-personnel and anti-tank mines that had been laid to trap us.
In fact, what you do is unscrew the tops of the plates on the anti-personnel mines, and they are then armed. But as of yet, they haven't been armed. The anti-tank ones, however, have been. The safety plate has been removed, and that is ready to detonate.
And then the almost unbelievable news that there wasn't going to be any Argentine opposition in Stanley. There was, after all, apparently not going to be a last fight. A Union Jack was hastily brought out of a man's pack and attached to his radio aerial. And then there it was, Port Stanley, closer than any of us had ever seen it before. Amid the devastation were a few straggling Argentines who'd not been able to get back to the eastern side of the town before the British had arrived. And there were some very happy paratroopers, delighted and excited that it seemed at last to be all over.
Who was the first to put up the flag?
Two para!
I put it up again. Two para the first in again? That's
right,
again.
Two para was first in.
How much did you beat the others?
2.5 hours.
At the airport itself, the scenes of devastation were greater than anywhere else I'd seen. It was the aftermath of a long campaign, one that had cost many lives, and one that so many people in uniform, and indeed in plain clothes, have told me was so unnecessary. But now it was all over, and the pieces of shattered lives and broken properties could start to be put back together again.
Mrs. Thatcher says there are white flags all over Port Stanley. Good evening. The Prime Minister has just said in the House of Commons that the Argentines are flying white flags over Port Stanley. She said British troops had entered the town and large numbers of Argentine troops had thrown down their weapons. Negotiations for a surrender are now going on, she said. Earlier, the Argentine Military High Command had said a ceasefire had been agreed on the Falklands to last until 2 p.m. our time tomorrow. There'd been no confirmation before that from the Ministry of Defence in London. Whitehall sources were saying that 7,000 Argentine troops in Port Stanley were on the run, fleeing through the deserted streets. Meanwhile, the Pentagon in the United States was saying that the Argentines were in the process of surrendering. Mrs. Thatcher had left Downing Street for the Commons a short time ago, and she's making her statement in the House now. The ceasefire was reportedly arranged at a face-to-face meeting between General Mario Menendez, the Argentine commander on the Falklands, and Major General Jeremy Moore, commander of the British Land Forces. General Menendez was then reported to have flown to Buenos Aires to report to the military junta there. Although it hasn't confirmed the ceasefire, the Ministry of Defence said task force commanders had the authority to accept a surrender.
The first sign of an impending Argentine collapse came with a brief statement from the Defence Secretary, Mr. Nott, this afternoon. He said a second major British assault overnight had pushed the Argentine soldiers from their last full defensive line, and that they were running back to Stanley. Last night, the British commanded the Two Sisters Ridge, some 7 miles west of Stanley. The Argentines were still on Tumbledown Mount and Wireless Ridge. But then last night came the final big push. Thousands of Royal Marines, paras and guardsmen battled fiercely with the Argentines and captured their hilltop positions. But the British commander saw hundreds of Argentines running back to Stanley, and he decided to follow through his attack. The Argentine soldiers were chased all the way to the town, and fierce fighting was reported on the outskirts, well away from the safe area for civilians allocated by the Red Cross earlier in the day. During the first British push towards Stanley last Friday, over 50 Argentine soldiers were killed, but there were British losses too. Over 20 British soldiers were believed killed in that action. British deaths in the Falklands crisis amount to more than 220, therefore, and the Argentines are thought to have lost over 750 men. In spite of clear skies today and yesterday, the Argentine Air Force has not been able to mount major raids against British troops, though in a brief attack yesterday, another Mirage was shot down. The ceasefire is due to run until 2 p.m. London time tomorrow. The Argentine commander will presumably be using that time to try to negotiate the most honourable surrender that he can. But Britain will be insisting on nothing less than the total withdrawal of all Argentine troops from the islands. And that will have to include the 1,000 or so Argentine soldiers still left on West Falkland at Fox Bay and Pebble Island. The ceasefire is only for a limited duration, and it is conceivable that fighting could start again, but considering the commanding position the British task force is now in, it does seem unthinkable.
Argentina's military junta issued a series of statements through the day to prepare people for bad news. Norman Rees in Buenos Aires reports on the build-up to tonight's announcement in Argentina.
Argentine defence forces had taken a battering all day during a heavy British offensive launched on 3 fronts at 10:30 last night. The military junta, after first saying that their troops were putting up fierce resistance, issued a communiqué this morning confirming that 2 key Argentine positions at Mount Tumbledown and Wireless Ridge had fallen under the British onslaught. British troops were now less than 4 kilometres from Port Stanley. Military sources here say that it was after this that the commander of the British troops on the islands, Major General Jeremy Moore, flashed a message to his Argentine counterpart suggesting a meeting. The Argentine commander and military governor of the Falklands, Brigadier General Mario Menendez, who had earlier predicted a crushing defeat for Britain, delayed his reply while he consulted with the military junta in Buenos Aires. Eventually, he was given permission to go ahead as long as the honor of Argentine soldiers wasn't compromised. Meanwhile, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, in what could be an attempt to prepare people here for the worst, issued another communiqué saying that British forces continued to gain ground and that Argentine soldiers were faced with superior numbers, equipment, and technology. No details of the battlefield meeting between Major General Moore and General Menendez have emerged, except that it took place at 4 o'clock local time, that's 8 o'clock this evening in London, and that during the talks an informal ceasefire was observed. Military sources here say that General Menendez may now be on his way to Buenos Aires to convey the results of the meeting to the military junta, and that the ceasefire will continue until 2 o'clock London time tomorrow to give him chance to return to the front. It's believed here that nothing has been formally signed between the two sides, but Argentine military sources are saying two things. First, that a British victory in the battle for Port Stanley is now inevitable, and secondly, that to continue to offer resistance will lead to further very heavy loss of life. Given the makeup of the military junta, nothing can be certain here tonight, but it is beginning to look as if Argentina may well be considering surrender. Norman Rees, News at 10 in Buenos Aires.
Intercepted radio transmissions from Port Stanley to the Argentine mainland had indicated that conditions behind the Argentine lines were bad. But as John Snow reported from Chile, the broadcasts now appear to have been cut off altogether.
Throughout the crisis, two open radio shortwave links have existed between Port Stanley and the Argentine mainland. For the most part, Argentine troops have used them to speak to their relatives at home. Yesterday, sons and husbands were talking in depressed tones to their loved ones in Buenos Aires, an unhappy insight into the human tragedy of the war. On Friday night in particular, they said they had suffered terribly. One man told his father he'd be home in 2 weeks. Then, for the first time on Sunday, we heard the normal domestic radio traffic interrupted by military commanders openly asking for further assistance. One officer speaking of the desperate need for an item codenamed 1701, warning that conditions were now so bad that it would now probably never be delivered. His last words were, "I must go now, the power is failing." From that time, more than 24 hours ago, the line has been dead and there has been no verbal contact. This morning, only teletyped coded transmissions were reaching the mainland from Argentine troops in Port Stanley. Bunches of 5-letter combinations which have to be unscrambled by a computer and which can be transmitted by battery-run portable radios. 4 hours ago, even these messages ceased. We have scoured every frequency we have ever monitored the Argentines using, and every one is silent. John Snow, News at 10, Punta Arenas, southern Chile.
Now let's go over live to Glyn Mathias in Westminster for the latest details on Mrs Thatcher's speech to the Commons.
Well, Mrs Thatcher was greeted with loud cheers by the MPs in the Commons tonight as she brought them what she called the latest information from the Battle of the Falklands. After successes last night on the battlefield, she said General Moore had decided to press forward, and Mrs Thatcher spoke of large numbers of Argentine soldiers throwing down their weapons and white flags flying over Port Stanley. British troops, she said, had been told not to fire except in self-defence, and talks were now in progress with General Menendez, the Argentine commander in Port Stanley, over the surrender of Argentine troops in both East and West Falklands. Well, this statement was greeted with loud cheers by the Commons, who were relieved that the conflict had ended at last, and relieved it had ended so suddenly and in such a dramatic way. The Labour leader, Mr Michael Foot, joined in the congratulations. He said the news would bring widespread and genuine rejoicing, that there would now be an end to the bloodshed. Mr Foot admitted he'd had his differences and arguments with Mrs Thatcher over the Falklands conflict, but he said he well understood the anxieties and pressures on Mrs Thatcher over the past few weeks, and he congratulated the Prime Minister that those anxieties and pressures had now been relieved. Well, the Liberal leader, Mr Steele, and Dr David Owen for the Social Democrats also joined in the congratulations to the government on the outcome of this conflict, and MPs go home tonight much happier and more relieved than they've been for many weeks past. Glyn Mathias, News at 10, Westminster.
It was only earlier tonight that the Ministry of Defence named 57 British servicemen killed or missing in fighting in the Falklands recently. The list includes the 50 men who were killed when the Argentines attacked the British landing ships Sir Galahad and Sir Tristram a week ago. This latest picture from the Falklands shows survivors of both ships coming ashore. Most of the men killed on the Sir Galahad were Welsh Guards. Those who survived and journalists at the scene paid tribute to rescues carried out by helicopter crews. The helicopters hovered low over the water in dense smoke to blow fumes away from men trying to escape in life rafts. And that main story once again. Mrs. Thatcher has told the Commons tonight that the Argentines are flying white flags over Port Stanley. Negotiations for a full surrender are underway. The Prime Minister said British troops had been ordered not to fire except in self-defence. The Argentines had earlier said a ceasefire had been agreed until 2 p.m. our time tomorrow. Ray Maloney is at the Ministry of Defence now.
Here at the Defence Ministry tonight, the word from very senior officers is, and I quote, "We are sure it's all over," unquote. British troops, it said, are in total control of Port Stanley from their positions on the outskirts. Indeed, some troops may be already inside the town, to such a degree of control that the Argentines, it said, have finally been convinced that there is absolutely no sense in continuing to fight. Officials here say that negotiations will go on throughout the night, with both Buenos Aires and London involved, and that at dawn tomorrow the final arrangements for the Argentines to lay down their weapons will be completed. General Menendez, the Argentine commander, contrary to other reports, is said to be still on the islands. The British command made contact with him by radio to arrange the meeting. We don't know exactly where or exactly when at which this ceasefire was settled. The only one point of doubt here is whether, as Mrs. Thatcher demanded tonight, any ceasefire agreed tomorrow will involve both West and East Falkland. Ray Maloney, News at 10 at the Ministry of Defence.
That's the momentous news tonight. Good night.
Tuesday, 15th of June, it was difficult to accept in those first daylight hours, looking at the state of Port Stanley, that the Argentines had been here for less than 3 months and that the British landing was less than a month ago. Stanley looked and felt as if it had been at war so much longer. And it was obvious from what they'd brought with them that the Argentines thought they'd come to stay, even to the point of renaming streets and buildings in Spanish for the convenience of their troops. Thankfully, the Royal Marines quickly began to put things right. Men who had been here when the Argentines invaded on April the 2nd and had defended Government House returned there that first morning of peace and raised the flag over the building they'd tried so hard to defend. It is easy to criticize an enemy in defeat, easy to believe the half-truths that were rapidly beginning to circulate around Stanley. But it is true to say that the Argentines have not left the capital as they found it. Their filth and vandalism is everywhere. It looked as if they'd been under siege for 12 months instead of 2. Proper hygiene must have been difficult in a garrison of 7 or more thousand men, but it wasn't helped by turning the floor of the post office into a public lavatory, with 3 months' excreta to be hosed away by Stanley's fire brigade. And the narrow streets were used as much as rubbish dumps as thoroughfares, with rotting food and unwanted discarded equipment littering the gutters. The Argentines had an odd way of impressing the Falklanders to the Argentine way of life. The Argentine cause is not helped by our confirmation that they placed one of their most lethal weapons, the 155mm long-range guns, deliberately in between people's houses, knowing how loath the British would be to fire back on them. The Argentine cause can't have been helped by placing their anti-aircraft guns in the school playground. It cannot be helped by painting the Red Cross on a white background on any house that suited them. They knew, of course, that it is the internationally respected symbol of immunity, the protection from attack, and yet they painted it on houses in which they garrisoned their senior officers and on houses in which they stored ammunition. The school itself had been turned into an arms dump. There has to be something in the Geneva Convention or some such code of war that forbids it. The weapons of war are stacking high, and as one pile is gathered up and stored away, so another takes its place. A lot will be destroyed, but what is in good condition will become ours to use. As one British Army officer put it to me, the Argentine junta must be made to lose money as well as face. Certainly, their Falklands expedition is going to cost them. Their garrison was well stocked, and when we realized what had been available to them, we were grateful that the only thing they lacked was the will to fight.
Good evening. The Prime Minister has called on Argentina to end all fighting in the South Atlantic now that Argentine troops in the Falklands have surrendered. But Argentina has not agreed. It has not admitted yet that its troops have surrendered. Its communiques speak only of a ceasefire and an agreement to withdraw. In Washington, American State Department sources think Argentina will try to fight on. The British Land Force Commander, Major General Jeremy Moore, accepted the surrender in East and West Falklands by the Argentine General Menendez. It was General Menendez who had led the Argentine invasion, and he asked for terms. General Moore was chaired and cheered by everyone within reach, and the youngest islanders were taken to see him. He walked around Port Stanley saying, "I'm Jeremy Moore, and I'm sorry it took us 3 weeks to get here." British forces have been sent to West Falkland to arrange the surrender there. The 14,800 Argentine prisoners have been a surprise to the British forces. It seems British troops, half their number, defeated them. The Defence Secretary, Mr. John Nott, made it clear it's up to Argentina now to decide the end of the war if it wants all its men home. The Governor of the Falklands, Mr. Rex Hunt, is to return there as soon as possible as a civilian commissioner. It will be the Army who will repair the airstrip, rebuild the houses, and put back the water supply at Port Stanley. Mrs. Thatcher said 3,000 British troops would stay there from now on. If necessary, Britain would defend the islands alone. Tonight, British forces, especially the Harrier pilots, are still on the alert. The Marines, the Paras, the Scots Guards, who had pushed forward from Port San Carlos through mist, frost, and now snowstorms, took hill after hill before Port Stanley and forced an occupying garrison of superior numbers to surrender. General Moore has spoken of the supreme quality of the men he's been leading. He praised their energy, fitness, and sheer devotion.
Hard weather, hard country, and a determined enemy have made it a jolly hard slog for them, and you've seen them. They've marched from the far end of this island right to this end of it, and they're as fit and ready to go as ever. You've seen them this evening, looking just like that. We have felt the ferocity of the very brave pilots of the Argentinian Air Force. Does this mean that hostilities from the mainland of Argentina will cease in General Menendez's view, do you think? General Menendez has just given me an assurance that there will be no attacks from mainland Argentina on us or our ships or aircraft in this area. Would you dare echo the words of the Duke of Wellington that this might have been a damn near run thing? Logistically, it was a damn close run thing. Some of my guns this morning that started 400 rounds a gun were down to 20.
Our reporters Jeremy Hands and Michael Nicholson, who've been with the task force since it left Southampton, were with the British troops when the Argentines surrendered. Here are their reports. First, Jeremy Hands.
The news of the Argentine surrender reached us as we marched towards Stanley, still expecting one last battle. At first, the Royal Marines around me just couldn't believe it. We were marching between the Two Sisters Hills and Sapper Hill, where the Argentines were known to be dug in and in strength. Then the report came back that they'd been seen running off Sapper Hill towards Stanley. Minutes later, we heard that another British unit, almost parallel to us, were actually in the town and not encountering any opposition. On we marched towards the outskirts of Stanley, and more signs of the Argentines having abandoned their last positions in great haste. And then, almost before we could take it in, we were in the town itself. Fires were still burning, houses still smouldering, but the Argentines had seemed to have gone. At this point, I spoke to Brigadier Julian Thompson, commander of the victorious 3 Commando Brigade. He was as surprised as he was delighted that it was apparently all over. Frankly, I thought it could take another 24 hours, he said, but I'm not complaining. And neither were any of the civilians we saw. They were almost delirious to see the British back. Union Jacks were being flown from every available vantage point. The troops who had expected to have to fight their way in were almost as bemused. The Argentines had shifted to the eastern side of the town, awaiting the formalities of the surrender to be completed.
but there was no doubt that it was all over bar the cheering. And then, after darkness, the announcement that the surrender had been signed. There was little renewed cheering. It was by then a foregone conclusion. This morning, the destruction that had been caused during the 2.5 months of occupation could be seen more clearly. Buildings wrecked, homes in tatters, and property destroyed. But for all that, the residents said they hadn't been treated too badly. Then, with the Royal Marines and paratroopers settled in, the thousands of Argentine troops started to lay down their arms. There was no formal surrender ceremony, no victory parade by the British, just a rather pathetic trail of cold and dejected Argentines dumping their weapons in enormous piles in the snow. Then they shuffled back towards the airport, and there, more destruction than anywhere else I'd seen during the entire campaign. A few charred remains of buildings, 18 Argentine aircraft, mostly wrecked beyond any hope of repair, and scores of shell and bomb craters, although remarkably only a couple had damaged the runway. And now it's the race to get the prisoners away, the town back to normal, and as every British soldier I've spoken to says, to get back home. Jeremy Hands, British Television News, in Port Stanley.
The signing of the surrender was the conclusion of 4 days of intensive fighting as British troops leapfrogged towards the tiny capital that was the Argentines' headquarter garrison. And whatever else has been said about the Argentine troops, they put up a fight to defend their positions. Yesterday, I was there at the end to witness the final attack on the Argentines' last defense of Stanley, a hill called Mount Sapa. To get to it, our troops had to fight their way to two other hills, Mount Tumbledown and Mount William. And after 13 hours of battle, and under incessant artillery and mortar fire, men of the 2nd Parachute Battalion, men of the Scots Guards, and men of the Gurkha Rifles swept up Sapa Hill with Argentine soldiers running, and I mean running from their trenches along the ridge, past Sapa Hill and down the slopes on the other side into Stanley. The 2nd Paras were swooping down off Wireless Ridge, the Scots Guards off Tumbledown, and the Gurkhas off William. It was a sight never to be forgotten, and an end to a night of fighting I hope never again to have to witness. At one point, it must have been about 3 o'clock in the morning, it began to snow heavily. And it wasn't long before the flares showed up our own men moving across the plain, sharply defined in their dark camouflage against the white of the snow. But despite the snow, despite the machine gun fire, despite the mortars and artillery, they inched their way forward, lying flat in the snow, hardly moving as each barrage of shells landed around them. There was no stopping the British advance. Around to the left of us, on the other side of a mountain called Two Sisters on Wireless Ridge, were the men of the 2nd Battalion, the Parachute Regiment. Along the ridge that led into Stanley, we could see the tiny dots of Argentine troops running from their positions, throwing down their guns, running out of our sight down the slopes on the other side that was Stanley. Then, at 5 to 4 in the afternoon, our company commander came out of his trench with the news. Now that the white flag is flying over Stanley. Is there a white flag flying?
There is a white flag flying over Stanley.
Bloody marvellous.
Bloody marvellous, he said, and he meant it. And that's how we all heard it. The fighting has stopped, and our war, here at least, is over. Michael Nicholson, ITN, with the British forces on the Falkland Islands.
And there are reports tonight from Port Stanley that Argentine troops turned on their officers when they heard news of the ceasefire.
Mrs. Thatcher told MPs the important thing was to establish with Argentina without delay that all hostilities in the South Atlantic were over. Then she said there would be time to look to the future of the islands, though it would be 6 months or more before the dust had settled.
MPs on all sides paid tribute to the success of British forces on the Falklands, but it was a day of political triumph too for the Prime Minister. She was loudly cheered by her backbenchers. One thanked her for her resolute leadership. It was in this mood that Mrs. Thatcher asserted that Britain's dominance had been restored and the nation would never again be the victim of aggression. The Labour leader, Mr. Michael Foot, also acknowledged the military achievement.
And so I think the relief is the greatest thing, and the relief that the bloodshed has stopped, and I believe that that is the main feeling up and down the country, coupled, of course, with a recognition of the great achievement of our forces in the way that they've done their job.
There are now immediate practical problems which are preoccupying the government and led Mrs. Thatcher to postpone a scheduled visit to the United Nations. The 15,000 Argentine prisoners of war are substantially more than expected and present formidable problems with a shortage of accommodation, water and food. And there's no indication yet that the Argentines are prepared to agree to a total end to hostilities, a ceasefire in the South Atlantic as a whole. Questioned by Dr. David Owen for the Social Democrats, Mrs. Thatcher made it clear some Argentine officers and commanders would be held back as prisoners until that total ceasefire has been agreed. But what of the future government of the Falklands? The immediate next step is to send the governor, Mr. Rex Hunt, back as civil commissioner, leaving General Moore responsible for military matters. From there on, the Prime Minister remains strongly at odds with opposition parties. Mr. Foote argued Britain would, sooner or later, have to consult with other countries about the future of the islands.
What was gained for this country through the operation of the United Nations. It's very foolish for people to deride the United Nations at such a time. If it had not been for the support Britain had under Resolution 502, we would never have had the military support from the United States. We would never have had the economic support from the countries in Western Europe. We would have had a much more difficult task altogether, and we will need that international support over the coming weeks and months and years. And if Mrs. Thatcher or anybody else says anything different, I'm sorry, they'll find out differently.
Does talk of international support mean that you want to hand over the Falklands to the United Nations?
No, it isn't a question of handing them over, and of course the people of the Falkland Islands have got a right, as everyone agrees they should have, to have a say in their future. But if you're going to conduct the operations there, we have to have treaties and understandings with other nations. That has always been recognized by all governments in the past, and I believe it's going to be equally true in the future.
But Mrs. Thatcher was adamant. If necessary, Britain will continue to defend the islands alone, although she remains hopeful other countries, especially the United States, will be prepared to help. The government will consult the islanders and nobody else about their future, and there'd certainly be no role for the Argentines. And British soldiers hadn't risked their lives, she said, to create a United Nations trusteeship.
Speaking about the future of the islands, Mrs. Thatcher has already made it clear she'd welcome help from other countries, although no one has yet offered it. Our diplomatic editor, Michael Brunson, has been examining the problems the government now faces in the South Atlantic.
Well, at first hearing, Mrs. Thatcher's answer this afternoon to those who are saying that the Falklands will never be the same again was, in effect, why not? Yet there were some signs of possible changes to come. First, the Prime Minister recognised that the islands are much closer to Latin America than they are to the mother country. So perhaps with an eye to such things as negotiating future transport links through Uruguay or Chile, Mrs. Thatcher said of the islanders, "I recognise that they will need the friendliness of other states in the region," and she did not exclude the possibility of other countries helping to maintain the security of the islands. And there was a clear hint that the constitutional status of the islands might be altered, to answer those who charge Britain with neo-colonialism, perhaps from their being a dependent territory, in other words a colony, to an associated state with far more internal self-government. Well, one thing that happens with such a change is that the title of governor disappears, though for now Rex Hunt is still the governor, even though the Prime Minister says he'll now be more like a civilian commissioner, with General Moore the military commissioner. Mr. Hunt and his wife were in high spirits this evening. Hearing about the ceasefire was like VJ Day, he said. He's optimistic that things won't just be the same on the Falklands, but better. And he doesn't really mind if he's called governor or not.
I think when I said I was optimistic about the future, things would be better. I think this is because the sovereignty dispute will not be hanging over our heads. It was the uncertainty of the sovereignty dispute that kept quite a lot of investment and I think quite a lot of people away from the islands, and perhaps sent a few of the islanders away from the island. Well, frankly, I couldn't care less whether I'm called governor or civil commissioner or senior sixer, as long as I can get back and get on with the job of rehabilitation and getting on helping the islanders.
So, despite Mrs. Thatcher's apparent message of back to normal and business as usual on the Falklands, many minds in Whitehall are already at work in mapping out a different future, not just for the islands, but for our diplomatic relations in general. The Americans, for a start, are still very worried about the situation, with President Reagan pointedly referring today to what Washington could do to help resolve the conflict. He, like many other leaders, sees some difficult months ahead, rebuilding relations with Argentina and her Latin American neighbours.
The only member of the Argentine administration who's spoken so far of a surrender at Port Stanley is the civilian foreign minister, Mr. Costa Mendes, and then only in passing. He said the surrender that may have occurred wouldn't alter Argentina's determination to gain sovereignty. 2 weeks ago, he told reporters surrender was not a word in his vocabulary. In Buenos Aires, there have been angry demonstrations against surrender. About 500 demonstrators shouted, "We want to know and we want guns." President Galtieri has called for a mass rally outside the presidential palace in Buenos Aires tonight. He says he'll explain what has been happening in the Falklands. He's due to address the rally in about 2.5 hours' time. Meanwhile, Norman Rees reports from Buenos Aires.
President Galtieri, fighting for his political survival and attempting to salvage something from the wreckage of his army's defeat, looks to be gambling everything on this personal appearance before his nation and his people. For 24 hours, Argentina has awaited a presidential statement on the surrender on the Falklands, and most expected it would come in the form of an official communique. But an hour ago, live coverage of World Soccer matches here was interrupted with captions urging people to gather outside Government House to hear a presidential address on Argentina's future. It follows a day in which the bitter disappointment and disillusionment of Argentines over their surrender has been clearly seen. Police carrying rifles and tear gas grenades have moved in to break up groups of demonstrators attempting to rally outside Government House. There have been several arrests, and a number of television crews have been beaten up by mobs angry enough to turn their attention towards anything that represents Britain or America. Some sources here say that Galtieri has lost the support of several important elements within the armed forces and the police, and that the continued disintegration of morale could even lead to civil war. It's against this background that President Galtieri will presumably attempt tonight to justify the Falklands occupation, to explain his surrender, and to rally his people behind his faltering government. Norman Rees, News at 10 in Buenos Aires.
In the Falklands, victors and vanquished are sharing freezing weather and inadequate accommodation tonight, close to the scenes of the task force's final successful assault. There's been praise for the British troops, praise for the Harriers. The Hermes flew its 1000th Harrier mission in the last days of the fighting. And now perhaps a reappraisal of the future of the armed forces as a whole. Our defence correspondent Geoffrey Archer assesses the campaign for the Falklands.
The 15,000 Argentine prisoners on the Falklands are said to be in poor condition, and certainly as the winter weather gets worse, the problem of giving them shelter will be great without any of the 4,500 tents lost when the container ship Atlantic Conveyor was sunk. But reports that the Argentines were short of supplies seem not to be true. A large container ship successfully beat the British blockade, bringing thousands of tons of food in early May, and transport planes were landing at Stanley up to last weekend. But just to ease the burden of looking after the Argentines, Britain will want to ship many of the prisoners home as soon as possible. But the rest could be held for negotiations, as the Defence Secretary John Nott explained.
But so far as the full repatriation is concerned, we must wait to see whether the Argentinians do intend to cease hostilities. If they don't, under the Geneva Convention, they are prisoners of war, and we have a right to retain them.
But this means that if the Argentines threaten to continue bombing our positions, for example, on the Falklands,
yes,
then we will hold some of their prisoners as hostage until they stop.
Well, it's not hostage. The Geneva Convention is very clear on the rights of prisoners, and we will be over-scrupulous in meeting every single requirement of the Geneva Convention. As prisoners of war, they're not hostages. They would be in precisely the same position as, for instance, prisoners of war in the last World War. But where we have wounded, where there is shortage of food, where they're suffering from exposure, I think there we would want to get them back to Argentina as soon as we possibly could.
Following their success in the Falklands, the armed forces will be looking to the government to be less harsh in its cutbacks in defence spending in future.
The Royal Navy will point out the success of its 2 aircraft carriers in the South Atlantic and the vital role of both of them. The Navy will say it was pure luck that both ships were available and that neither was in refit. The Navy wants 3 carriers to ensure 2 always available. But Mr. Nott's defence review last year fixed the number at only 2. But will the Falklands change defence policy?
Of course, it might have been better if we'd had more aircraft carriers, more ships, more missiles, more of everything. But we have been spending more than any of our other allies on defence. And in the end, the size of our forces always will come down to the size and strength of our economy and what the British people are prepared to pay. Now, I think now there'll be a feeling we want to pay more for our defence. It's been a magnificent success. I mean, a great triumph for the services and for the military people.
The Royal Navy say that the Falklands dispute has shown the need to have 2 aircraft carriers operational. And in order to have 2 operational, there have to be 3 in the Royal Navy. Do you agree with that?
But I agree that you would have needed 2 carriers as a minimum in this operation, and to be sure of having always 2 in service, given that one will very occasionally be in refit, you need 1 in reserve. And we'll have to look at this. I'm not holding to any, I don't have any preconceived notions about what our lesson should be, but I do accept that there's an argument for having a carrier in reserve so that we always have 2 actually available and operational. I accept that, and we'll be looking into it very carefully.
Just what sort of British forces have to be left on the Falklands to garrison the islands will depend to some extent on whether Argentina agrees to a full cessation of hostilities. If she does, the garrison could be quite small. But if, as threatened, she continues to harass the British presence, the Royal Navy will have to keep several frigates and perhaps 2 nuclear-powered submarines in the area.
Wednesday, the 16th of June. The prisoners seem to have accepted their defeat without any outward malice. Almost the reverse. They seem relieved to be out of it. Mostly young, mostly conscripts, mostly wondering why anyone, least of all them, should want to fight over such cold, wet Antarctic islands. Better the pampas and warm sunshine of their motherland. Descriptions by some very senior British officers about the condition of the prisoners did not match mine, and I reckon to have seen many thousands of them by now. None looked, in the words of those officers, as if they'd just come out of Belsen. And I've met no one who has seen or who has heard second-hand of Argentine soldiers taking meat bones from dogs. No doubt those men out in the field who'd spent weeks on patrol or were stuck up high in a mountain on observation posts did suffer. But then so did our men doing the same job. It seems to me we must be careful not to overdo our peacetime propaganda.
But the problem is to keep them fit and well. It would have been no problem at all if General Galtieri had shown some sense of urgency, some anxiety to have them home.
But while the junta fought amongst itself and the removal of General Galtieri was being arranged, the passage of these prisoners home was delayed. And whoever was president by the time they got home would still find their arrival embarrassing.
Nothing could be more humiliating for him and his junta than the arrival of 10,000 men without victory, without their guns, without even their bootlaces. A defeated army returning to their motherland.
The prisoners who suffered the worst humiliation were those waiting out on the airstrip. It had become their open prison. Thousands of them standing, sitting, wandering aimlessly about in the rain and biting winds. Some lived in tents, mostly the NCOs. Others lived under any kind of makeshift shelter they can find, from oil drums, bits of damaged aircraft, some even in the cockpits of smashed aircraft. Anywhere to keep dry. And surviving, like all defeated armies in the first days of defeat, as best they could. They moved only as fast as the British military could process them to the waiting ships. And the road that led from the airstrip to the harbour in Stanley was jammed with them. Long, shuffling lines of men, cold, miserable, human litter of war. It reminded me of the Egyptian retreat after their war against Israel in 1967. But more important, some people here would say, was the welfare of our own men, especially the Royal Marines commandos who'd borne the brunt of the fighting since D-Day, May 21st, living in trenches that filled with water that turned to ice, in trenches on mountains that filled with snow that turned to ice, living and sleeping a 24-hour day in sub-zero temperatures and maintaining what the generals called battle preparedness. That is, despite a hungry tummy, wet feet and frozen fingers, you're ready to fight. These men, too, needed to come in from the cold. As the Marines warmed up, the paras remembered their dead in a Thanksgiving service at Stanley Cathedral. They were reminded by their padre, David Cooper, that they had much to be thankful for.
When we were on the Norland, you remember we had a service not long before we went down onto the car deck to embark on the LCUs to become the 1st Battalion to assault these shores. I was also going to add the 1st Battalion to break out of the beachhead, the 1st Battalion to engage the enemy sensibly, and the 1st Battalion to march into Stanley. That's 2 para. However... You are not the same person, I'm not the same person that I was, or that you were, when we were on the Norland. We have all experienced events in the last 4 weeks that have probably changed our lives considerably. When you hear the whistle of something coming in, you're not sure what it is, but you know it's nasty. Or you've got a bit of cover, and you know that you're going to have to get up and move, and there's somebody trying to kill you, then you begin to see what the priorities are in life. You begin, perhaps even, to talk to God. But when you're faced with these stark realities, I think you would be a very insensible person if you didn't think more profoundly than perhaps you ever have in your life before. Certainly, people have said to me, you know, I've learnt more about myself in the last 10 minutes than I've learned in my entire life so far. What I would ask you to remember is what you felt when you thought you were going to die, and what was important to you then. It may have been your wife, it may have been your girlfriend, it may have been your dog. It may even have been your life itself. But remember, when the chips are down, that's what's important. And when life becomes easy again, and these realities become obscured, just remember that when you did have your back against the wall, spiritually, mentally, when things did cause you to think very, very hard about what really mattered, remember how much God figured in that. And don't forget. And remember who was important to you. And when you get home, and you've been back home 4 or 5 weeks, and you're beginning to take your wife or your girlfriend or your dog for granted, well, just remember, think on, as I say, in the part of the world that Colonel Gerard and I come from, what is important, and try to model and mould your life on that. Because if that's what's seen you through to this, then it won't do you any harm in seeing you through the rest of your life. Stand up. Remember those who will not be going home with us. Those who we lost at Goose Green and Darwin. Those whom we lost from Mount Longdon on to Radio Ridge. And we think and pray for their loved ones to whom they will not return.
Thursday the 17th. Now is the time to tidy up and repair. First on the list of priorities was the water pumping station blown up by the Argentines as they surrendered. The Royal Engineers began work on it immediately. As important to the military was the repairs to the runway at the airstrip. British bombing raids by RAF Vulcans and Royal Naval Sea Harriers had done enormous damage, though not as much to the actual runway as we'd first been told. The Vulcans had come all the way down from Ascension Island, 4,000 miles away, but in their 3 raids, and of the 63 bombs dropped, only 1 hit the runway. It was the Sea Harriers off the carriers HMS Hermes and HMS Invincible that did the real damage. The Pucaras, the Argentine ground attack aircraft, the ones British troops thought they would suffer most from, were effectively grounded very early on by the Harrier pilots. The Royal Engineers are about to work on the runway so that British planes can land, a prospect that delights us all, especially the Marines and Paras, who still have hopes of seeing what's left of the British summer. And the tiny capital itself needs tidying up. The debris of war needs to be cleared away, the streets hosed down, and the houses searched for booby traps and other devices before families, who evacuated to friends and relatives outside the town, can return. The Falklanders are in need of financial and moral encouragement. They have been sorely tried.
Well, it's been very long. It's been very long, to seem like years. And you never knew from one day to the next whether your house would be safe or not, if you go home and you would find Argentines in it or not. So it was a very worrying time, and also we were very worried about the British troops and how they were faring in the fields. But we didn't have any doubts at all that they would get through in the end.
What did you think when the British went to begin with?
I'm afraid I cried. I cried a lot because, you know, Britain had gone and all we knew had gone, and it was just something totally new and unknown to us had arrived, and we never knew how they would treat us and what would become of us.
You see, we lived almost surrounded by the soldiers, which is known as the sort of military zone, and time again I'd go to the door and I'd find 7 or 8, 9 soldiers standing there with guns and all sorts of excuses. I gave them a tape recorder. I tried to be as kind, as friendly as I did, and I waved to them because
you didn't know what was going to happen?
No.
Well.
No, and so when you find these people there, although they never hurt any civilians, not one I don't think, but it's just so terrifying living and brought up in a British colony as we had been. Perhaps I shouldn't even say colony now, but we were so British, and then to find all these guns there, it was just terrifying. And I stood opened the door and I used to cry and
Friday the 18th, and the first backfire of resentment. During the night, prisoners of war, 20, possibly more, broke away from their guards and set fire to a store next to the Globe Public House. Others smashed windows in nearby houses and threw their helmets into the windows of passing cars. It was anyone's guess why. Possibly resentment, or the rumour spreading among them that they would not be shipped home. But more serious, though, were the fires. There had been 5 other fires since Tuesday, giving rise to the suspicion that the Argentines have left behind delayed action incendiary devices. Local firemen and soldiers worked together as bullets exploded around them. At 11:30 that Friday morning, the 3 Falklanders who had died in the fighting, the only 3, were buried in a tiny cemetery overlooking the harbour. Mrs. Sue Whitley, aged 30 and a teacher, Mrs. Doreen Bonner, 46, and Mrs. Mary Goodwin, 81. Their coffins were carried by 6 Marines and 6 Paras. The women had died when British artillery bombarded Argentine guns that had been deliberately placed between their houses. Argentine prisoners in the streets, clearing up the rubbish, were told by their guards to take off their caps and stand to attention as the coffins passed. Afterwards, Mr. Harold Rowlands, the island's chief administrator, spoke of his gratitude to the men who had died in the fighting.
We have lost 3 of our own community, but we're also very much in debt to those servicemen that have given their lives, and also we remember them at this time, and also the wounded. The people of the Falkland Islands realized that we were going to have a very tough time, and I think that like the rest of us to the left, we're very fortunate.
And then, unexpectedly, shortly after midday, a formation of Royal Naval Sea-King helicopters flying a white ensign came overhead us, which gave me the opportunity I'd wanted to pay tribute to these men and their machines. Without them, this war would have taken so much longer to win. Saturday and Sunday, the 19th and 20th of June, and the last of the Argentine prisoners shuffled their way slowly along the jetty in Stanley Harbour to the boats that took them home, on the ships Canberra and Norland. A week ago, they ruled this place. They were here to stay, they thought, in their Malvinas Islands. But now, dirty and unshaven, they left ignored by everyone except their armed guards. Whatever else is said, Port Stanley will remain a British military garrison for some long time to come, and the Falklands will become part of British servicemen's tour of duty. And the Falklands campaign will make all those who fought in it proud to say, we were there. It's 11 weeks now since we left Portsmouth with the bands playing and that forest of Union Jacks along the shoreline. It feels like a year, and that's as long as some people expected this war to last, as long as it would take to get the Argentines out. We all know here, and you all know there, how costly this war has been, how bloody it's been. So it's probably best that I simply end my report from the Falkland Islands with those last words of the surrender document. The Falkland Islands are once more under the government desired by their inhabitants. Michael Nicholson, News at 10, Port Stanley on the Falkland Islands. General Jeremy Moore, Commander Land Forces, was into Stanley soon after them to accept the surrender. And after 4 hours of what was loosely described as negotiations, the surrender document was signed by him and the Argentine garrison commander, General Mario Menendez. It read as follows. In Port Stanley, at 9 p.m., 14th of June 1982, Major General Menendez surrendered to me all Argentine forces in East and West Falklands, together with their impedimenta. Arrangements are in hand to assemble them for their return to the Argentine, to gather their arms and equipment, and to mark and make safe their munitions. The Falkland Islands are once more under the government desired by their inhabitants. And it ended, God save the Queen. Just after midnight, British time, with the niceties of surrender settled, General Moore went to the hospital and met the nurses who'd remained there throughout the shelling.
Forgotten what the building's called.
General, were you surprised at the speed, 3 weeks or so from start to finish, it took you to reach Stanley?
No, I don't think I was surprised. Clearly the enemy was surprised. He was surprised because quite clearly he hadn't expected us to land that far away and therefore had not really defended the area. I think that the reason it could be done was because he simply didn't understand that our troops would be able to do that.
The troops themselves were able to manage out in the mountains. You came across the way which presumably nobody expected you would be able to take.
Clearly he didn't expect us to come across that way. Clearly he didn't expect, and one of my officers who speaks extremely good Spanish has been talking to a number of them, and they believe that we came across because we had enormous number of helicopters. They'd simply find it difficult, if not impossible, to believe that actually, as you know, some of the units simply marched the whole way. And that is having troops of the quality one does have. We had plenty of ammunition with the force to have gone on a long time, but any operation is a matter of judgment, and we were having to balance the ability of even our extremely good and experienced troops, many of whom are Arctic trained, to withstand the conditions in the mountains, against having the ideal amount of ammunition to continue a battle for a very long time. As the Duke of Wellington said after Waterloo, it was a damn fine thing, or a damn close run thing. Similarly here, in some ways, this was a close run thing, in that batteries of guns which started that final night with 400 rounds a gun were down to as few as 6. And it was, as you realize, a tremendous problem getting all that stuff all this way. And with the losses that were suffered on the way of a great deal of engineer equipment and, for instance, a large proportion of our heavy lift helicopters, it was an astonishing performance by the logisticians. Back to Wellington again, and the way he described the systems of the French and British armies of his time, that the French system was like a fine harness, and it was beautiful to look at, and it worked very well until something went wrong. But once the leather broke, the leather had broken. The British one was made of rope, and when that broke, you tied a knot. Well, we tied a lot of knots this time, and it kept going.
There's also the question of casualties. They were, in human terms, that's dreadful. In military terms, they were quite light, weren't they? What do you attribute that to?
I would attribute that to basically the quality, skill, and determination of the young men in the formation I had the privilege to command. I think you would agree with me that if anybody has a go back home about the quality of the youth in our country, they ought to have seen these guys. They were absolutely tremendous. And having real determination and getting really stuck into it in the long run is the way to save casualties, of course.
As you came close to the town, you had civilians, you had civilian houses, you had a battle going on around them. Was it difficult to pick your way around that?
That was undoubtedly a problem, and of course we came here in order to help the people of these islands. That, as I see it, is the basic difference between ourselves and the Argentines. They were fighting for the islands, and we were fighting for the islanders. Clearly, the problem was that as they withdrew into the town and withdrew more and more of their equipment into the town and were putting guns in the town, it made it very difficult to get at those guns and to prevent them from causing us unnecessary casualties and so on without endangering civilians. We tried very hard. As you know, I got it wrong on one occasion, and that's my responsibility, and of course I'm extremely sorry that it happened. And with our naval gunfire support one night, we did kill some civilians. I thought that the civilians were all in a particularly well-defined area of the town, and therefore we were free to engage the other areas. On that occasion, I'm afraid I got it wrong.
And what quality were your opponents?
We've mentioned the Air Force, who were extremely courageous and very good. The regular members of the Argentine Army and Marine Corps were also, I think, very good. Their artillery was skillfully handled. Their men manning the machine guns, like the one you mentioned, were extremely skillful and very determined, and stayed there, and jolly well had to be winkled out. Their ordinary conscript soldiers' heart was certainly not in it. And you, I think, also will have seen much evidence that that was so. and they had to be held in their position by their officers, and really they were not very high quality, but that doesn't alter the fact that it required a great deal of very determined fighting by our people to winkle out the ones who were extremely good.
What was it that produced that surrender and that collapse? It seemed just to happen.
I've never witnessed an event like that before, but I joined the services after the end of the war. I've not witnessed such a thing, so I don't really think I could say what it is. It is obviously the collapse of will, which is arrived at some point. And I suppose in all major campaigns that one has come across through history, there comes a point where there is a collapse of will, and suddenly it spreads. It's astonishing the speed with which it spreads, isn't it? A fascinating morning that was. We had I'd just been up in the mountains with the two brigadiers discussing what we were going to do next, and I'd given my orders, and they were about to start the next phase. And suddenly there they were, all over the hills, standing up and coming out of their holes and things, and we just stopped firing and held everything. There was, it was a touch-and-go business because we had an airstrike coming in, and of course it was quite a difficult business to get to the pilot in the aeroplane to hold it off. But suddenly they just weren't fighting anymore, were they? Fascinating.
The local population had built a simple cairn out of rocks and cement and topped it with a black steel cross in honour of the 18 men who died in the battle for their liberation. At the centre of the cross, a small brass plaque to the memory of Lieutenant Colonel H. Jones and his men. And the locals came too to say their farewells and their thanks to the Paras. The service was a short one. The dead had already been buried with full military honours at Ajax Bay shortly after the battle.
This is my commandment.
Major Chris Keeble, the man who'd taken the battalion on to victory after Colonel Jones had fallen, read a passage from the Gospel.
A man can have no greater love than to lay down his life for his friends. You are my friends, if you do what I command you.
And then the locals paid their own tribute and laid 2 wreaths at the foot of the cairn with the simple message, "We will not forget."
At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them.
And then the little ceremony was over. The Paras had paid their last respects on the field that had brought them both glory and the pain of mourning. And as they left, the lone piper came out of the gorse that had once marked the front line and played a lament that was almost carried away on the biting wind. He picked his way through the craters left by the artillery and mortar fire of the battle and past the spot where Colonel Jones had died.
Thank you, Robin.
Oh, it's a dismissal.
We're still going to
It compared in that it was our war, it was my war. I mean, I felt it was as much my war as the Marines and the Paras because it was a British war. And in that respect, it differed from all the other wars, in that all the other wars have been somebody else's war.
Is there any one thing that you are going to remember about this war, Mike?
Well, the thing that hit me most of all was after the very first casualties, that is the sea casualties, Sheffield and then Belgrano. And I thought, well, this is going to change people's resolution at home. They wanted us to take the Falklands, but I wondered if they expected casualties. And of course they didn't. Nor did they after the second ship went down. Nor did they when we landed and had casualties on land. And I was astounded at the single-mindedness of people at home and the single-mindedness of people in the forces. If I remember anything about the war, it'll be the single-mindedness of the soldiers. The Paras, for example, bad casualties at Darwin Goose Green, lost their CO. Just before they were going in for a second time to go into Stanley for that final assault, we spoke to them, and I said, still no doubts? No doubts at all, none whatsoever. You know, this is our war, this is our island, and the Argies are going to leave it, and until they have, we're going to keep at it. That's what I remember.
2,500 people filled St. Paul's for the service, where the nation's salute was led by members of the royal family. Prince Charles, in full naval dress, was with the Princess of Wales on her first public engagement since the birth of Prince William. And the Queen came to St. Paul's not just as the monarch, but also as a mother, to give thanks that her son, Prince Andrew, still on active service in the Falklands, survived the bitter conflict. Prince Andrew's father and grandmother gave their thanks too. Politicians from all sides of the House joined the service. They included 3 former Prime Ministers and those in the government who bore the brunt of the responsibility for launching the task force, the Defence Secretary, the Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister. And there to represent the wounded, Lieutenant Robert Lawrence of the Scots Guards, shot in the head on Tumbledown Mountain. He had pride of place in front of his senior officers, among them Admiral Sir John Fieldhouse, commander of the task force, Rear Admiral Woodward and Major General Jeremy Moore. But this service belonged to the fighting soldiers, sailors and airmen from the ranks, and to the next of kin of the 254 men who lost their lives. They heard the Archbishop of Canterbury, Dr. Runcie, appeal for their prayers to go out also to the bereaved in Argentina.
People are mourning on both sides of this conflict. In our prayers, we shall quite rightly remember those who are bereaved in our own country and the relations of the young Argentinian soldiers who were killed. Common sorrow could do something to reunite those who were engaged in this struggle. A shared anguish can be a bridge of reconciliation. Our neighbors are indeed like us.
The Roman Catholic Archbishop, Cardinal Basil Hume, read the prayer of remembrance.
God, our Father, in whom the dead find life, listen, we beseech you, to our prayers. Grant that all who have fallen in battle may find in you the peace that this world cannot give and enjoy eternal life. You know how saddened we are by the death of those for whom our love is great. We ask you to comfort and console those who mourn and grieve.
The 2-minute silence following the last post was perhaps the best time to remember those who went down with the 6 sunken ships, the heroes of the San Carlos landings, of Goose Green and Bluff Cove, and the other now famous names of the battle for the Falklands. It an occasion to give thanks to those who returned safely, to honour and comfort those who returned bearing the wounds of war, but most of all to honour those who will never come back. This service, this day, carried this message: those who fell in the Falklands, like the fallen of other wars, shall never be forgotten. Norman Rees, News at 10 at St Paul's Cathedral.